Greetings, Captains! I'm Shvrcha and welcome to our 10th anniversary stream. 10 years is an amazing milestone, and today we're here to celebrate just how far World of Warships has come. And of course, we've got rewards for you. Keep an eye out for codes that pop up on screen. Every hour you can claim a special ship 10 container, free like and subscribe permanent camouflages, free rare bonuses containers, and free 1000 community tokens. This journey isn't just about ships and battles, it's also about the videos we've created along the way. From Naval Legends, How to Play and Armada to Dry Dock and beyond. These stories have grown together with the game, bringing history to life as World of Warships has evolved. Let's sail down memory lane and relive each year of the game and the videos that tell its story as we mark a full decade at sea together. 2015 was where it all began, the very first year of World of Warships. Back then the game set sail with just 2 ports, New York and Ocean. It was a modest start, but it laid the foundation for everything that came after. That first year also introduced ranked battles, a more competitive battle type where every win earned you a star, and the best captains could fight their way up to the top. Alongside the game's debut, Naval Legends began with its very first episode on USS Yorktown, setting the stage for how the game would connect with real naval history.
They were designed to be the best. They met enemies face to face, endured tragedies and enjoyed victories. They went down in history due to the bravery of their crews. They are the ships that deserve to be called Naval Legends. In this episode, USS Yorktown, pride of the US Navy. On December 7th, 1941, Japan attacked US naval vessels moored at Pearl Harbor without declaration of war. The majority of the US fleet stationed there was sunk or disabled. The main strike was delivered by Japanese planes, brought to Hawaii by aircraft carriers. The attack signaled the United States' entry into World War II. The assault on Pearl Harbor showed that powerful armored battleships ceased to be the main naval force. The US Navy needed a fleet of aircraft carriers to successfully operate in the Pacific Ocean. The lead ship of a new class, USS Essex, was laid down in April 1941. USS Yorktown, CV-5, that bravely fought the Japanese and was sunk during the Battle of Midway, served as prototype of the new class. The second ship, initially named Bonhomme Richard, was then renamed USS Yorktown to honor her predecessor.
When designing the Essex-class, American engineers took shortcomings from earlier carriers into consideration. The New Yorktown was bigger, had increased anti-aircraft armament, a powerful air group, and a host of other new features.
USS Yorktown was commissioned in 1943 at Newport News, Virginia, where she left for her sea trials in the Atlantic, and then she was sent to the Pacific Theater of Operations from 1943 through the end of the war in 1945.
Length 266 meters, beam 45 meters, height almost 25 meters, total displacement 36,200 tons, draft about 8.4 meters. Anti-aircraft artillery, 12 times 127 millimeters, Mark 12 guns, 17 times quadruple Bofors Mark II, 40 millimeters, 51 times Oerlikon Mark IV, 20 millimeters. Armor, belt, 64 to 102 millimeters. Pilot house roof, 37 millimeters. Air group, up to 100 aircraft. F-6F Hellcat destroyers, SB-2C Helldiver bombers, TBF Avenger torpedo bombers. Propulsion, 8 times boilers from Babcock and Wilcox, 4 times Westinghouse geared steam turbines. Power, 150,000 horsepower. Maximum speed, 32.7 knots. Range, 15,000 nautical miles at 15 knots.
Yorktown is one of the heavy strike aircraft carriers of Essex-class, constructed by the U.S. during World War II. The U.S. Navy commissioned 17 ships of this class between 1942 and 1945. In total, 24 Essex-class aircraft carriers were built. It was the first time in history vessels of that size were mass-produced. USS Essex, first of the new class, received the hull number CB-9. USS Yorktown, built later, was assigned CB-10.
USS Yorktown was commissioned on the 15th of April, 1943. Captain Joseph Clark commanded the ship during her sea trials and first training air group flights. Yorktown lacked thick armor and powerful main guns, but an aircraft carrier does not need either. She stays away from the line of fire and uses her air group to attack the enemy. Yorktown launched her aircraft from 2 catapults on the flight deck. One was located port and the other starboard. The catapults were operated from below decks.
These big tanks here stored all the hydraulic fluid that was needed to propel the piston. This thing would be pulled tight, and then the hydraulic fluid would be pumped into the cylinder, and which would push the bar all the way forward, and these cables would run backwards, and then it would propel the aircraft off the flight deck. Very intricate, very complicated, because you had cables that were running through the ship to get to the flight deck.
Compared to her predecessor, Yorktown was faster and could go 3,000 miles farther. Another important advantage of Yorktown was the independent work of her 4 engine boiler rooms. She was the first aircraft carrier to have this feature. Each machine had boiler and turbine rooms. In the event of loss of 3 machines, the ship could still function properly with 1 remaining engine boiler room.
This is the boiler right here. They used something called bunker oil. It was very, very thick, like pudding. They'd have to heat it before it went in to the boiler. They could burn it then. And then that would heat up the steam, the water into steam, which will go into the next room for to run the turbines.
Crew quarters on Yorktown were situated very close to workshops, which could cause serious problems in the event the ship was hit. Special attention was paid to the safety of the ship and her crew. All of Yorktown's ordnance was stored on the lower decks of the carrier. In case of a fire, these compartments could be easily flooded to prevent explosions.
A bomb would be brought up from the bunker down below, and it would be brought into here, and the bomb would be assembled on a carrier, and they would put the fins on the back of the bomb. They would put that against the bomb itself, but they wouldn't put the fuse in. The fuse would be waiting for them already up on the flight deck, because if you put a fuse in a bomb, there's the possibility that the bomb would explode and damage the carrier.
All of the carrier's decks had their own damage control compartments, which gave access to venting and firefighting systems. Another important issue was the safety of the ship and her crew in case the ship was struck by enemy bomb or torpedo.
Right here in 1944, a bomb actually went through here and then went down the side of the ship and exploded on the hull.
A system of special escape shafts were designed to save the lives of the crew. If the ship was hit below the waterline, sailors could abandon the damaged or flooding compartment and climb up to the next level. Once all the crew members were safe, the hatches to the compartment were sealed shut. The pilot house had direct control of the ship. The control station gathered all the information about ship status, such as heading and speed. Yorktown also had several backup control rooms.
It tells everything. It reads the same way as it does up in the bridge. The revolutions, the direction, the shaft speed, it's all here. And the shaft can be controlled from here.
In the fall of 1943, the aircraft carrier took part in her first major operation near the Gilbert Islands, the Battle of Tarawa. Later, in the beginning of 1944, the ship supported the invasion of the Marshall Islands and attacked Japanese Air Force bases on Guam.
USS Yorktown and other Essex-class aircraft carriers became the U.S. Navy's main weapon in the Pacific theater of operations during World War II. They participated in nearly every operation in the Pacific. These ships were considered so dangerous by the Japanese that they were frequently selected as targets by kamikaze pilots. Yorktown was lucky enough to avoid them. But USS Bunker Hill, for example, sustained heavy damage after a kamikaze attack. Despite the extensive damage, Bunker Hill survived. The Essex-class vessels were incredibly durable ships. In fact, none of these ships were ever sunk by the Japanese.
On April 1, 1945, the assault on the Okinawa island began. Over the course of next 6 weeks, Yorktown's aircraft provided continuous air support to troops landing on the island. Every 3 days, the ship would leave the battlefield to refuel and resupply. This routine was broken only once, when Yorktown received the order to repel the attack of the famous Japanese battleship Yamato, the flagship of the combined Imperial Japanese Navy. By 1945, the Japanese Navy was on the brink of destruction. The High Command was forced to resort to extreme measures. Yamato was tasked with repelling the attacks of the US aviation and defend the Ryukyu Island against invasion. It was effectively a suicide mission, as the ships did not have enough fuel to come back from Okinawa. On April 7th, Yorktown, together with the other carriers of Task Force 58, advanced to intercept the Japanese ships led by the steel monster, Yamato. After 2 waves of attacks of the US aircraft, Yamato seemed invincible. Yorktown participated in the final 2 attacks on the Japanese battleship. On her first wave, Yorktown's aircraft managed to destroy most of the Yamato's gun batteries and damage the engine room, and the battleship lost maneuvering control. After more than 20 direct torpedo and bomb hits, Yamato began to list. As her list increased, she capsized, and her ammunition stores detonated. A monstrous blast tore the ship apart. A smoke pillar rose up to 6 kilometers. Even crew members on Yorktown, some tens of miles away from the battle, could see the effects of the explosion. The destruction of Yamato established the defeat of the Japanese Navy. Japan did not have large battleships anymore. The land of the rising sun was powerless to stop the US Navy in the Pacific.
After sinking Yamato, Yorktown's air group participated in bombing of the Kure naval base and military targets near Tokyo. Yorktown received 11 battle stars for her service in the Pacific. She was decommissioned in the beginning of the 1947 and mothballed for 5 years. The ship then underwent several modernizations and was recommissioned in 1953.
The newly modernized Yorktown assumed different roles, ranging from a movie set to a flagship during a large-scale US Navy deployment in the Pacific. In 1965, she participated in combat operations again, this time in South China Sea during the Vietnam War. Towards the end of her military service, Yorktown served as the recovery ship for Apollo 8 space mission. In 1970, Yorktown was decommissioned, and in 1975, she was formally opened as a museum in Charleston, South Carolina, where she remains to this day.
The purpose of the Yorktown being here is to perpetuate the memories and sacrifices of those who served on these vessels and to make it more interactive than it has been in the past. And the young people will see more of the history and they will enjoy it more.
Would I say I'm ready to be executed? Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be that big deal.
We were dedicated to killing Nazis, and that's what we volunteered for.
We are compelled to enter into a deadly war.
This aircraft carrier is a runway sitting on top of 2 nuclear reactors and several hundred tons of weapons.
Hey everybody, Clyde here, and I am so very excited to be celebrating 10 years of World of Warships together with all of you. I've been playing this game since 2015, and 3 years ago I was lucky enough to be invited to join the CC program. So, Wargaming, thanks for that. It has been a very wild ride, and so much of the game has changed over the past 10 years, and so much of it is still very much the same. We're celebrating the 10th anniversary of the game right now, which is one of my favorite events during the year. So if I see you out there on the high seas, make sure you say hi, take care of each other, be cool, and be nice.
The first year also shined a light on some of the most important names in American naval history. Naval Legends featured battleship USS Alabama, heavy cruiser USS Salem, famous aircraft carrier USS Essex, and the story of the Sullivan's 5 brothers, who served together and gave their lives in World War II.
They were designed to be the best. They met enemies face to face, endured tragedies and enjoyed victories. They went down in history due to the bravery of their crews. They are the ships that deserve to be called Naval Legends. In this episode, the aviation of Essex-class aircraft carriers, terror of the Pacific Ocean. The outcome of battles in the Pacific Ocean during World War II didn't depend on the primary armament of mighty battleships anymore. Often, opposing ships didn't make a single artillery salvo and couldn't even see one another through binoculars. Pearl Harbor, the bombing of Tokyo, the clash of aircraft carriers in the Coral Sea, the main characters in these operations were the carrier aviation. In the first year of the war, the Japanese army achieved a number of significant victories and captured almost all of Southeast Asia, while the Imperial fleet was dominating in the Pacific Ocean.
Imagine a small island country controls a territory 17 times bigger than its own and with a population 5 times greater. However, it's one thing to conquer, it's another thing to retain it. In the summer of 1942, the Japanese suffered a crushing defeat in the Battle of Midway. It's after this victory that the Americans started active offensive actions. Japan manufactured 18 aircraft carriers over the course of the war, not counting those commissioned before the war. Meanwhile, the U.S. economy could accommodate the construction of 150 aircraft carriers. Essex-class aircraft carriers became the main striking force of the U.S. Navy and were pivotal in the war in the Pacific.
The air group of Essex-class ships consisted of 4 squadrons. Reconnaissance, bomber, and torpedo bomber squadrons had 18 aircraft each. The fighter squadron was reinforced and had 36 aircraft instead of 18. It was a timely decision. These were the fighters who gradually started to win in the Pacific skies. In the early years of the war, the primary aircraft of the U.S. carrier aviation were the Dauntless dive bombers and the Wildcat fighter planes. They showed good performance, but became obsolete by the beginning of 1943 and needed to be replaced. Modern Avenger torpedo bombers were the first to appear on the flight decks and in the hangars of Essex-class carriers. Grumman TBF/TBM Avenger torpedo bomber. Maximum takeoff weight 18,268 pounds. Engine power 1,900 brake horsepower. Maximum speed 276 miles per hour. Armament 2 times M2 machine guns, caliber 0.5 inches. 1 times M2 machine gun in the upper turret, caliber 0.5 inches. 1 times M1919 machine gun in the lower turret, caliber 0.3 inches. A torpedo or bomb load up to 2,000 pounds, including 8 times 5-inch HVAR rockets.
It was a very effective airplane and a good demonstration of one of the advantages the U.S. Navy had over our adversary, the Japanese, in that Second World War. Not only could we produce more aircraft carriers, but we could produce more aircraft. And with the design of the folding wings, as you see on the TBM Avenger, we were able to carry more airplanes on each ship because of that. It provided extra space for us to carry more aircraft, and that way we could outnumber our adversaries in combat. I never got to fly one. I always thought it was one of the most beautiful airplanes the Navy ever built. And as a youngster, I used to make models of all the airplanes that they had, and this is one of the prominent models that I have.
Avengers took their rightful place on aircraft carriers, while the obsolete Dauntless and Wildcat planes were replaced by the Helldiver dive bombers and the Hellcat fighter planes. Grumman F6F Hellcat fighter plane. Maximum takeoff weight 15,410 pounds. Engine power 2,250 brake horsepower. Maximum speed 380 miles per hour. Armament 6 times M2 machine guns, caliber 0.5 inches, 2 times 500 pounds bombs, and 6 times 5-inch HVAR rockets.
The Hellcat was the most mass-produced fighter plane of the U.S. naval aviation during World War II. U.S. engineers installed a more powerful engine than the one found on the previous model, the Wildcat, thus improving the flight characteristics. The new fighter had greater maneuverability, speed, as well as fuel and ammunition capacity.
In the last 2 years of the war, Hellcats shot down more than 5,000 Japanese aircraft, contributing to 2/3 of all victories of the US carrier aviation in dogfights. The F-6F has one of the best ratios of victories to losses in the Pacific, 19-1. That means that for every Hellcat lost, 19 Japanese aircraft were destroyed. The Helldiver was the most ambiguous plane of the Essex's carrier aviation. Curtiss SB-2C Helldiver Scout Bomber. Maximum takeoff weight, 16,652 pounds. Engine power, 1,900 brake horsepower. Maximum speed, 295 miles per hour. Armament, 2 times Mark II cannons, caliber 0.8 inches. Twin-mount M19-19 machine gun in the upper turret, caliber 0.3 inch. Total bomb load up to 2,002 pounds, including 8 times 5-inch HVAR rockets. This aircraft wasn't easy to handle. The landing gear legs of these machines would literally collapse the moment they touched the flight deck, while braking barriers failed to catch them.
When a Helldiver was going to land, all personnel were removed from the deck. The explanation is quite simple. This aircraft had quite poor flight characteristics, especially when landing on a moving deck. In addition, it would often lose its ammunition, which didn't add to its reliability. That's why, when the aircraft initially began service, the US sailors nicknamed it the Big-Tailed Beast.
However, Helldivers had some noteworthy advantages. They were fast for a bomber and were able to sustain serious damage. The shortcomings were fixed in the later versions, but the pilots kept their prejudice against Helldivers until the end of the war. The F-4U Corsair fighter bomber was the last to appear on Essex-class aircraft carriers. Vought F-4U Corsair fighter bomber. Maximum takeoff weight, 14,670 pounds. Engine power, 2,100 brake horsepower. Maximum speed, 448 miles per hour. Armament, 6 times M2 machine guns, caliber 0.5 inches, 2 times 500 pounds bombs, and 8 times 5-inch HVAR rockets. The enemy nicknamed it Whistling Death. When the aircraft was diving, it produced a sound that scared Japanese soldiers to death. Thanks to excellent speed characteristics, Corsairs took the initiative in battle and became one of the best combat aircraft of World War II, and the greatest threat to the Japanese army and fleet.
The F-4U Corsair played a key role in World War II as a fighter aircraft, and its gull-wing design that everyone is so familiar with was necessary so that it could operate both on carriers and be effective in the air. In fact, it became a cornerstone of air-to-air combat in World War II, and then again in the Korean War. That was its primary era of effectiveness. It was soon replaced by other aircraft into the 1950s. But when it came to World War II and Korea, the Corsair was a main aircraft in the air-to-air combat.
Every flight operation had difficulties for US pilots of the carrier aviation. On top of combat against strong adversaries, pilots had to show their skill during takeoff and landing. Aircraft could be sent on missions in bad weather or at night.
Nighttime was kind of a nightmare. It was, of course, dark. We only had red lights operating on the flight deck so that our eyes didn't dilate. And on this ship, it required movement of the aircraft, which was rather unusual. As our operations day would begin, they would take half the air group, put them on the flight deck at the rear, fill them all with gasoline, bombs, and rockets and ammunition, and then they would start them up and taxi forward, and then they would launch them. As soon as they were launched, they would bring up the other half of the air group, position them at the back, fill them with gasoline, bombs, rockets, and ammunition, then start their engines, have them taxi forward, and then launch. And usually just as the last one was launching, the original group that went was coming back to land on board. After they landed then, it was necessary to taxi forward and park the airplanes on the side of the flight deck in a parallel position. And then after everybody had recovered from the launch, then all of those airplanes were moved to the rear using tractors. And then they were refueled, got new bombs and rockets and so forth. This went on for 12 hours a day. And you can imagine what a circus this became on the flight deck. It was very, very dangerous. The people who worked here were very young men, and they did a very dangerous job. And they did a very good job of it, too.
Air groups of Essex-class carriers had their baptism of fire during the raid on Marcus Island on August 31st, 1943. During that time, the US military strategy consisted in a systematic removal of the Japanese from the conquered territories. The task force's aircraft were destroying Japanese aviation at airfields, demolishing defensive fortifications on islands, and attacking the enemy fleet when it tried to interfere with the troops landing. As a result of these local operations, the Japanese army was diminishing by the minute. In the summer of 1944, during 2 days of battle in the Philippine Sea, US pilots of aircraft carriers from Task Force 58 destroyed more than 90% of all Japanese carrier aviation. By the spring of 1945, the US fleet was reinforced with another 5 new Essex-class ships. The Japanese had nothing that could oppose them. The US carrier aviation sank 5 battleships, including both super battleships. First Musashi and then Yamato. They also sank 11 aircraft carriers, 14 cruisers, and many other enemy ships. That's when the Japanese command turned to their last resort, to change the situation in the sky over the Pacific Ocean. The Spirit wind became the main enemy of the US fleet.
Kamikaze is translated from the Japanese as the spirit wind, meaning the wind that must crush the enemies of Japan. Battles in the Philippine Sea made it obvious that the training of Japanese pilots is much worse than that of their US counterparts. Apart from that, the United States were producing far more aircraft than Japan. Under these circumstances, the Japanese command decided to bring back the spirit wind tactics, which could help them prevail over the United States. To this end, they recruited conscripts that could barely fly an aircraft. They had a single mission: take off in a plane stuffed with explosives and fly it into an enemy ship. However, not only inexperienced pilots participated in such attacks. Rear Admiral Arima aimed his plane at the U.S. aircraft carrier Franklin. Essex-class heavy aircraft carriers remained their main targets.
Kamikazes could act individually, in pairs, or even in large squadrons. During the last year of the Pacific War, they succeeded in damaging 8 Essex-class ships. However, it didn't have a significant influence on the balance of force. Not a single aircraft carrier was sunk. Even the seriously damaged USS Franklin CV-13 and USS Bunker Hill CV-17 were able to get to the Pearl Harbor base without assistance.
No spirit wind could save Japan from a defeat in World War II. In July and August of 1945, the U.S. carrier aviation delivered mass airstrikes on the Japanese territory. The last ships of the once mighty Imperial Japanese Navy were destroyed at the Kure Naval Base.
US historians call Essex-class aircraft carriers Pacific champions and masters of the Pacific Ocean. Pilots of the US carrier Aviation shot down more than 9,000 enemy aircraft in dogfights, and almost half of them are attributed to planes launched from Essex-class ships. The powerful US economy crushed and broke the aggressive samurai spirit by the end of the war, and the Essex-class ships' air groups made a very important contribution to the victory of the United States in the Pacific Ocean.
Moin Leute, Grado von Team Grado hier, 10 Jahre World of Warships. Genauso lange sind wir tatsächlich schon am Start, seit der Close Beta, um genau zu sein. Und das 10. große Jubiläum feiern wir natürlich auch mit euch. Dank World of Warships sind wir überhaupt so groß geworden, dank World of Warships sind wir Kontributoren geworden, haben dadurch viel Zugriff gehabt auf Inhalte, die wir euch dann präsentieren durften und Co. Dadurch sind wir auf YouTube, Twitch halt extrem gewachsen und stehen jetzt da, wo wir stehen. Ich freue mich auf die nächsten 10 Jahre mit euch. Da werden wir wahrscheinlich auch super viel erleben, super viele Änderungen, so viele neue Schiffe, die da noch kommen werden, sodass es tatsächlich niemals langweilig wird. Mein persönliches Highlight der letzten 10 Jahre, seht ihr im Hintergrund, ist nach wie vor der Kofis. Mein erster 10er, den ich erspielt habe, der bleibt einfach im Herzen bei mir. Er bleibt einfach da stehen, denn er war was ganz Besonderes. Damals noch im Forschungsbaum hatte ich erspielt und es war einfach ein tolles Gefühl. Alles Gute, World of Warships, alles Gute Wargaming auf die nächsten 10 Jahre mit unseren Schiffchen.
In 2015, Naval Legends episodes highlighted the events and ships that shaped naval history worldwide. That year we made 2 videos about the great Yamato, a true symbol of Japanese naval power, as she set sail on the virtual seas of World of Warships. And 2015 wasn't just about launching a game, it was about starting a tradition, bringing naval history to life alongside the battles on screen.
They were designed to be the best. They met enemies face to face, endured tragedies and enjoyed victories. They went down in history due to the bravery of their crews. They are the ships that deserve to be called Naval Legends. In this episode, Living Heroes of Tsushima. In the Japanese town Yokosuka, 62 miles away from Tokyo, battleship Mikasa is permanently anchored, and 4,000 marine miles away from her, cruiser Aurora is anchored in one of the quays of the Neva River in St. Petersburg. Although these ships belong to different types and their stories are very different, there is a common moment in their biography. Both ships participated in a major naval battle, the Battle of Tsushima, that was the culmination of the Russo-Japanese War in the beginning of the 20th century.
In 1895, Japan defeated China and occupied the Liaodong Peninsula, where a warm water seaport, Port Arthur, was located. The port was very important for the Russian Empire. Together with European states, Russia used military and political pressure to make Japan renounce that peninsula, and later signed a contract of lease of that territory with China for 25 years.
Using the opportunity of the Yihetuan movement, also known as the Boxer Rebellion, Russia expanded into Manchuria and Korea. The Japanese were very worried by the expansion policy and decided to start preparations to reinforce their fleet.
Within 7 years, the Japanese fleet was reinforced by 4 new cruisers and 4 battleships. Battleship Mikasa, built in British dockyards, became the most powerful new ship of the Land of the Rising Sun. Cruiser Aurora was built in Russia during the same period. This was just a small part of a large-scale program aimed at enhancing the country's military potential at sea, the creation of the major Pacific Fleet. But they failed to fully implement the program. On February the 9th, 1904, Japanese ships attacked Russian fleet near Port Arthur. They also attacked cruiser Variag and gunboat Koryets in the Korean port Chemulpo. The Russo-Japanese War began.
From the first days, this war was unfortunate for Russia. Variag and Koryets were sunk, and the Russian Pacific Squadron was blocked in Port Arthur by the Japanese fleet. After a little while, battleship Petropavlovsk tripped a mine and sank with the fleet commander, Vice Admiral Stepan Osipovich Makarov, on whom high hopes were placed on board. Later, the battle in the Yellow Sea developed, and though the Japanese suffered significant losses, they didn't let the Russian ships break through to Vladivostok. Due to all of this, the Japanese fleet dominated in the theater of war.
In April 1904, Russia started the formation of the 2nd Pacific Squadron. For the first time in the history of the world fleets, a menacing unit of over 30 warships of different classes and age set off on a prolonged trip. From Libau, now Liepaja, to Port Arthur, round Africa, and crossing the Indian Ocean.
Overall, about 20,000 miles were covered. This is almost the length of the equator. The conditions were very severe as we didn't have any naval bases. And we didn't have allies to help us throughout the voyage.
During this unprecedented crossing, the Russian seamen heard about the loss of the 1st Squadron and were reinforced with ships under the command of Rear Admiral Nerbagatov. With this lineup, the 2nd Pacific Squadron entered the Korea Strait. Its commander, Vice Admiral Razhestvensky, decided to take a shortcut to break through to Vladivostok.
Zinovy Petrovich Razhestvensky was born in 1848. He had experience commanding a number of Russian ships. He knew naval diplomacy perfectly well. He was the right person in the right place. To understand his role, you need to know a lot. And experience the bridge of a headquarters ship in that moment.
The morning of May 14th, 1905 was gloomy. The Russian fleet didn't even try to hide. Razhestvensky simply declared war. He even gave up on reconnaissance because he was sure the Japanese warships would meet them in the Korea Strait. Soon, ships from the combined fleet of the Imperial Japanese Navy appeared from the damp haze. They pursued a parallel course and were commanded by Vice Admiral Togo Hayashiro, who appointed battleship Mikasa to be the headquarters ship.
Togo Hirashiro was born into a samurai family of Kagoshima. When he was 18 years old, he participated in the Anglo-Satsuma War as one of the samurai. Then, after the establishment of the Imperial Japanese Naval Academy, he enrolled there to study the theory of naval science. Selected from the lower samurai class, Togo quickly progressed in life and managed to attain a high rank whilst fighting several battles. He knew the real nature of war from his experience. When Admiral Togo was assigned to the commander of the combined fleet of the Imperial Japanese Navy, Emperor Meiji asked the naval minister, "Is Togo good enough for this position?" The minister answered, "Yes, because he has a great deal of personality and is known as a very lucky guy." The emperor was satisfied with that comment.
Overall composition of the participants' forces before the Battle of Tsushima. The 2nd Pacific Squadron of the Russian Empire. 8 battleships, 3 coastal battleships, 3 armored cruisers, 2 large protected cruisers, 3 small protected cruisers, 1 cruiser second class, 1 auxiliary cruiser, 9 destroyers, 7 support vessels. Japanese combined fleet. 4 battleships first class, 8 armored cruisers, 2 large protected cruisers, 10 small protected cruisers, 1 battleship second class, 3 cruisers second class, 3 torpedo cruisers aviso, 21 destroyers, 43 torpedo boats. Gradually, the Japanese fleet started approaching the Russian squadron. Admiral Togo took a risk straight away, preparing to envelop the head of the adversary ship column with a circular maneuver. At the same time, Russian battleships opened preliminary fire. The Battle of Tsushima began at 1349.
People say that Togo employed the tactic of crossing the T in the Battle of Tsushima, taking position ahead of and perpendicular to the adversary's ships. But the actual maneuvers of the ships were like this. Togo's real tactics was more of a rotating attack, which was similar to the classical Kuruma Gakari formation of Uesugi Kenshin in the medieval Japan.
At the very beginning of the battle, a signal flag appeared on battleship Mikasa. The fate of the Empire rests on the outcome of this battle. Let each man do his utmost. Moving fast, Mikasa concentrated her fire on battleship Kunias Suvorov at the beginning of the battle. In return, several Russian ships fired at Mikasa immediately. Russian salvos were considerably precise at first. Within the first 15 minutes, Togo's battleship was hit by 19 large and medium caliber shells, including 5 12-inch rounds. But the Japanese fire was more precise, and the damage from the adversary's attacks was less significant.
During the battle, luck was on Togo's side. Most shells of the enemy fleet hit Mikasa amongst the Japanese ships during what became known as the Battle of Tsushima. Admiral Togo, standing on the bridge near the compass of the headquarters ship, survived. Meanwhile, Rozhesvinsky was observing the battle from the conning tower of his ship. A shell flew into his compartment and exploded, badly wounding the vice admiral's head.
The battle continued for over 40 minutes more before the Russian squadron commander received a second wound. During this time, 1 Russian battleship sank and 2 other battleships were seriously damaged. A 3rd ship took the lead of the squadron, trying to break through to Vladivostok.
Admiral Togo maneuvered to change the engaged side. His Division 1 turned en masse, taking a course away from the adversary, and thereupon turned around to open fire on the Russian ships from the left side. As a result of this maneuver, the firepower of the Japanese ships became as powerful as it was at the beginning of the battle. At the same time, battleship Borodino, heading the Russian ship's column, passed the Japanese squadron on an opposite course and approached the Russian cruisers that protected transport.
Aurora was part of the cruiser division headed by Rear Admiral Lenkvist, who received an order to cover the squadron transport ships. Together with cruiser Oleg, they joined the battle 40 minutes after it started. When the transport ships were attacked by 8 Japanese cruisers and the old battleship Shenyuan, our ships were caught in densely aimed fire from the adversary. Hits followed one after another. The explosion from an 8-inch high-explosive shell shook the whole cruiser. 2 guns were taken out of operation, one in the battery room and the other on the upper deck. But despite all the damage, Aurora skillfully maneuvered at almost maximum speed, battled with, and managed to break through the enemy's line.
They had high morale. They were prepared for battle, for victory, and naturally willing to sacrifice themselves. Japanese shells exploded nearby, and Aurora was pierced by shell fragments. During the battle, 9 people were killed. One of them was an officer, a ship commander, and dozens of people were left injured.
After 3 hours of battle, the line of the Russian squadron was heavily broken. Badly wounded, Vice Admiral Rozhestvensky placed the squadron under the command of Rear Admiral Nikolai Ivanovich Nebogatov. Japanese Battle Division 1, headed by Mikasa, was moving eastward along a parallel course and was reaching the head of the Russian column again. The final battle of the day was extremely dramatic. 2 Russian battleships were sunk one after another within 20 minutes.
During their rotating maneuver, the Japanese ships fired all their shells, using broadside guns and guns at the front and rear. On the other hand, the Baltic Fleet hardly managed to fire their front guns. The circle attack of the Japanese fleet was so effective, the opponent had no chance to escape.
The sun set, the battle was over. The remaining squadron ships continued to move towards Vladivostok. Aurora, as part of Cruiser Division, sailed to the left of the squadron's main body along a parallel course in total darkness, with its light turned off. But Admiral Togo wasn't going to let the remaining Russian ships go.
If the Baltic Fleet had reached the area around the Sugatu Strait, almost half of the fleet might have been able to escape into Vladivostok. In this situation, the rest of the fleet would have conducted raiding, causing the annihilation of the Japanese army in Manchuria. That's why the Baltic Fleet had to be completely destroyed. For this reason, night attacks from the torpedo boats started after the daytime battles. Using these tactics and the power of the Mikasa, Japan managed to defeat Russia.
On the following day, with the remaining ships shot down, all hulls breached, and surrounded by the enemy's fleet, Rear Admiral Nebogatov surrendered to Vice Admiral Togo. Only 4 cruisers and 3 torpedo boats managed to escape the Tsushima trap. Aurora was one of them. Countering torpedo boat attacks, escaping 17 enemy torpedoes, the cruiser avoided being captured and sunk. Losses for the forces after the Battle of Tsushima, the 2nd Pacific Squadron of the Russian Empire. 19 ships sank in the battle. 2 ships were blown up by their own crew. 5 ships and 2 hospital ships were captured by the adversary. Captured: 3 cruisers, 1 destroyer, 2 auxiliary vessels. Broke through to Vladivostok: 1 cruiser 2nd class, Aviso, 2 destroyers. Out of 14,334 Russian seamen and officers, 5,015 were dead, 803 were injured, and 6,106 were captured. Japanese combined fleet: 3 torpedo boats sank, 699 men were killed and injured.
After the Battle of Tsushima, the Russian fleet practically ceased to exist in the Pacific, and soon a treaty of peace was signed that was obviously unfavorable for the Russian Empire. Since that time, 110 years have passed, and there are only 2 ships left that participated in that dramatic battle, a Japanese and a Russian one.
Today, Mikasa and Aurora are not just monuments, they are a history of the world shipbuilding that you can touch in the truest sense of the word.
Hola, comandantes. Soy JM Capitán. Os hablo desde España, Europa. Siento no hablar inglés, pero pongo subtítulos, aunque en los vídeos que subo a YouTube se puede elegir la pista de audio. Empecé a jugar en el 12 de julio de 2015, con la versión beta del juego. Me nombraron Community Contributor el 11 del 3 del 2022. Mi evento favorito, la Navidad, con los regalos de Papá Noel. Mi deseo para la comunidad es que tenga diversión y buen rollo. No olvidéis que esto es un juego. Un abrazo a todos.
2016 brought a wave of very memorable ships into World of Warships. We saw the arrival of British light cruisers with the Minotaur line, Soviet cruisers entered the battlefield, and destroyer captains explored the German Z-52 line. But the year truly made its mark with the introduction of the German battleship line, including ships that for many remain some of the most fun to play until this day.
A floating fortress with impenetrable armor and powerful anti-aircraft armament. Please welcome battleship Grosser Kurfürst. Despite the fact that this steel giant was never built in reality, in World of Warships, we have a chance to test her combat capability. Heavily armored and armed to the teeth, Grosser Kurfürst makes a strong impression with both her gorgeous exterior and tremendous firepower. Go forth and destroy. That's the motto of this mighty German warrior. Pushkin wrote, "Where it unsubdued and towering stands." We can sing odes to German battleships all day long, but we'll try to keep it factual. Let's see what wonders were hidden in the blueprints. Grosser Kurfürst has very good armor, up to 380 millimeters. Her citadel is hard to penetrate. Auxiliary armament is very durable. And turrets are extremely dangerous. Each of the 4 primary armament turrets has 3 406mm guns that can be upgraded to 420mm guns. It's up to you which guns to select, but if you enjoy delivering heavy blows, the biggest caliber is your weapon of choice. The range of fire is more than 20 kilometers, which is only average at Tier 10. Grosser Kurfürst has 2 primary armament turrets on the bow and 2 on the aft. This means that you can not only lead an attack, but in the case of a forced retreat, You can discourage the enemy from pursuing with fire from your aft battery. More than 15 tons of metal in a broadside and a decent turret rotation speed make your adversaries tremble with fear when your barrels turn in their direction. You can see for yourself. So, what about the shortcomings of our German Knight? They are similar to other battleships. She's sluggish and very detectable, which makes her an easy target for destroyers. Hence, target acquisition system is an obligatory modification. As for other upgrades, the recommended set is pretty standard. Main Armaments Modification 1 in the first slot, AA Guns Modification 2 and AA Guns Modification 3 in the second and third slots accordingly, and the Damage Control System upgrade. The secondary armament of this staunch giant has excellent damage and accuracy. No one can escape it. And what are those meteors falling all around you? It's the enemy aviation. The German has one of the most powerful AA defenses among Tier 10 battleships. What to reinforce with commander skills is up to you. It depends on your playstyle. We strongly advise against rushing forward on this battleship without proper reconnaissance and cover. But don't get too far away from the battle either. Work with cruisers and support them with fire. This battleship is most efficient at an average distance of between 12 and 16 kilometers. The dream of German engineers made a reality. The 12 420mm guns will convince anyone who has played on this ship at least once. The secondary armament with an effective range of more than 10 kilometers, an excellent AA defense, and enormous survivability. All this steel fortress needs is a reliable captain. A captain able to tame this armored monster bristling with guns and make good use of all this power. This battleship was created to force her way through. She's like an avalanche that can't be stopped. You still feel like you're missing something? Maybe it's another grosser Kurfürst. Call your friends and join the battle together.
In 2016, we also started something completely new, celebrating the spooky season with our very first Halloween event. It was fun, strange, and it quickly caught on. In the years that followed, it grew into a tradition.
Once a year, ghoulish forces invade our peaceful realm. And only warriors of good can stop them. Abraham von Helsinger, Victor F. Einstein, Henry J. Hyde. It's time for the ultimate and awesome clash of good and evil. Choose your vessel and defeat the terrifying Rasputin. Get ready for a monstrous battle.
Oh Mensch, die ganze CC-Kisten wieder ausliefern an die Community. Was ist hier los? Ach, hier war ja auch noch was. Hier wollte ich ja noch kurz was sagen. Also, guten Morgen zusammen. Ich bin Pasch oder auch Panzerknacker, je nachdem, wo man mich findet. Ja, ich bin mittlerweile seit 10 Jahren auch in dem Spiel. 10 oder 9 Jahre, ich weiß nicht genau, wann wir richtig angefangen haben. Closed Beta, Closed Alpha, Open Alpha, Closed. Bin seit 2018, glaube ich, CC auch schon dabei. Und ja, habe Wargaming viel zu verdanken. Möchte an der Stelle Danke und alles Gute sagen für die nächsten 10 Jahre. Haut da rein, macht das gut. Tschüss.
Beyond the game, Naval Legends celebrated historic vessels whose stories shaped naval history. Japanese Mikasa, American aircraft carrier Hornet, and Soviet Aurora were among those remembered for their roles in defining eras of conflict and innovation. At the heart of this collection was the Cleveland-class cruiser, represented by USS Little Rock, a symbol of US naval strength during World War II and beyond.
They were designed to be the best. They met enemies face to face, endured tragedies and enjoyed victories. They went down in history due to the bravery of their crews. They are the ships that deserve to be called Naval Legends.
In this episode, the unsinkable Clevelands. One of the sites in Buffalo, New York State, is USS Little Rock, stationed at the local Naval Museum. It is the last remaining Cleveland-class light cruiser. Built in great numbers, these ships boasted good survivability and were considered the heaviest light cruisers in the history of the US Navy.
In the 17th, 18th, and first half of the 19th century, a cruiser was not a ship type. It was just a light ship. Could be a frigate, a brig, a brigantine. Their mission was to disrupt enemy communication lines. What is a naval battle about? Somebody wins and somebody loses. Then you should make use of the victory accordingly, which means disrupting enemy communications. And these lines are all over the ocean, as enemy ships are crisscrossing here and there. So your cruiser should be crisscrossing here and there too. She would go to the north, go to the south, go to the west, go to the east. This is where the word cruise comes from. She makes crossings, chasing enemy ships. However, if there are ships to disrupt supply routes, then you need ships to perform counter-operations. This led to the emergence of different cruiser types: protected, light, first rank, second rank, all kinds of cruisers.
As you see behind us is the USS Little Rock. She's a light cruiser. The reason why they call it a light cruiser is because her tonnage. She weighed 12,000 tons, and also she had smaller size naval guns. She had 6-inch guns, vice like a heavy cruiser had 8-inch guns. She is the last Cleveland-class cruiser that's in existence today.
The first ship, whose name was given to the whole series, was laid down in summer 1940. Her displacement was much higher than the standard for light cruisers at the time. For this reason, the Cleveland-class ships are sometimes called heavy light cruisers.
The Americans realized that their key opponents were across seas and oceans. Consequently, to disrupt enemy communications, you had to cross either the Pacific or the Atlantic Ocean. So they needed a big ship with a large displacement, high self-sustainability, and powerful armament.
Key specifications of the Cleveland-class cruisers: total displacement up to 14,300 tons. Length 610 feet 3 inches. Beam 65 feet 7 inches. Draft 24 feet 7 inches. Armament, primary armament, 12 Mark 16 guns in 4 turrets, caliber 6-inch. Dual-purpose artillery, 12 Mark 12 guns, caliber 5-inch. Anti-aircraft artillery. Different ships of the series were equipped with up to 28 Bofors and up to 20 Oerlikon autocannons. Armor. Armor belt and conning tower, up to 5 inches. Deck, 2 inches. Turrets, up to 6.5 inches. Air group, 4 float planes. Maximum speed, 32.5 knots. Cruising range, 11,000 nautical miles. Building the Cleveland-class cruisers was a challenge for U.S. industry. 30 ships were ordered before the United States joined World War II. And after the attack on Pearl Harbor, the dockyards received orders for 20 more cruisers.
The cruiser was used to protect the battleship. Then, of course, after Pearl Harbor, battleships, they realized that battleships were not what we needed. We needed to move forward. And so the aircraft carrier became the center of the battle group. Like dropping a stone into a pond or a pool of water, and you see the ripples as they move out. So you would have the center would be the aircraft carrier, the next thing out would be the cruisers, the next thing out would be the destroyers.
Since the Cleveland-class cruisers were constructed during World War II, the U.S. Navy wanted to have them armed as heavily as possible. This guideline was set by President Roosevelt himself. Besides the primary armament, which consisted of powerful 6-inch guns, the Clevelands also featured formidable anti-aircraft artillery. 12 5-inch dual-purpose guns and up to 50 Bofors and Oerlikon barrels could surround the ship with a wall of steel, and not a single enemy aircraft was able to breach it.
When Cleveland was being designed, there were debates about whether it was reasonable to install guns of such close calibers, 6 and 5 inches. Some people were saying the cruiser should have only 6 inches. Why do we need the 5 inches? Others insisted on having only 5-inch guns. On paper, 5 and 6 inches look virtually the same. But the point is that a 6-inch shell weighs twice as much as a 5-inch one. So it has a much greater impact on enemy ships, a much greater destructive force.
The President's instructions were fulfilled with the utmost diligence. Virtually the whole deck was dotted with gun barrels.
But the designers got so enthusiastic that the cruiser turned out to be over-equipped with armament. As a result, one of the key drawbacks of the Cleveland class is that it cannot be upgraded. You had to either disarm the ship completely or leave her the way she is. For example, when missile systems were installed on these ships after World War II, part of their guns, specifically the primary armament, were simply removed.
Currently in her configuration now, she only has one triple 6-inch turret and one 5-inch gun. All the rest were removed. But she did keep her 6-inch gun, and she actually has the only 6-inch gun left in the world.
However, Cleveland's above-water hull became heavier, and this affected her stability, an important parameter for ocean vessels. The ship's angle of list was limited to 23 degrees, which was a minor drawback for the project. It was compensated by the other seagoing qualities of the ship.
Despite a lack of stability, the cruisers demonstrated superb survivability during the war. The key factor here was not the ship's design, but the excellent work of their damage control parties. The cruiser receives damage, even when it's critical, and in just a few seconds, everyone is running, taking measures, doing their job. And after some time, a ship that was going to sink in 15 minutes is back on an even keel. Her engines are running, and she is sailing again, sometimes even continuing to fight. A good example is cruiser Houston, which was severely damaged by an airdrop torpedo in October 1944. All her engine rooms were out of order. The ship took on 6,000 tons of water, almost half of her displacement, but remained sailing. Her team had saved her.
The most interesting thing is that the first torpedo damaged the hull, and the whole engine room was filled with water. When the ship was being transported to the Hawaiian Islands, she got hit by another torpedo. As a result, having a displacement of 13,500 tons, Houston took in so much water that her displacement became almost 21,000 tons. In other words, she was completely filled with water, but she made it to the port.
The Cleveland class was the most numerous series of light cruisers in U.S. history. A total of 27 ships were built. Every 3 or 4 months, new cruisers were commissioned and sent straight to the war.
By 1943, the Americans seized the initiative in the Pacific Theater. The Japanese assumed the strategic defense. By that time, they had captured almost all islands in the Western Pacific, up to the coast of Australia.
The United States launched an offensive on multiple islands with Japanese garrisons on them, ready to defend to the last breath.
But the Americans were not going to capture them all. They applied the so-called island hopping strategy, capturing only the islands that were of strategic value for further offensives. The US did not seek to destroy all Japanese garrisons on the islands. It was more important to secure the right bridgehead, no matter whether an enemy force was there or not.
The Battle of Bougainville went down in history as the first U.S. offensive operation against Japan.
The Bougainville campaign was part of this offensive, part of the island-hopping strategy. It was actually a bit grotesque, because US forces were deployed on Bougainville in a place where there were no enemies. The Japanese were stationed on this island, but in a different part of it. So the Americans were deployed there, but didn't try to capture the whole island, only the part they needed. For the Japanese, from their standpoint, this was an unthinkable impudence. Deploying next to our base, where we have plenty of troops, plenty of ships, plenty of aircraft, right here, within a stone's throw. And what are they going to do? Okay, they've deployed their forces here. They will probably attempt to capture the whole island. But they are not trying to capture the whole island. How can that be?
Bougainville was immensely important for the United States, as Japan's major air force and naval base, Rabaul, was just 400 kilometers northwest of it. Powerful forces on Rabaul were preparing to advance to the south and southeast. By that time, Tokyo was controlling almost the whole of Southeast Asia, half of China, and hundreds of islands in the Pacific Ocean, from Sakhalin and the Kurils in the north to the Solomon Islands in the south.
The Japanese suddenly saw that the Americans were at their door, next to their most powerful naval base. Something had to be done. Everything they had at hand, all cruisers and destroyers stationed at Rabaul at that moment, were sent to Bougainville.
In the evening of November the 1st, 1943, an imposing Japanese squadron left for Bougainville. It consisted of heavy cruisers Miyoko and Haguro, light cruisers Agano and Sendai, 6 destroyers and 5 transport ships carrying 1,000 troops. The Japanese force was to land on the island and defeat the US Marines, who had just been deployed to the coast of the Empress Augusta Bay.
As soon as the Japanese ships left Rabaul to counter the U.S. landing, the Americans were aware of this. They took all their landing assets away from the coast, where the Japanese ships were expected to attack them. Instead, the Americans put forward their escort ships, 4 Cleveland-class light cruisers and 6 destroyers. The whole thing happened at night, and it was night when the naval battle took place, a classic naval battle of World War II.
Late into the small hours, a column of Clevelands was moving along the coast of Bougainville. The US cruisers were in front of the Empress Augusta Bay when at 2:30, their radars detected a Japanese squadron comprising 6 destroyers and 4 cruisers. The US force, led by Admiral Merrill, deployed into combat formation, and its destroyers attacked the enemy. At 2:46, the US destroyers made their first torpedo salvo, but the Japanese ships changed their course, and the torpedoes launched by the Fletchers missed the targets. However, the maneuver broke the Japanese formation and sent it into disarray. This is when the Clevelands opened fire at cruiser Sendai. primary armament shells severely damaged the Japanese ship. In this turmoil, heavy cruiser Miyoko ran into a friendly destroyer, cutting off part of her power. Having fired from their primary guns, the Japanese cruisers revealed themselves to the Clevelands, who immediately returned fire. The Japanese heavy cruisers suffered a defeat and retreated under the cover of darkness. The Clevelands came out of this night battle as decidedly victorious.
But the Japanese did not give up. In the morning, they sent their ground-based aircraft to attack the Clevelands. And here, Cleveland-class cruisers demonstrated that they not only had excellent artillery to defeat similar surface ships, but also boasted superb anti-aircraft armament. They virtually engulfed the sky with fire, and the Japanese aircraft were unable to do anything, not even break through to the ships. Having repelled the Japanese aircraft, the US forces approached Rabaul and delivered an airstrike. Basically, the Americans fulfilled their mission. At the same time, the Japanese garrison on Bougainville proved to be as firm as samurai. They stood till the end, till August 1945. They started breeding cows and growing vegetables there, because no more supplies were coming from their home country. They were surrounded. The Philippines had been liberated from Japan, and so forth, but the Japanese garrison stood. It stood till the end.
The Bougainville campaign wouldn't have been considered daring, but reckless and silly if the Clevelands hadn't won that battle. In fact, these ships led America to victory in this war. Capturing part of Bougainville was a key step on the way to neutralizing Japan's major base, Rabaul. And neutralizing Rabaul was an important step towards other islands, towards Japan itself, towards victory in the war. The Cleveland-class light cruisers went through the Pacific War with flying colors. Some of them were seriously damaged in battle, but none were sunk. Battered and burnt, Cleveland successfully repelled air raids, sank Japanese ships, and shelled enemy positions on countless islands. Apart from the 27 cruisers, the hulls of the Cleveland-class ships were used to build 9 light aircraft carriers of the Independence class, which had a significant impact on the outcome of World War II. In the post-war period, some Clevelands were equipped with cruise missiles and stayed in service in the US Navy in a new capacity.
When you read about the history of the Cleveland-class cruises, it may seem like they didn't do anything special during World War II. Some battles, some operations, some damage. There's no glory. But the real war is about hard labor. Hard, everyday labor. And the Clevelands were the ones who took it upon themselves. It's the best light cruiser project of the United States. They were everywhere. Look at any more or less significant battle of the war. Clevelands were there. They were the real workhorses of the US Navy.
USS Little Rock is the last remaining ship of her class. She served as a missile cruiser until the summer of 1977, when she was decommissioned. Today, the former squadron flagship is a museum in Buffalo, and her menacing appearance embodies the pride and glory of all Clevelands.
The series also turned its focus to ships that marked turning points in naval design. Iowa reflected the peak of American battleship development, demonstrating both power and adaptability in service. Closing this chapter were the Daring-class destroyers, with their design having carried the Royal Navy into the post-war era. They represented not just the culmination of destroyer development, up to that point, but also the bridge to a new generation of naval warfare.
They were designed to be the best. They met enemies face to face, endured tragedies and enjoyed victories. They went down in history due to the bravery of their crews. They are the ships that deserve to be called Naval Legends.
In this episode, Australia's daring destroyers. The first colonists of Australia had to fight all the time. They faced heat, lack of water, flies, snakes, and even ostriches. And today the Australians still cannot live without fighting. Every day they fight boredom, trying to conquer the waves. They created AC/DC, whose rock swept the world like a hurricane.
Nothing disturbed the country. No wars, no aggressors. The Germans, French, and Russians were nowhere around, so they basically focused on making their lives better. The first time the Australians really felt a threat to their way of life was when World War II began. It was the so-called Japanese Blitzkrieg, when, within half a year, or maybe a year, Japan advanced from their home islands to the coast of Australia.
In February 1942, Japanese aircraft attacked the city of Darwin in Australia. Japan was expanding its empire, mainly by occupying territories in Southeast Asia. Though Australia was not part of their plan, military bases of the United States and the Allies stationed on the Green Continent were undermining Japan's intentions to dominate the Pacific, and the Royal Australian Navy was actively involved in the Pacific War until the very end of World War II.
Following the end of the Second World War, moving into the Cold War, Australia still realized that it needed to have a defensive asset in its Navy, so it moved to bringing in a new generation of vessels, of which the Daring-class destroyers were a member.
The Daring-class was essentially designed as the Royal Navy's super destroyer. Australia decided to build 3 Darings, being Vampire, Vendetta and Voyager.
The British designed the Daring class, relying on their experience of using destroyers in World War II and the progress in arms development. The Australian-built destroyers were somewhat different from their British counterparts. In terms of their specifications, the Darings were similar to light cruisers. Total displacement, about 3,800 tons. Length, about 390 feet. Beam, about 43 feet. Draft, 13 feet. Armament. When commissioned, the Darings were equipped with versatile guns, featuring the best rate of fire in the world. 6 4.45-inch Mark V guns mounted in 3 dual turrets. As for small-caliber anti-aircraft guns, the ships had 6 1.57-inch Bofors autocannons. Torpedo armament. 1 5-tube 21-inch torpedo launcher. Anti-submarine armament. 1 3-barrel 12-inch Mark X anti-submarine mortar. The power plant consisted of 2 Foster Wheeler boilers and 2 English electric turbines and provided 54,000 horsepower. Maximum speed over 30 knots. Cruising range 3,700 nautical miles at 20 knots.
The Australian-built Darings were the first all-welded construction vessels, warships built in Australia.
The ship incorporated all the best design features developed during World War II. Speed, maneuverability, artillery guns, a fire control system, radars, everything was there. All these systems were researched and implemented in the Darings. In a way, this was a perfect ship, with just one exception. She was built after the first missiles were already produced.
In the early 1970s, the Darings were fitted with surface-to-air missiles. Despite this, they remained mainly artillery ships, and they were the last ones of their kind. The destroyer's main turrets were their pride. 4.45-inch versatile guns could fire 24 rounds per minute and showed themselves to be advantageous during World War II. The Darings were equipped with the QF Mark V version of these guns, which was a post-war upgrade. The turrets had a distinctive shape and made the destroyers easy to recognize.
This is the gun bay, or gun turret A on the Daring-class destroyers. This is where the shells and the cartridges were assembled before being sent up to the guns. This is an incredibly challenging and very dangerous place to work on the ship. It was confined, and as you can imagine, you've got high explosives being sent into this room, so there was the danger of explosion or fire. And if that weren't difficult enough, this bay actually rotated as the gun above rotated. Sometimes the rotation would occur without any warning and any indication of where it was going to go. So you could be in the middle of trying to assemble a shell, and all of a sudden the entire bay would move and you'd have to shift with it.
World War II created the communist threat for Western civilization, the Western way of thinking, and communism was already nearby. The United States created the domino theory in this regard. What does this mean? It means if Vietnam falls into communism, then Laos falls, Thailand falls, Indonesia falls, and Australia falls too. And the people in Australia believe this.
After World War II, the Soviet Union rapidly built up its influence, which spread from Western Europe and China to the Caribbean Sea, and some exotic monarchies in the Indonesian archipelago. Military coups and revolutions were shattering tropical islands in the Pacific, and the Australians, who led their quiet life, felt quite concerned about this. Now they needed protection, not from their bombs and kamikazes, but from vigorous revolutionaries who could destroy their Australian serenity.
The ships essentially served around Southeast Asia under the Southeast Asian Treaty Organisation, and often spent a lot of time in Singapore. Essentially, the only vessel which saw service out of the class was the Vendetta, which did a short period of time in Vietnam.
An Australian contingent of about 50,000 men participated in combat operations in Vietnam, and Australia got involved in this war several years before the United States interfered in the conflict. At first, 30 Australian military advisors were sent to South Vietnam, but a couple of years later, a several thousand-strong military force was deployed there. They required supplies, which were brought by transport convoys from Australia. Darings were among the ships protecting them. Despite the fact that Australia was officially at war, it was hardly felt aboard escort ships. Of course, the service wasn't anything like a pleasure trip. However, one of the major concerns for the destroyer crews was to win the Gloucester Cup, the main award for naval exercises.
I think the amazing thing about Vampire was that it was an extremely happy ship, and I think that was because there was a lot of trainees on board, and the atmosphere there was, give everything a go. Don't worry about it. Just get in there and do your best.
We're standing in HMAS Vampire's Operations Center. It's directly below the wheelhouse. The nickname for this room is called the Bat Cave. That's because HMAS Vampire's nickname was the Bat. It looked a lot like a cave, and at the time that Vampire was operational, Batman, and particularly the TV show, was a very popular thing. So it was given the nickname based on that information.
The Darings were a top ship. They were a very friendly ship, or especially Vendetta was. Everyone in the crew used to get along together. There was hardly any ever fights.
However, any joyful existence can be darkened by tragedy. This is a fact of life, and cheerful Australian sailors didn't manage to escape it.
Unfortunately, the Australian Navy lost the Voyager in 1964 with a large loss of life.
On the 10th of February 1964, HMAS Voyager, one of the Daring-class destroyers, was struck by the aircraft carrier HMAS Melbourne during maneuvers off Jervis Bay, New South Wales, Australia. The ship was hit just after the bridge, and it broke in half and rolled over.
I don't think that the Voyage's crew was poorly organized. I don't think that the Melbourne's crew was poorly organized. It was an accident. Something got overlooked, and a sequence of errors led to this collision.
Sitting there, being on Vendetta, they sat there and were always told, there is escape point 1, escape point 2, go down this way. If we get sliced in half, and you start going down, go up, sit there, know where all the escape point was. And that's how we done it.
One of those to die aboard the ship was Chief Petty Officer Jonathan Rogers, who was too big to fit through the escape hatch, but helped other crewmen get through the escape hatch before he led those who were still stuck in the ship in hymns and prayers as the ship sank.
This tragedy left a deep wound in the hearts of Australian sailors, but soon their life returned to normal. Exercises, regattas, and patrol duties. Many veterans remember their years of service aboard the Australian Darings as the best and most carefree time in their life, though the destroyers went on serious combat missions a couple of times. In other respects, the most dangerous challenges that the Daring's crews faced were visits to local bars, and the consequences were comical rather than sad. Friendly and well-knit crews of the Daring-class destroyers were very highly trained and were rewarded by the command of the Royal Australian Navy on multiple occasions.
It's not easy to serve in the Navy, but they were young, they were happy, they accomplished some tasks. Yes, he swabs the deck, but then he will go ashore. He will be a sailor. He'll be in the spotlight.
As a junior recruit, like leaving school in the morning, joining the Navy in the afternoon and then sent to Lewin, all in the same day. The Royal Australian Navy to me was life-changing. Sit there and set me on my career, and I've never looked back. It was the best 12 years of my life I've ever spent. I'd actually wish I'd done it for 20, or even longer, but The crew on Vendetta at the time, it was all one crew. It didn't matter whether you were a stoker, a greenie, a cook, a dib-dab, you know, even some of the officers and chiefs. They'd all drink together. You know, we'd all go in a bar and meet, oh yeah, glug. You know, which hardly ever happened on other ships. It was just such a good camaraderie on the ship. That's why we, you know, life is great on 08.
In the 1980s, when new wave music began conquering the world, the Australian destroyers from the rock and roll era became history. Voyager and 83 members of her crew rested at the bottom of the sea. Vendetta was scrapped.
She was scrapped. She was sent there and sent to Taiwan and basically ended up as a razor blade, you know, all the steel. She was, you know, I wish they'd sat there and sunk it as a reef, but they weren't sinking ships back then for reefs. There was still money in steel.
Luck was kind to Vampire alone. She was decommissioned in 1986, but remained intact. This museum ship, located in Sydney's Darling Harbour, has the right to be considered a memorial to all Australian darings. She is the last of them.
And all the parts that went off Vendetta are now on Vampire, which is the museum ship you just looked at. There's probably, I'd say there's a good 40% of Vendetta still floating on Vampire.
So I'm very glad that they saved HMAS Vampire from the scrap heap, because she does represent an era of the Navy in which I'm very proud. The privations of steamships and the great spirit of the crews.
Hi, I'm Stargate SG68 and I'm one of the contributors to the French community. I discovered the game shortly after it came out of beta. I quickly became hooked on the gameplay of the RTS aircraft carrier, especially the Hakuryu. Actually, I continue to play them. It's been almost 5 years since I became a CC. Thank you for that, Wargaming, and thank you, Tanatoy. In any case, you can count on me. I often pester on your CM about the arrival of the French aircraft carrier in the game. I hope you continue to enjoy the game, and happy birthday, World of Warships. See you soon in the game.
2017 was a huge year. The fleets kept growing and the gameplay got even more exciting, especially for destroyer captains. The Pan-Asian tech tree branched out with the Yu-Yang line, while the Grozova line was added to Soviet tech tree. On top of that, we saw the debut of the French cruisers and British battleships, crowned by Henry IV and Conqueror respectively. 2017 also gave us the very first operations, opening up a whole new way to play together.
Your breakfast, sir?
What is that?
British battleships, sir. Your dinner, sir.
British battleships in World of Warships.
Hi guys, my name is Private Penguin or Short Pingu, and I'm a German CC for World of Warships since 2017. Because I'm a German CC, I will switch back to German. Also nochmal Hallöchen an alle da draußen. Ihr dürft mich gerne Pingu nennen. Und ich bin tatsächlich schon seit 2015 in World of Warships mit dabei, seit der Alpha. Und deswegen habe ich auch die EVK Alpha, um kurz einen weirden Flex rauszuhauen. Aber meine Güte, wie die Zeit rennt. Es ist gruselig. Und es ist aber auch irgendwo toll zu sehen, dass ich 10 Jahre lang dieses Spiel spiele und nach wie vor mit Leidenschaft spiele. Und ich habe diesem Spiel so viel zu verdanken und Wargaming an der Stelle mal kurz gesagt, weil ich bin Vollzeit-Content-Creator und dieses Jahr habe ich mein 10-jähriges Jubiläum. Und ohne World of Warships wäre ich wohl nicht das, was ich heute bin. Also ganz, ganz dickes Dankeschön dafür. Ich hoffe, ihr habt eine tolle Zeit. Ich wünsche euch alles Gute zum 10-Jährigen und auf weitere mindestens 10 Jahre.
We are especially proud of the Naval Legends episodes on the Arctic convoys. They may hold some of the last interviews with true heroes of World War II. These were men who sailed through impossible conditions and won. The convoys were Allied supply missions to the Soviet Union, carried out across the dangerous waters of the Arctic Ocean. Their stories remain a powerful reminder of courage and sacrifice.
The Arctic is a very funny term because sometimes the weather was raging torrent, it was terribly rough sea, and at other times it was as smooth as a duck pond.
We sent a lot of ammunition, guns, tanks, aircraft to Russia, and I mean Russia played a very large part and lost probably more people than the rest of the Allies combined. It was tremendous what you did, tremendous.
We weren't thinking about anything like death or anything else. All we were thinking about was how to destroy as many aircraft, berths and boats as we could. We weren't thinking of anything.
And we were all pleased to help. We were on the same side.
On June 22, 1941, when Germany attacked the Soviet Union, the armaments problem arose immediately. Of course, the Soviet Union was preparing for the war, but not the kind that Hitler had planned. From the start, we were suffering terrible losses. And, as it always happens in such situations, we needed this.
In March of 1941, the United States passed the Lend-Lease Act. It was officially entitled An Act to Promote the Defense of the United States, which rather plainly made clear the US's position on the ongoing events in Europe. The US felt that it was in its best interest to assist those countries which were fighting the Axis powers. The initial recipient of the aid was going to be the United Kingdom, although later on the Soviet Union did join the program. Cargo ships would be carrying the equipment, material, ammunition, and even food which was required to wage the war.
To deliver the supplies to the front line as quickly as possible, the Allies decided to use a naval route to the ports of Murmansk and Arkhangelsk through the Greenland and Barents Seas. The convoys were formed in Iceland, in the Kalvijor or Reykjavik, as well as in northern Scotland at the Loch Ewe base. Depending on the ice conditions, the route lay either to the north or south of Bear Island, in a very narrow corridor between Svalbard and the Norwegian coast. The final destination points for the convoys were the ports of Murmansk, Arkhangelsk, and Molotovsk. A cruise like this lasted for 10 to 14 days.
But we also knew that the thorn in the German side was the equipment. You were providing the men and the women. The Americans and the British, we were supplying the guns and the tanks and all the machinery of war through the Arctic convoy, which was a good combination, really, because it worked.
A single cargo ship was able to carry about 10,000 tons of cargo, which was equal to 260 medium tanks, or 425 trucks. This many combat vehicles could be used to equip 5 armored brigades in the Red Army. Convoys that were sent to the USSR at various times could include from 10 to 30 cargo ships. Every convoy and every ship was very important to the Soviet Union during the war. The USSR Northern Fleet could not provide adequate protection for the convoys. There were only 8 destroyers among its surface ships, so Great Britain, which had much more powerful forces, committed to protect those convoys from German attacks.
Hitler's Germany, the German leadership, didn't even assume that Britain would be helping the Soviet Union. They strongly believed that Churchill hated the Soviet Union, and so they didn't believe this assistance could happen. But they forgot Churchill's saying, Great Britain has no constant friends or enemies, but rather constant interests. That's why the Germans didn't prepare forces to counter these convoys. So the first convoys, figuratively speaking, those of 1941, managed to slip through mainly because the Germans were unprepared for the Allies to act like this. Those were peaceful convoys.
We had to fight not only the Germans, but the elements as well. Because the Barents Sea is a rough one.
The constant rolling. It's an immensely bitter sea. It beats you all the time. When I came aboard the destroyer, of course, it was tough. But I tried hard since there was work to do. And, of course, I never told anyone how difficult I found it.
These are Arctic waters. Even in summer, it's only 4 degrees Celsius. You won't hold on for more than 5 minutes. Hence, you must fight for your vessel. And they fought.
Along the entire route, the convoy faced extreme risks. Storms and fog were frequent in Arctic waters. Ice was all around you. Huge lumps of ice would grow on the vessel's superstructures, and the ship could capsize if you didn't remove them in time. And don't forget about the German submarines, which could be anywhere, and enemy aviation. All this made the Arctic convoys extremely treacherous.
You know, true sailors fear any storm, any blizzard. Only fools aren't afraid of a storm. Sailors have always feared it. But on the Arctic convoys, all sailors, even the atheists from the Soviet Union, were praying to God. Lord, send us a storm, send us some fog. That's because neither enemy aircraft nor submarines could operate in a fog or storm.
In the spring of 1942, the situation began to change, and not in favor of the Allies. Pretty much every torpedo bomber the Luftwaffe had was sent north. More and more submarines were also sent north to intercept Allied shipping. And finally, daylight hours, which are pretty favorable to air and submarine operations, were also getting longer.
It was perpetual daylight, and we were going through the Arctic, the Arctic, where the snow line comes down, you know, and it's a very narrow strip that you've got to go through, where there's northern Norway, and then the great ice flow, and you've got to get through that. Well, the Germans knew that, and they used to their submarines used to lie in wait, sort of, so as they came through, the torpedoed the merchant ships.
This particular vessel is Red Oak Victory. She's moored in Richmond, California. The purpose of the US Navy in World War II was basically to get stuff from A to B. And glamorous though the combat ships were, this was usually done by the non-glamorous cargo vessels. They are the testimonial to the courage of not only the naval personnel, but also the civilians of the Merchant Marine, who braved the weather and the enemy.
It's a basic steamship, built very good. And the service speed was 15 knots on this ship. Although in good weather, they got 16 knots according to the logbooks that I've been reading.
However, in harsh Arctic conditions, the heavily loaded cargo ships couldn't sail faster than 10 knots, so the convoy passed by the Germans at the speed of the slowest vessel, about 12 miles per hour. The convoy's movement order was a formation with merchant vessels and tankers in the middle. They were surrounded by close escort ships. As a rule, these were destroyers, corvettes, minesweepers, and armed trawlers. A bit farther away, at a distance of several miles, they were accompanied by light cruisers. The convoy kept its distant covering forces, which consisted of heavy ships within 50 miles of its core. The escort ships were arranged in such a way that their fields of fire created a closed-loop perimeter. Sometimes, 2 or 3 submarines were sailing behind the convoy. The ratio between escort ships and merchant vessels was 1 warship per 2 to 2.5 transports.
In late June, the weather in the Arctic was good. German intelligence discovered that the Allies were about to send a large convoy to the Soviet Union. This was PQ17.
The first week went by without any incidents, and the sailors hoped it would stay that way until the destination port. At dawn on July 4th, convoy PQ17 was spotted by a German reconnaissance aircraft. After midday, the airstrikes began. Bombers and torpedo aircraft approached from a right angle, but all their attempts to destroy the convoy were fiercely repelled. During one of such raids, destroyer Wainwright rushed towards the attacking aircraft at full speed, firing from all guns. The ship's counterattack was pretty successful. The lead airplane was shot down, and the rest dropped their torpedoes too early and scattered. Nevertheless, German aviation managed to sink 2 merchant ships, but despite the losses, the convoy maintained formation and continued on.
Not about to let this lucky opportunity go to waste, the German command came up with a plan for an all-arms attack on this convoy. It would involve aircraft, submarines, and surface vessels, to include the battleship Tirpitz, which was now going to come into play.
Tirpitz was Germany's most modern and powerful warship. Her mere presence in Norway forced the British to keep their main naval forces in that region. The battleship was used in military campaigns only at the direct order of High Command.
So this was to be a classic, demonstrative defeat of an Allied convoy. From the Germans' point of view, the conditions were perfect. Perpetual daylight, excellent weather, no storms, no fog, and a large convoy with poor protection. So you could attack it with every asset. But the British realized this too.
The British Admiralty concluded this was a great opportunity to do away with Tirpitz and the threat that she posed.
At 2111, a radiogram came from the Admiralty saying, "Cruiser force withdraw to the westward at high speed." The squadron of cruisers and destroyers, which were sailing in front, suddenly turned. The astonished crews of the merchant vessels saw them pass by and head westward.
The first Sea Lord, basically the British Navy, ordered all surface ships of the convoy to concentrate on a certain point. In other words, they were to leave the convoy.
We didn't know it was the PQ17. We were stationed in Vajenga, and we received an order to sail towards Tirpitz, who had allegedly gone to sea and was sinking transport vessels one by one. So we were to head for Tirpitz and fight her. To head for Tirpitz and fight her. And every half hour, the commander was reporting, Tirpitz is that many miles away. And then, one wonderful day, he reported this. And then suddenly we were informed that Tirpitz had changed course and was heading back home.
For the German battleship, further participation in the mission made no sense. It was too prodigal to send a battleship to chase and sink merchant ships one by one. Besides this, the German command realized that British warships had left the convoy to focus as many forces as possible on finding and destroying Tirpitz. The battleship had already been spotted by Allied reconnaissance aircraft, and the threat to the ship was real, because large forces of the British fleet were nearby. Unprotected and scattered, Convoy PQ17 was to be finished off by German aviation and submarines.
Now you can imagine how the sailors in the Allied vessels began to feel once they realized that they'd been left to fend for themselves, no longer able to rely on anybody else for protection. Worse, these were mainly slow, unarmed steamers with predominantly civilian crews. Now, certainly the sailors realized when they signed on that it was not going to be a picnic, but neither were they expecting the hell that was to follow.
But I think that everybody that served on the Russian convoys felt that they was doing the right thing to help the right people.
The destruction of PQ-17 began on the 5th of July 1942. The Germans were methodically searching the sea for the scattered ships and sinking them one by one.
It is July 1942. The Soviet troops are suffering disastrous defeats. Heavy losses near Kharkov. The Germans are capturing the Crimea. Sevastopol is about to fall. Every tank, every gallon, every drop of oil, every aircraft mattered to us. And when they gave this order to scatter the convoy, for us, I don't know what to call this. It's something that makes your heart ache, a tragedy for all Soviet people. Because of this lost convoy, thousands and thousands of Soviet people lost their lives.
Together with the convoy's vessels, 430 tanks sank to the bottom of the Barents Sea. To put this into perspective, in July 1942, the Soviet army had about 400 tanks on the entire Stalingrad front. 210 aircraft lost together with PQ-17 accounted for 1/3 of the Red Army's air force that operated in July 1942 near Stalingrad. The Soviet Army didn't receive 3,350 cars, almost 1,000 more than the Stalingrad front had at its disposal.
We were ordered to search for the transport vessels and escort them to Arkhangelsk, Molotovsk, and Murmansk.
From July 9th through July 11th, 5 merchantmen and several escort ships from PQ-17 arrived in Arkhangelsk. Nobody wanted to believe that only 1/7 of the vessels survived. Everyone still had hope. Those who went on search missions hoped to find the survivors. The people floating in boats and on rafts, frozen and exhausted, hoped they would be found. And they were found, almost all of them. Over the following 2 weeks, another 6 vessels arrived at Arkhangelsk, both towed and on their own power. When Convoy PQ17 left port, it included 35 merchant ships. Only 11 of them reached Soviet shores.
We saved a lot of people, about 40 people, who were left at sea during the voyage of Convoy PQ17.
And about all they could say was, it was rather rough, it was rather cold, yeah. And we survived, yeah. But they never said much about it, yeah.
And then we find out that the admiral, who was in command of all this, simply ordered the merchant ships to scatter, saying, "Save yourself if you can."
For us, it's hard to understand the behavior of the British, and we'll never understand it from a human point of view. But from their experience of fighting convoys, the British did everything quite logically. From the 17th century, the tactic was the following. If an enemy fleet shows up, you must focus on destroying it. As soon as the enemy fleet has been destroyed or forced to retreat, the ships will sail without any hindrances and with minimal losses. That's the logic behind convoy duty.
This was precisely the thinking behind the British actions around PQ-17. A primary threat had put to sea, was vulnerable, and the British were going to gather their forces to destroy it.
The tragic events of Convoy PQ-17 demonstrated to the Allies that the enemy was smart, strong, and ruthless. Fighting them was difficult, so they should continue the war until the very end. Though the Admiralty's actions were subject to sharp criticism from Moscow, both Great Britain and the Soviet Union realized that they needed to join forces to defeat the enemy, and a lack of trust would only make the Allies weaker.
In early September of '42, Convoy PQ-18 set off. And this time before sending it, the Allies did some pretty thorough planning. They changed the convoy route, they changed port of departure, they upgraded the escort, they provided an aircraft carrier, HMS Avenger. Nevertheless, the convoy was still subjected to fierce attacks and lost 12 merchantmen. And worse, the White Sea Throat, the most dangerous part of the voyage, was still ahead.
This was essentially our last battle. The battle near Cape Kanyon Nos. The Nazis sent torpedo bombers there.
In September 1942, the future of the entire northern supply route was decided by Convoy PQ-18. Convoys from Britain to the Soviet Union were labeled PQ. The return convoys had a reverse index, QP. On September 13th, when Convoy PQ-18 had traveled the majority of the way, Convoy QP-14 left Arkhangelsk. It included some of the surviving vessels from PQ-17.
Now, they had been kept there for some time, pending information to find out what the future held in store, but finally had the opportunity to return home. Ordinarily, the return trip was much safer. The Germans preferred to concentrate their attacks on heavily loaded merchantmen going the other way, delivering supplies to the Soviet Union. However, on this occasion, the Germans decided that they were going to attack anything that they found.
For the convoys coming from Russia to England, they never bothered with the merchant ships. They went for all cruisers. They were, from their point of view, they were doing the right thing, sort of thing, you know.
The Allied convoys were simultaneously fighting off fierce enemy attacks in two Arctic regions. Convoy PQ-18, escorted by Soviet destroyers, was fighting its way through the White Sea throat to Arkhangelsk.
Our commander, Anton Iosifovich Gurin, fired the main battery. Since they were flying to us at a low altitude, we could fire at them effectively. The aircraft was swept away, 5 inches. I don't want to lie. We shot down 2 or 3 aircraft in this battle.
"27 ships of Convoy PQ-18 reached Soviet ports. The equipment they brought was immensely important for the troops. Very soon, it was saving the lives of Soviet soldiers and contributing to the overall victory. But there are no entirely happy stories at war. Convoy QP-14, which was carrying people back home, was attacked.
The Somali was torpedoed and Captain Onslow, our captain, decided to tow the Somali back to the United Kingdom, back to the UK. And we got the towing ropes across and a connecting line, a telephone line and everything. And we towed her for 2 or 3 days, actually, in the way, and we thought, good, we're going to save this ship. And then we hit a ferocious storm, and it was like so bad I couldn't describe it. It was one of the worst storms I'd ever experienced, with mountainous waves, 60 feet high, and the big rolling waves, and it was blowing a blizzard 60-mile-an-hour gale, and it was snowing. The visibility was absolutely horrendous. You couldn't describe it. And the tow rope parted, and the poor Somali, she broke her back because she'd been torpedoed, you see. And she broke her back, and in our searchlights we could see the bows sticking up and the stern like a V sticking out of the sea. We tried so hard to save as many of the crew as we could, and it was an awful experience.
On the 22nd of September 1942, Convoy QP-14 made port. Besides a British destroyer, they also lost the American merchantman Silver Sword, which was a survivor of the PQ-17 run. You can only imagine the feeling of the personnel aboard, to include those who had lost their ships as well, they were passengers, when they were torpedoed a mere few days short of their objective. The outstanding valor and bravery of the sailors aboard PQ-18 and QP-14, as well as their success in delivering the cargo, showed that the northern route was still necessary and, if correctly planned, very feasible.
Throughout the rest of World War II, tragedies like that of PQ-17 were never repeated. The Allies gained military dominance in the north, and all following attacks on the convoys ended in great losses for the Germans. Allied vessels reached Soviet ports safe and sound.
I went along to a couple of the sessions they had, given the Ashikoff Medal to the Arctic Convoy veterans, and they felt so proud. Yeah.
Of course, the share of supplies sent for your Arctic convoys during the whole war is quite small. But their role was considerable, because they were carried out in the right place and on time. This has been a key strategic idea since Napoleon times.
They were all fighting against a common enemy, and they all had to help each other out to win. The Soviet Union made huge contributions to the final victory, and as far as the convoys were concerned, it wasn't merely the equipment that mattered, but also the knowledge that they weren't fighting alone.
If we hadn't have done it, we would never have won the war. And I hate to think what would have happened.
That year, Naval Legends explored the history of naval weaponry, including the Oerlikon Special Autocannon and Bofors gun, an innovation that completely reshaped anti-aircraft defense and gave fleets a new way to protect themselves in the 20th century. We also celebrated the legacy of Royal Navy aviation, showing how Britain extended its naval power into the skies and forever changed the face of naval warfare.
This is the Supermarine Walrus, a British seaplane designed in the 1930s. By this time, aviation was largely used at sea, and Great Britain continued an active search for possibilities of further application of aircraft aboard warships. Cruisers and battleships needed to look far over the horizon.
Reconnaissance is where it all begins. Previously, the best you could achieve was climbing the rigging of an old ship, going up the mast, looking from the crow's nest, and trying to look over the horizon. By 1908, 1909, the Navy were using kites and balloons to try and extend the height of that crow's nest and that mast further still. With the arrival of the aircraft, it now gave them the possibility not only to gain height and look over the horizon, but actually move away from the ship and rove around and explore several miles away from the ship, and then bring back all of that information, all of that reconnaissance information, and use it for best tactical advantage.
Even before World War I, the British Navy experimented with ground-based aircraft in order to accommodate them for use as shipborne aviation. Aircraft would take off from a basic takeoff platform installed atop the bow gun turret or forecastle. They managed to take off, but until a certain time, no one was able to land an aircraft on a moving ship.
Squadron Commander Edwin Dunning achieved this in August 1917 with an experiment to see if he could land back onto HMS Furious whilst Furious was moving and underway at sea. To do this, he had to fly down the port side of the ship, past the superstructure, past the funnels, past all of the masting, and at the very last moment, maneuver his aircraft very dangerously in front of the island and tower and drop it onto the very short deck on the front of the ship. This was the very first time that an aircraft had actually landed on a ship moving at sea, and it's made an enormous step forward in the possibility of creating what would become the aircraft carrier.
However, a maneuver like this was an exception. Only the best pilots were able to land their aircraft on a cruiser or battleship. For this reason, in the first 20 years of the 20th century, the role of naval aviation was fulfilled by seaplanes equipped with floats, allowing them to land on water. They were launched from specially equipped vessels.
The seaplane lighter was another key part of carrier development. The seaplane lighter was a large steel hollow-hulled barge that was originally designed to tow flying boats many, many miles further than their flying range and, of course, extend their flying distance. They could be towed behind a destroyer or a fast launch and deliver that flying boat anywhere that the Navy needed to operate it.
The golden age of seaplanes happened between the two world wars. In general, aircraft completed missions related to reconnaissance or anti-submarine warfare. But soon it became obvious that they are ideally suited for search and rescue operations as well.
Those tasks define the development of seaplanes. What is reconnaissance? It's when the aircraft should have a great range. There were no radios on board at that time. The engine became more powerful, floats were enlarged, and the overall quality as well. It's little known, but in the 1920s in Europe and North America, they organized very efficient and well-advertised competitions between seaplanes. They competed for speed, takeoff, etc. And the main sports aircraft there was a seaplane.
In 2 decades, seaplanes evolved from a fragile flying apparatus to a reliable machine, able to withstand significant accelerations.
The aircraft behind me first came into service in 1935. It was built initially to fulfill a requirement from the Australians, who wanted 12 aircraft to operate from various ships that they had. But it was designed by a chap called R.J. Mitchell, who worked for Submarine. And R.J. Mitchell, as many of you will know, was the gentleman who designed the Spitfire. And one of the things that surprised both R.J. Mitchell was at the SBAC, that's Society of British Aerospace Companies Air Show, which then took place, I believe, in Hendon in the 1930s, the test pilot actually looped this aircraft, which surprised the designer, but it was able to withstand the pressures or the stresses and strains simply because it had been built so very strongly.
Supermarine Walrus specifications. Length, 11.5 meters. Wingspan, almost 14 meters. Maximum takeoff weight, 3,651 kilograms. Engine, Bristol Pegasus 6, 680 horsepower. Maximum speed, 217 kilometers per hour at a height of 1,450 meters. Armament, 2 3x7.7mm Vickers or Lewis machine gun. Payload, 272 kilograms of bombs. Crew, 3 people.
There was the pilot, who obviously sat in the pilot seat, the observer, the Navy's term for a navigator, and the telegraphist air gunner, who was usually the junior member of the crew. And it was his task to climb out of the aircraft, up to where I'm standing, and then on up, past the engine cowling, and up to the top of the wing there. So if you can imagine, he was sitting up on top of here, with the crane hook coming down towards him, in a very rough sea, waiting to hook it on, with that propeller going round behind him. A very dangerous job.
Each return from a mission posed some risk to a seaplane crew. When an aircraft was on the approach, its parent ship would perform a maneuver in the form of a letter S. It was necessary to create a patch of relatively calm water for landing. Having landed, a seaplane would approach the ship's side, but kept the engine running because the ship was moving, and the pilot had to control the aircraft's position until the lifting crane's hook was lowered to them.
And I'm pleased to say that my father, who was actually a telegraphist air gunner and flew walruses from HMS Malaya in the Pacific during the Second World War, was actually one of the people who had to clamber up here and get the aircraft hooked on. One of the names that this aircraft used to be called as a nickname was actually the steam pigeon. And the reason for that is that a lot of spray coming off the front of the aircraft would hit the heated cylinders of the engine here and give off clouds of steams.
The Walrus had a characteristic trait. This flying boat was equipped with a retractable three-wheel undercarriage. This feature enabled the aircraft to be landed both on land and water.
It was very dangerous to land it with the undercarriage down over the water because, as they found out when it was first attempted inadvertently, the aircraft actually ended up turning upside down, flipping over. But fortunately, since the aircraft was so strongly built, it actually survived.
Shipborne aviation continued to evolve, and the range of tasks it could perform became larger, not only to spot an enemy in time, but also deliver a precise and powerful strike on them.
Ferry Aviation have been manufacturing aircraft for the Admiralty and for the Royal Navy from the end of World War I. Ferry developed its own aircraft as a self-financed project called the TSR-1 in the early 1930s. This developed into the TSR-2, which the Admiralty saw and liked and adopted and soon became known as the Swordfish.
Ferry Swordfish specifications. Length 11 meters. Wingspan almost 14 meters. Maximum takeoff weight 4,036 kilograms. Engine Bristol Pegasus 3M 690 horsepower. Maximum speed 222 kilometers per hour.
So the Swordfish could be slowed right down to almost a walking pace to perform quite safe and careful landings.
Armament: one 7.7mm Vickers machine gun, one 7.7mm Vickers or Lewis machine gun in the rear cockpit. Payload: 3 227-kilogram bombs. Torpedo: 702 kilograms.
The Swordfish could carry a variety of weapons to deliver. Of course, the torpedo, which is what it was designed to carry, an anti-shipping 18-inch torpedo, but it could also carry mines, depth charges, small bombs, and underwing rockets. But the torpedo was its mainstay. There was also a single forward firing gun operated by the pilot. The TAG operated only a single Lewis K machine gun, so the Swordfish was very lightly armored for its own protection.
Crew: 3 people.
It's very exposed to the elements, very wet, very cold. The pilot and crew would have to be dressed and lagged in their sheepskin coats and trousers, but still the crews loved it. It was still a very maneuverable airplane. It was still very forgiving. It was the airplane that they trusted would almost always get them home, and that was important.
By the beginning of World War II, the Swordfish was considered obsolete, but nevertheless, it was used on almost all front lines. The aircraft began its service with anti-submarine patrols near the Norwegian coast, participated in convoy escorting in the Atlantic Ocean, and defended Malta. It played an important role during the hunt for the famous German battleship Bismarck, and made a crucial contribution to the defeat of the Italian Navy at Taranto Harbour. On November 12, 1940, 20 Swordfish planes took off from an aircraft carrier 170 miles southeast of the Italian naval base at Taranto. The aircraft attacked in 2 waves, 12 and 8 machines. The enemy was on the alert, and the anti-aircraft fire was quite dense. The Swordfish split into flights of 3 planes each, and having evaded barrage balloons, descended.
Almost touching the waves, the Swordfish was forgiving enough that it allowed them to keep stable and level at a very low height above the water, launch their torpedoes, and then break away and maneuver out of harm's way, all below the enemy gunfire.
Thanks to moonlight and flares, Italian battleships were clearly visible and received 6 torpedo hits. As a result, 3 battleships sank at their mooring. At the same time, the British lost only 1 plane in each wave. The lessons of that night operation were well learned by Japanese admirals, who used them during the attack on Pearl Harbor.
As well as the sterling work in tracking down and sinking the Bismarck, and of course the Italian harbour raid at Taranto, the Swordfish, during the middle part of World War II in the Mediterranean, did an enormous amount of work to sink German and Italian shipping. Swordfish squadrons across a period of 1 month dealt with more than 30 enemy ships in 1 month period, and over a 9-month period averaged destroying 55,000 tons of shipping per month for a 9-month period. That's an enormous amount of destruction on the enemy just by using the Swordfish alone.
Regardless of all these successes, the age of biplanes came to its end. By the beginning of 1942, it became obvious, no matter how good the Swordfish was, it could not complete all the necessary tasks at sea.
A very key piece of Swordfish action during World War II was the launch of Swordfish against what was known as the Channel Dash. The German fleet had been held in Brest Harbour due to bad weather and had tried to make a bolt up the English Channel to get back to their own German harbours. This was spotted, and Eugene Esmond led an attack of Swordfish out into the English Channel in absolutely atrocious gale force conditions to try and intercept the German fleet as it ran along the Channel side. Tragically, all of the Swordfish were shot down.
The reality of World War II required more modern machines to oppose the German Junkers and Messerschmitt.
At the beginning of World War II, the British had an apparent lag in the development of deck aviation. The reason for this was that the Admiralty underestimated the role of aircraft carriers. Accordingly, they did not allocate necessary funds, scientists, or resources to develop deck aviation. A little later, they created another aircraft, Barracuda. It was a British-built aircraft, and it had good characteristics in regard to takeoffs and landings from a ship's deck. The further development of aircraft was based on the designs created for the Air Force, the Royal Air Force. They just took prototypes of their own planes, modernized, upgraded, and rebuilt them to suit the needs of the Royal Navy. In other words, land-based aircraft appeared, and on their design, shipborne aircraft appeared to be used aboard classic carriers.
It was not until after the war that the air arm of the Royal Navy received a new aircraft. When batch production of the Westland Wyvern began, it was able to play the role of both an attack and fighter plane. Specifications of the carrier-borne fighter Westland Wyvern S4. Length, almost 12 meters. Wingspan, 13.5 meters. Maximum takeoff weight, 11,115 kilograms. Engine, turboprop, Armstrong Siddeley Python 3, 3,670 horsepower. Maximum speed, 615 kilometers per hour at a height of 3,000 meters.
Had power folding wings, which, to make sure it fitted in the aircraft carrier, folded not once, but twice, because otherwise the tips would have hit the top of the aircraft carrier hangar. and it used the Yeoman flaps, which gave it a very good slow-speed landing capability and also gave it some good combat turning radius.
Armament. 4 20mm Hispano Mark V cannons, 2 in each outer wing. Payload up to 1,360 kilograms, including bombs, mines, rockets, depth charges, an 850 kilogram Mark 17 torpedo, or suspended fuel tanks. Crew 1 person.
So it became the first naval airplane to have an ejection seat. So the pilot in emergency merely pulled a firing handle and he was powered out of the airplane on a Martin Baker ejection seat. So the first time the pilot has ever had to do that. The Wyvern was one of the fastest propeller-driven airplanes the Navy ever operated. Over 460 miles an hour.
However, apart from attack aircraft, by the beginning of World War II, the British Navy needed modern fighter planes. In the late 1930s, the British had to catch up with Germany and go from the biplane era to the monoplane era. From the first days of World War II, the Royal Navy desperately needed a carrier-borne fighter plane of the new generation.
The British Navy didn't realize the importance of aviation for naval warfare. Conservatism reigned there. In fact, they didn't even see any potential aerial targets at sea. They didn't think aviation would be useful to them. Meanwhile, in other countries, for example, Japan or the US, it was developing at a tremendous pace. This situation resulted in a paradox where the leading naval power in Europe entered World War II with outdated carrier-based aircraft, the Swordfish strike plane and the Gloster Gladiator fighter.
It wasn't until May 1940 that the British Navy received a modern carrier-borne fighter aircraft, the Ferry Fulmar. The Ferry Aviation Company produced 600 vehicles before the end of 1942.
The Ferry Fulmar is the first stress-skin, all-metal monoplane fighter that the Navy had specifically built and ordered for it. The Fulmar, as a name, as a graceful bird, a beautiful seabird that is extremely agile and is a beautiful, almost an acrobatic flying gull.
Specifications of the Ferry Fulmar carrier-borne fighter plane. Length over 12 meters. Wingspan over 14 meters. Maximum takeoff weight 4,944 kilograms. Engine, Rolls-Royce Merlin 30, 1,300 horsepower. Maximum speed, 426 kilometers per hour at a height of 3,000 meters. Armament, 8 7.7mm Browning machine guns. Payload, 8 11-kilogram bombs under the wings. Crew, 2 people.
There's the pilot, of course, at the front, and again an observer stroke navigator in the rear compartment. This is essential again for navigating across open sea where there are very, very few landmarks or referent marks to get the aircraft safely back to the aircraft carrier. The observer, situated in the rear cockpit, would have to be constantly plotting details to track their course away from the ship and, of course, back to the ship safely to recover, with the ship not being in the same position as when they left it.
The aircraft was too big for a fighter plane and had insufficient speed. In addition, the crew faced considerable difficulties when their vehicle was shot down, and they needed to leave it as quickly as possible. In this case, the high location of the tailplane posed serious danger.
Firstly, they have to get the aircraft cockpit open, which slides back, but only that far. So now the pilot has to unbuckle himself, get himself out into the slipstream of the aircraft, which is possibly as much as 150 to 200 miles an hour, and then, whilst being buffeted by that wind and slipstream, has to get himself out onto the wing and jump through the gap between the main plane and the tail plane. Now, the critical thing there is the tail plane is not going to wait for him to go through the gap. The tail plane is still coming forwards at 200 miles an hour.
It was even more difficult to leave the aircraft for the navigator. If the cabin was ablaze and the pilot had already bailed out or was wounded, the vehicle could enter an uncontrolled spin, and the navigator's odds for escape were slim to none.
Fortunately, there are very few recorded problems other than getting out, because adrenaline works wonders. If you have to get out, you'll do things you normally cannot achieve.
Regardless of all the Fulmar's shortcomings, it received an enthusiastic welcome in the Royal Navy. For 9 months, World War II ravaged Europe, and the new fighter plane could not have come at a better time.
It took part in air cover support for work in the Mediterranean and the defense of Malta, as well as doing fighter reconnaissance work for the Bismarck raid ahead of the Swordfish, and also for the Battle of Taranto, again in the Mediterranean.
From March 1941, the British Royal Navy began to receive US carrier-borne aircraft under the Lend-Lease policy, a program under which the US supplied its allies with everything necessary to support their war efforts. At the same time, Great Britain continued to design and create their own aircraft.
Because we have limited resources compared with America, we design airplanes that can do more than one task. They're designed for a specific task, but they're adapted to do others.
The Royal Air Force performed excellently during the Battle of Britain. Even the Hurricane, which was quite obsolete compared to the German Messerschmitt and inferior to it in terms of specifications. It was still a good and reliable fighter plane, which pretty much allowed them to defend Britain. And in wartime, under the conditions of limited funds and resources, they just took this Hurricane and rebuilt it to be used as a carrier-borne plane. However, when Allies got closer to the enemy shore, so to speak, that's when they needed a more reliable fighter. Again, they took a land-based aircraft, the Spitfire, and upgraded it to be used from carriers under a new name, the Seafire.
Specifications of the Supermarine Seafire F Mark 17 carrier-borne fighter. Length 10 meters. Wingspan over 11 meters. Maximum takeoff weight 4,300 kilograms. Engine Rolls-Royce Griffon 6, 1,850 horsepower. Maximum speed 636 kilometers per hour at a height of 3,900 meters. Armament: 2 20mm Hispano Mark V cannons, 4 7.7mm Browning machine guns. Payload: 1 227-kilogram bomb under the fuselage, or 2 114-kilogram bombs under wings, and a suspended fuel tank under the fuselage. Unguided rockets: 8 RP-3 rockets. Crew: 1 person.
The Seafire was an extremely effective and useful aircraft once airborne, but during the takeoff and landing on a ship was incredibly difficult. Often difficult enough on a land-based airfield, the Spitfire undercarriage can be vulnerable enough on a rough landing on a land base, but even more so on a ship with a heaving flight deck that may be raising up 20 or 30 feet during the swell of a ship's flight deck rising. The Spitfire undercarriage was proving to be quite a problem with its narrow track and its quite small design and size and strength when it became used as a flight deck aircraft.
However, the aircraft was constantly upgraded. Further models featured more powerful engines and contra-rotating propellers for the latest modification.
By the end of the Seafire development, it was an extremely useful airplane once it was flying. And airborne, it was every bit as effective as the RAF were finding the Spitfire to be during the Battle of Britain or any of their major air offensives. Superb handling aircraft, loved by the pilots once airborne.
Simultaneously with the work on a new fighter, British engineers were designing an all-purpose carrier-borne aircraft. Their efforts resulted in the Ferry Firefly, which entered service in 1943. Specifications of the Ferry Firefly FR-1 carrier-borne fighter. Length over 11 meters, wingspan over 13 meters. Maximum takeoff weight 6,759 kilograms. Engine Rolls-Royce Griffon 2B, 1,735 horsepower. Maximum speed 509 kilometers per hour at a height of 5,200 meters.
This one was done by people, manually fold. There was no power. It took 20 people to get the wings from their present folded position into the flight position so the aircraft could take off. That took time. It took time also, once the pilot had landed the airplane on the flight deck, to get the aircraft back into the folding position so it took up less space or could go in the hangar. Again, 20 people, very manpower intensive. A crew of 2, but at least 20 people on the ground so you could actually operate.
Armament: 420 Hispano-Suiza Mark II cannons in wings. Payload: 2 454 kilogram or 227 kilogram under wings. RP-3 unguided rockets. Crew 2 people.
And they also enjoyed the fact they had someone to talk to in the back. Single seat flying over the sea was not something pilots often enjoyed because they had to also track where they were, finding their ship, returning again was often really quite difficult.
When designing this fighter, British engineers considered all the faults of previous models that were causing crashes during takeoff. A plane needs a strong headwind to successfully take off from a ship deck. To achieve this, the carrier would turn towards the wind and accelerate to a maximum speed. With favorable wind conditions, 2/3 of the deck length was enough for the Ferry Firefly to take off. It would accelerate and take off without even reaching the ship's bow, with about 60 meters of spare distance.
If the ship could not generate sufficient wind, and they normally wanted something like 35 knots of wind over the deck, then in fact they had to use a catapult, which in those days was a hydraulic mechanical catapult, hydraulic ram, lots of wires and pulleys, and it went off.
The faster takeoffs and landings happen, the better. Independent takeoffs allowed for a new launch every 10 seconds, while the use of a catapult slowed this process down to 1 minute. When landing his plane on a carrier, the pilot was assisted by a landing control officer, who signaled instructions from the ship's deck with the help of paddles.
When the batman crossed his arms, the pilot merely closed his throttle, and if he'd got it right, his hook, which is the first part of the airplane to actually touch the deck, would catch one of the wires across the deck and he'd be brought to a halt from 100 miles an hour to 0 in about 200 feet. He would then have to raise his hook and be taxied forward to actually keep out of the way of the airplane behind. They landed on with a worked up ship about 1 every 45 seconds.
Several modifications of the Firefly were created. A deck fighter plane, a night interceptor equipped with a radar, which was cutting-edge technology at that time, and a very good strike aircraft.
A lot of pilots named their aircraft, usually with a girl's name. This one is no exception. Evil in Intentions. It's a play on words. If you say it quickly, Evil Intentions, which is exactly what the pilot hoped his aeroplane was actually achieving. We also, on the side of the airplane, have a map of Japan. One of these airplanes was the first British-built and designed airplanes to fly over Tokyo towards the end of World War II, when the raids were starting on Tokyo itself before Japan surrendered.
New aircraft successfully operated in the Pacific Ocean, providing support for Allied landing operations in North Africa, escorting bombers which attacked and sank German battleship Tirpitz in the Norwegian fjords. However, war is war, and losses were inevitable. Not only new vehicles had to be built, but also new crews had to be trained.
It was better and safer to train pilots outside the country, and there was a great training pipeline in Canada and in America and in the West Indies, which People loved going to because the weather was lovely and it was in wintertime normally when they went out.
It was impossible to use real carriers for training, and future pilots exercised on special airfields that were the size of a flight deck.
Ashore, he had 3,000 feet. On the ship, he had about 300 feet. Ashore, he had a 150-foot wide runway. On the ship, he had about a 50-foot runway. So everything was miniaturized, and he had to be a lot more accurate, a lot more skilled at getting himself back on again. So as well as lining himself up, he had to ignore what the ship was doing under him, otherwise he would actually never get back onto the deck.
The Sea Fury became one of the last propeller-driven planes used by the Royal Navy. It was a high-speed aircraft designed to defend carriers and their escort ships against air attacks. Specifications of the Hawker Sea Fury FB Mark 11 carrier-borne fighter plane. Length over 10.5 meters. Maximum takeoff weight 6,522 kilograms. Wingspan almost 12 meters. Maximum speed 724 kilometers per hour at a height of 6,100 meters. Engine Bristol Centaurus 18, 2,560 horsepower.
The shape of the wing they needed, you couldn't get people to fold it, so they gave the pilot a hydraulic little device. He'd press a button in the cockpit.
Armament. 4 20mm Hispano Mark V cannons. Unguided rockets, up to 12 RP-3 rockets. Payload, up to 907 kilograms. Crew, 1 person. Usually the Sea Furies were launched with the help of a hydraulic catapult, because carriers' flight decks were too short for it to gain the necessary speed and take off with a full payload. If there was a catapult malfunction, additional rocket thrusters had to be used. These were mounted under the wings and activated by electrical ignition.
Sadly, often that didn't happen, they went over the side. And there are 2 known cases of airplane going over the front when the RATOG kit didn't work at all, and the pilot sitting in the cockpit watching the airplane go over, the ship go overhead before he decided to get out and get himself rescued by the attendant destroyer.
However, the service run of the Sea Fury was quite short. Engineers were already working on modern jet engines. New technologies allowed them to improve airplane dynamics, the system for flight control, and make vehicles more powerful and maneuverable. A new age of deck aviation began.
Zehn Jahre World of Warships. Meine Güte. Leute, wenn ihr mich vor 7 Jahren gefragt hättet, da habe ich angefangen, das Spiel zu spielen, ob ich in 7 Jahren noch World of Warships spielen würde, ich hätte euch gesagt, nein. Da stand ich in einer ganz anderen Lebenssituation und ich spiele es immer noch. Und das gerne und das so gerne. Vor allem mit euch da draußen, liebe Leute. Community, Gemeinschaft, Clans, das ist das, was es für mich mittlerweile ausmacht. Gemeinsam gewinnen oder auch verlieren. Das ist das, was World of Warships besonders macht. Im Verhältnis zu ganz vielen anderen Games da draußen. Strategisch mit Köpfchen, aber im Team, nicht nur alleine. Und deswegen freue ich mich so sehr auf alle weiteren tollen Momente mit euch und wünsche vor allem Wargaming herzlichen Glückwunsch, wahnsinniger Erfolg und wir sehen uns.
In 2017, we created videos about several historically significant ships, each carrying a story worth remembering. That year brought especially memorable releases, with some of history's most famous warships being brought to life in the game for players to command. Naval Legends episodes highlighted HMAS Diamantina, the last of the River-class ships, and HMS Cavalier, the last surviving Royal Navy destroyer from World War II. Through these episodes, the history of these ships was kept alive, allowing their stories to be shared far beyond their years of service.
The collection of the Queensland Maritime Museum in Brisbane includes a remarkable exhibit, frigate HMAS Diamantina. This humble ship can be rightly called a unique monument to an important part of the world's naval history. That's because she is the last remaining representative of the River-class ships, which became famous for their contribution to the Battle of the Atlantic in World War II. On September the 3rd, 1939, several hours after Great Britain had declared war on Germany, a German U-boat sank the British cruise liner Athenia. 2 weeks later, aircraft carrier HMS Courageous was torpedoed. Thus began the Battle for the Atlantic. It was mainly fought between German U-boats, Allied transport convoys, and their escorting ships.
The escorts that they were using at that stage for the convoys were small destroyers, mostly left over from World War I, and very small corvettes and sloops. These older warships were unable to handle the conditions of the North Atlantic, both weather-wise, but also did not have the endurance to be able to escort a convoy all the way across the Atlantic from Great Britain to the east coast of the United States.
At the beginning of the war, the convoys carrying vital supplies to Great Britain sailed from the USA and Canada virtually unprotected, and very often fell prey to German U-boats. Only in the 200-mile area near the British Isles, the so-called Western Approaches, screening ships met the convoys and escorted them to British ports.
They needed a ship built especially for the sole purpose of protecting transport convoys. This type of ship wouldn't bombard coastal defenses or fight against enemy surface targets. It would only engage German U-boats and protect transports in a convoy.
It wasn't long before a project was developed that met all the requirements. The ship had a great cruising range and was so different from the vessels that usually escorted convoys that the Admiralty brought back a term from the era of sailing ships, the frigate. As the majority of ships were named after British rivers, the entire series became known as the River-class. The River-class project had an important advantage. The ships could be constructed by both specialized military shipyards and civil shipbuilding enterprises. Specifications of the River-class frigate HMAS Diamantina. Length, almost 92 meters. Beam, more than 11 meters. Draft, 4 meters. Displacement, 2,200 tons. Armament. Primary armament, 2 dual-purpose 102mm Mark 16 guns. Anti-aircraft artillery, 3 Bofors guns, caliber 40mm. 4 Oerlikon guns, caliber 20mm. Anti-submarine armament, 4 depth charge rails and 150 depth charges in storage. The main power plant consisted of 2 triple expansion steam engines that produced 5,500 horsepower. Maximum speed, 20 knots. Cruising range, more than 5,000 miles at 12 knots.
The initial actions of German submarines were mostly individual. They acted on their own. But when convoy protection was reinforced, when the Allies constructed many special ships to escort transports, the Germans had to invent a way to overcome their defenses. That's when they devised the so-called Wolfpack tactic. It worked like this. A U-boat discovers a convoy. The flagship that commands a Wolfpack or a system of Wolfpacks transmits the order to other U-boats to move to that area, and those U-boats start to gather to intercept the convoy. Lots of them.
Diamantina was fitted with a Type 271 radar, which actually played a pivotal role in changing the course of World War II. The Britons had developed what was known as the greatest secret of World War II, which was the cavity magnetron. And the cavity magnetron is at the heart of this Type 271 radar. Its major role in the protection of convoys was its ability at night to detect the submarines on the surface as they approached the convoy to attack the convoy. And the Germans were unaware that the escorts were fitted with radar and were able to see or detect these submarines as they were making their approach to make their attack.
The radar could only detect a submarine if it was on the surface, but they usually surfaced just prior to an attack.
Unfortunately, warships in World War II were unable to detect torpedoes that had been fired, and they relied entirely on lookouts picking up the track of the torpedo as it approached the ships. And because of the propulsion system used by most of the torpedoes, they could see a line of bubbles coming to the surface.
Well, I can only relate a training experience when Murchison was exercising with British submarines, and I was given the task of looking for the torpedo bubbles. But when I sighted the bubbles, and by the time I reported them to the captain, the bubbles are now on the other side of the ship. So his words to me were, "Signalman, if this was a real war situation, we would be now manning the lifeboats."
Even if a ship managed to dodge torpedoes, thanks to the vigilance of signalmen, it was difficult to retaliate because the submarine swiftly disappeared from sight. Having launched torpedoes, submarines dived, and they could only be discovered with the help of a special device, sonar.
Near the bow of the ship, just close behind us here, is a black dome, and that is the sonar dome fitted to these ships. And the sonar is a bit like a torch beam, which is projecting a sound signal out into the water and hoping to get a reflection back of something like a submarine. And that sonar equipment is directional, and so where it's pointing, where it's looking, where it's sending the beam out is under the control of the operator. And that was one of the vital sensors that these ships had for detecting submarines.
A frigate's captain had to deal with the shortcoming of sonar when planning a counterattack against a submarine. It lost contact with the target at a distance of about 140 meters. Thus, the captain had to guess the possible course of the submarine and direct his ship straight towards it. Under the conditions of an intense battle, decisions had to be made in mere seconds, and controlling the maneuverable frigate required some skill, especially in rough seas.
Interesting things about here is that the helmsman who is steering the ship is actually unable to see where we're going. And that's fairly typical of British warships of the Second World War. Orders come down to the helmsman from the bridge deck above us, where the captain or the officer of the watch is actually giving the instructions for steering the ship, and also for giving the engine orders here through the telegraphs, which are then down to the engine room to change the ship's speed. I'm seated in the captain's day cabin aboard the frigate Diamantina, and these ships were very unique because they incorporated a major design feature that brought the whole ship's company into the middle section of the ship, close to where we are now. However, when the Battle of the Atlantic started and the destroyers were operating in the very rough conditions in the North Atlantic, the British Navy was losing officers swept over the side when they were moving from their accommodation in the after section of the ship to try and get to the bridge across the upper decks. There was no way through the engineering spaces to get to the forward part of the ship. And so when they came to the design of these ships, the British realised that they needed to move the officers into the forward section of the ship, which is where we are today.
At the end of April 1943, after a week's storm-filled cruise, convoy ONS-5 was intercepted by a wolf pack. The convoy's screening ships, including several river-class frigates, repelled the attacks of about 40 submarines for several days. 13 transports were sunk. The German submarines had the advantage until the 5th day of battle, when the convoy entered a stripe of dense fog. In a single moment, hunters became prey, betrayed by the bright markings on radar screens of escorting ships. In the impenetrable haze, the British frigates competently found German U-boats and attacked them.
For combat against a submerged submarine, the ship carried over 100 depth charges in its depth charge magazine, and these were large cylinders full of explosives that they would either roll off the stern or launch out from the side of the ship in a pattern set at different depths to try and explode around the submarine and close to the submarine, and either to crush the submarine or force the submarine back to the surface.
There were two ways to drop depth charges on river-class frigates: from rails on the aft and with the help of K-gun throwers installed on the ship's sides. The simultaneous use of these two methods increased the effective area and probability of damaging a submarine. The Hedgehog mortar launcher was another anti-submarine weapon of the river class. It fired 24 30-kilogram bombs ahead of a ship. A salvo from a Hedgehog covered an area of more than 30 meters in diameter. The system was effective, but unreliable at first. That's why depth charges remained the primary anti-submarine weapon of river-class frigates. However, escorting ships had to engage submarines in artillery duels quite often as well.
These 4-inch guns on Diamantina were all mechanically operated, so they had men manning the elevation and men manning the training of the weapon, and there were no inputs from other sources, such as a gun director, which you would find on the larger warships. And so these were all in local control. They would target and engage the enemy unit from this weapon under verbal direction from the gunnery officer who was on the bridge.
At the time when, in the Northern Hemisphere, the grandiose battle for the Atlantic reached its turning point, Walker's Limited Shipyard in Maryborough, Australia, laid down frigate HMAS Diamantina. By the moment of her launch, the Atlantic was basically clear of German submarines, thanks in no small part to British river-class frigates. Now their Australian sister-in-arms was to participate in the final act of World War II. The frigate was commissioned in April 1945. Diamantina took part in operations against Japanese troops in New Guinea, near Solomon Islands, and Bougainville Island.
Diamantina has, in my mind, 3 claims to fame. First of all, she is the last Australian warship to fire a shot at the Japanese in the Second World War. The second claim to fame was that the Japanese garrison at the islands of Nauru and Ocean Island in the Pacific actually surrendered on the quarterdeck of this ship. And the third claim is that she's the last in the world of this class of ship.
After World War II, River-class frigates continued to serve in the navies of 20 countries for several decades. In 1959, Diamantina was re-equipped as an oceanographic survey ship. Her contribution to the study of ocean depths was acknowledged when a fracture zone in the Indian Ocean was named after her. In the 1980s, the ship was honorably decommissioned and placed in a comfortable dry dock at Queensland Maritime Museum in Brisbane. Now the bright Australian sun warms the deck of the last ship from the River-class, a family of small ships that struck terror into German wolf packs in the Northern Atlantic.
In 2018, World of Warships took another big step forward with new ship lines. British destroyers arrived with the Daring class, American light cruisers came with Tier 10 Worcester, and France expanded with the Republic battleship line.
C'était le charme de tes yeux bleus qui me disait je te veux et ça me faisait du bien même si tu ne disais rien. Puis tu te levais et tu vas près, tout près de moi avec le charme de tes yeux bleus, même si on ne disait rien.
French battleships in World of Warships. Play for free on worldofwarships.com.
That year also introduced some truly distinctive designs that stood out from the rest. Each new arrival gave players more to explore and showed how the game continued to grow year after year. Outside of gameplay, 2018 was also rich with history from Naval Legends. One episode told the story of British gunboat M33, remembered for her adaptability in wartime. Another featured SS Red Oak Victory, a ship that carried tons of ammunition across the Pacific and later served in both Korea and Vietnam. Today she rests at the Rosie the Riveter World War II Homefront National Historic Park, a lasting tribute to the people who built and sailed her.
In this episode, VJ Days Transports, Victory-class cargo ships. During World War II, the press, enraptured by the scale of the Lend-Lease program, wrote that Liberty-class transports carried in their holds another cargo, the most important one, victory. It is true, But these vessels became famous first of all thanks to the outstanding performance and standardization of the US industry and the courage of their multinational crews. As for the Liberties themselves, they were quite old-fashioned steamships, designed for a 5-year operation cycle. US shipbuilders closely studied the experience of their use in the first half of World War II, and in 1943, they created the project of a new mass transport for wartime.
When developing the Victory ships, U.S. engineers were already thinking about the outcome of the war and the post-war period. That's why they took the Liberty vessel, improved it, and built Victory-class cargo liners. They were reliable, spacious, and remained in service until the mid-1990s.
The project for transports of a new type was developed by Bethlehem, the biggest U.S. shipbuilding company. And on April the 28th, 1943, it received a resounding name, Victory. However, the mass production of these vessels began only 9 months later, because the War Industries Board, which controlled the US industry, required time to organize the production of a sufficient number of engines for them.
This particular vessel is Red Oak Victory. She's moored in Richmond, California.
General specifications of the Victory-class cargo ship Red Oak. Length, 139 meters. Beam, 19 meters. Draft, 8.5 meters. Displacement, 15,200 tons. Tonnage, 10,850 tons.
The two main differences were that the Victories were about 1,000 tons heavier, and they had a steam turbine engine giving them an extra 6 knots or so of speed. Allows a little bit more survivability against torpedoes.
Armament, one dual-purpose Mark 12 gun with a caliber of 127 millimeters. One dual-purpose gun with a caliber of 76 millimeters.
The 3-inch 50 is only the middleweight gun on the Victory class, an excellent dual-purpose weapon found on pretty much most naval ships in World War II for the US. It's arguably one of the best guns of the war. This would have been a significant threat, particularly to surface submarines.
8 20mm Oerlikon anti-aircraft cannons.
Behind me you can see one of the Oerlikon 20mm cannons. This was an outstanding weapon that would have seen service pretty much all over the world. It was a dual-purpose gun, primarily used for anti-aircraft defense, although it could be used against any small raider such as a torpedo boat which may happen to be encountered. Red Oak Victory would have carried 8 of these, 4 on each side.
Cruise speed, 15 knots with a power plant of 6,000 HP, or 17 knots with a power plant of 8,500 HP. Crew, 62 merchant fleet sailors and 28 Navy sailors. Cruising range, 23,500 miles. Engineers tried to keep the Victory project as close to the Liberty design as possible, to preserve the technological effectiveness of mass production at US shipyards.
Well, they did a lot of prefabrication, and so a lot of it was built, in sections. And then what they did is they put the sections together. In other words, it just wasn't one at a time. They were building different sections in different parts of the shipyard.
Nevertheless, the new transport turned out to be quite recognizable. A forecastle, tall smokestack, and 3 cargo masts with wide cross trees. They allowed for installation of quite powerful electric cranes and hoists that enabled Victories to carry out loading and unloading of their holds independently. Apart from that, the hull lines were changed, which, together with more powerful engines, resulted in a higher speed. The ship's structure was also improved. A greater distance between bulkheads allowed engineers to make the hull less rigid and avoid the deformation that Liberties were vulnerable to in rough seas. The first Victory-class transport began service in March 1944. However, only 15 vessels of this class were commissioned in the first 6 months. The main bulk of Victory ships were built when the war in Europe was near its end, and the battle for the Atlantic was won by the Allies. That's why none of the new transports fell prey to German U-boats. It's no accident, though, that 5 out of the 6 shipyards that built Victories were located on the west coast of the US. These cargo vessels became a crucial part of a colossal supply machine that provided US troops in the Pacific region with everything necessary to successfully wage war. Flotillas of victory ships made up entire mobile supply bases for the Army and Navy at deserted Pacific atolls. In total, 531 Victory-class ships were built in the US during the war. They were the biggest series of line cargo ships in the 20th century. According to calculations by US historians, during the Pacific War, 1 ton of cargo was required to supply one soldier with a monthly ration of food, medicine, fuel, and ammunition. The Americans built such a large number of victories that they could provide a monthly allowance to an army of 5.7 million people, the same number of people in the Soviet armed forces, including the Air Force and Navy, when Germany attacked the USSR on June the 22nd, 1941. The first ship received the name United Victory, and the following 33 ships were named after the Allied countries fighting against the Axis powers. 218 vessels were named after small US cities. For example, Red Oak Victory got her name from a town in Iowa that suffered the heaviest losses per head among all US towns in World War II. The following 150 ships were named after US colleges and universities. The names of the few remaining transports were quite random, but they all contained the word victory. "117 more victories were commissioned as Haskell-class attack transports.
They were classic attack transports of the US Navy. Apart from being loaded with troops and vehicles, they carried landing crafts of different types to participate in landing operations. Every ship of this class could transport up to 1,500 troops with armament, vehicles, and equipment. Thus, 2 attack transports like this could carry an entire regiment of US Marines of the World War II era.
Soon after victory, the US Navy carried out the last major operation of World War II, Operation Magic Carpet, aimed at bringing home millions of American soldiers fighting overseas. Not only did all Haskell-class attack transports take part in it, but so did 97 victory ships, whose cargo holds were converted to accommodate the troops returning home. In the second half of the 1940s, 170 vessels were sold to private shipping companies, where they made up the core of the US merchant fleet, just like the project's creators had planned. Several dozen transports were transferred to the US Army's supply service, and the rest were sent to the reserve fleet and mothballed. The last of them was stricken from the reserve fleet in only 2010. However, the Cold War began, and the service of victory ships was required again. 36 transports of this class participated in the Korean War, while 100 of them were recommissioned during the Vietnam War. In August 1966, Baton Rouge Victory was severely damaged by a mine laid by Viet Cong combatants at the exit of Saigon's port.
In 1950, North Korean troops defeated the South Korean army, and an enormous number of refugees fled towards the only free port, Busan. One of the victory ships, World Victory, had arrived there, saving people from approaching North Korean troops. The vessel took 14,000 refugees on board. 14,000 refugees. What does that mean from a shipbuilding point of view? The vessel could have capsized any moment, because its carrying capacity was seriously exceeded. They consciously took this risk, a tremendous risk, and saved those 14,000 people. They ferried them to Geoje Island to safety.
3 Victory-class vessels survived. They are preserved in the US as museums. Red Oak Victory was commissioned on December 5, 1944, and was one of 10 transports of this class, specially equipped to deliver artillery ammunition. At the final stage of the Pacific War, Red Oak Victory served in the 10th Squadron of Material and Technical Support, based at the Enewetak Atoll, and the Philippines, where she supplied US warships fighting through to Japan. After the war, the transport was assigned to the Reserve Fleet in California, but she was recommissioned several times when it was necessary. She delivered cargo to US troops in Korea between 1950 and 1953, and in Vietnam from 1966 to 1968. Red Oak Victory was decorated with 8 medals for her service. In 1993, the ship was going to be scrapped, but the Richmond Museum Association solicited before the US Congress for the transfer of the ship to the local history museum. 5 years later, Red Oak Victory became a part of the National Historical Park, dedicated to the work of the US military industry during World War II. She's one of the last modest workers of war who crossed the oceans to bring victory in her cargo holds.
Happy birthday, World of Warships. I started playing in July 2015 and I now have more than 7K games, especially in Fuso. I became CC in 2018 and it was a big year for me because apart from being CC, I also got the job I wanted and also I became a father for the second time. Big year for me, yeah, really. The thing I liked most in World of Warships was the Dynamo event with the cards. Please make more collectible cards and playable cards events. That was especially great. My best wishes to you, the team and the community. Take care. Bye.
French destroyer Maillet Brézé was the subject of an early 2018 Naval Legends episode, preserving the story of a ship that had once nearly been lost to an accidental explosion. Later, American battleship Alabama was highlighted, with her service during World War II remembered for both endurance and presence in the Pacific. One of the most striking stories, however, came with Naval Legends Maiale, the tale of Italy's daring human torpedo, a secret weapon that embodied innovation under pressure.
We're currently in the warehouse for the Explosion Museum now, where we keep many of our artifacts and very interesting guns.
At the beginning of World War II, Italy had quite a powerful navy. However, it wasn't powerful enough to take control of the Mediterranean Sea away from Great Britain. Starting from the 1920s, when the fascists came to power, Rome wanted to take back the Mare Nostrum, having ruled it 2,000 years prior. However, London clearly asserted who the leading power of the Mediterranean was at that time, with the havoc wreaked by 20 English torpedo bombers in November 1940. The Italians understood that they couldn't beat the British Navy out in the open, so they devised a plan for a covert war.
What we have here is a 2-man submersible submarine that was designed by the Italians and used in the Second World War. This submersible submarine is an open submarine that is used for attacking ships that are tied alongside in their home ports, i.e. their own harbours.
It wasn't a brand new idea. At the end of World War I, the Italians developed and successfully employed a human torpedo. 2 frogmen could covertly approach an enemy ship while controlling a torpedo apparatus. They detached the charge, transported in the torpedo bow, and suspended it under the ship's bottom on a tow line between bilge keels. They set the detonation time using a simple clock. In the mid-1930s, Italian forces renewed their interest in human torpedoes. Mussolini thought of this as the super weapon that was capable of destroying the British Navy, which threatened the Duce's imperial ambitions. In 1935, the Italians designed an experimental prototype based on the 533mm torpedo used by their navy. That same year, in the mouth of the Serchio River, between La Spezia and Livorno, the Italians established a secret guided torpedo training base, where the assault fleet frogmen could master the super weapon. The first torpedo prototypes were extremely hard to control and broke down often. That's why the Italian sailors nicknamed the apparatus a maiale, a pig.
The guidance system for this is all wires, so it's very difficult to steer. It's even more difficult to steer once the charges have gone, because you've got no bow as such to help you steer the chariot in the same place. When this was in use, many times this would be abandoned anyway, and the divers would be left to their own devices to find their own way back to the ship where they came from.
Model SLC, Siluro a lente corsa, slow-running torpedo, 1940. Its length, including the warhead, was 7.3 meters. Width of the apparatus was slightly more than half of a meter. Height at the protection plate level, 1 meter. Weight, including the warhead, 1,588 kilograms. Weight of the warhead at the earlier design stage was 220 kilograms. At the later stages, 250 or 350 kilograms. Power plant, 1 electric motor, 1.6 horsepower. Power supply, a storage battery. Operating voltage, 60 volts. Maximum speed, up to 3 knots. Submergence depth, up to 30 meters. Cruising range, up to 15 miles. Crew, 2 people. In 1943, Italian engineers designed a new guided torpedo model and called it Siluro San Bartolomeo, the St. Bartholomew torpedo.
The cockpit is open to water, so the divers will be wearing a full diving gear, which is their diving tanks, their masks and all the tubes that go with it. So as you can imagine, it's not very comfortable, and it can be quite awkward to travel around in that way.
Model SSB 1943. Length, 6.8 meters. Width, 0.8 meters. Height, 1 meter. Weight, including the warhead, 2,200 kilograms. The carrier could be equipped with either a single 300 or 400 kilogram warhead, or 2 consecutively loaded warheads at 180 or 200 kilograms each. Power plant, 1 electric motor, 7.5 horsepower, supplied with a storage battery. Operating voltage, 60 volts. Maximum speed, 4 knots. Operating submergence depth, up to 30 meters. Crew, 2 people. On June the 10th, 1940, Italy joined World War II on Germany's side. At the same time, the Italian Navy officially adopted the SLC guided torpedo, and they immediately started their drills at the secret base in the mouth of the Serchio River for sabotage missions against the British Navy located in the Mediterranean Sea. In 1940-41, fleet frogmen on the SLC guided torpedoes executed 8 raids on the main British naval bases in Gibraltar, Malta, and Alexandria. Most of the missions failed, but the Italians persistently mastered the combat application and equipment of their guided torpedoes.
The levers and the controls in here, apart from the steering controls, we have valves which control the air in the ballast tanks, again to assist the depth of the underwater submersible. The whole contraption is more like a fairground ride than it is a serious war machine. But you know, in 1942, 1943, when this was used, they were prepared to try anything, and they would launch these in the dead of night, and then they would go into harbours to cause as much damage as they possibly could.
At the end of 1941, the Axis launched another offensive on the English ships. The naval situation was more than just satisfactory. Owing to the successful actions of the German submarines, there were only 2 battleships left in the British Mediterranean fleet, Queen Elizabeth and Valiant. Both ships were located in the Alexandria port. On December the 14th, submarine Shira, carrying 3 SLC guided torpedoes and 10 frogmen, left the secluded Porto Lago Bay on Leros Island and set sail towards Alexandria. On the 4th day of sailing, soon after sunset, the submarine reached its destination point 1.5 miles from the Alexandria trading port. On December the 18th, 1941, around midnight, a commando team set off for a mission on 3 guided torpedoes. They were approaching the harbor entrance semi-submerged. The entrance was blocked by a steel net that could become a serious threat to the mission. But Fortuna smiled upon the frogmen. The English had removed the barriers to let their destroyers into the base. The Italians seized the moment and entered the harbor together with the destroyers. The teams separated once they'd entered the harbor. The mines were planted on Queen Elizabeth precisely as planned. The commandos fixed a tow line on the bilge keels and set up a charge exactly under the keel. The mines were also planted on tanker Sagona without any issues. But the crew that were mining battleship Valiant encountered some difficulties. Within a few meters of the ship, the breathing apparatus of one of the commandos failed, forcing him to surface. Then their torpedo died in the water and sank due to a technical failure. Lieutenant Luigi de la Penna trawled the torpedo all by himself and left it under the bottom of the battleship, close to the magazine of the first turret. In the morning of December the 19th, 3 explosions blasted in the Alexandria port. That's how 6 commandos on 3 guided torpedoes managed to shift the naval balance in the Mediterranean Sea in favor of the Italians. However, not for long. The Italians tried to keep their super weapon a secret, but the British successfully procured several of the human torpedoes. In August 1943, the guided torpedo fleet executed their last successful mission using the Maiali. Italy capitulated several weeks later, and all its military secrets fell into the hands of the Allies.
Greetings World of Warships community, I'm Painzo. I've been playing the game for 7 years, since 2018. I've been a community contributor for 4 years, since 2021. My favourite parts of World of Warships are the random event modes that we get every so often, ranging from key battles to savage battles to the recent Unbreakable Line, going all the way back to bathtub battles, and who can forget the googly volcano. Hopefully, World of Warships community has been a fantastic 10 years for all of you, and here's to another 10 years of World of Warships.
And for a different kind of adventure, the game reached beyond Earth with the introduction of space battles, taking the fight up into the cosmos with a playful and unforgettable event. At the same time, Naval Legends continued to honor ships with reputations forged in combat, including Canadian naval legend Haida, the last surviving tribal-class destroyer. Her distinguished World War II record made her a symbol of resilience, and her story ensured that her legacy would endure far beyond her service.
Millions of years ago, our Galactic Federation encountered the empire of reptilians while exploring the galaxy. Negotiations failed, and a long, bloody war of extermination started. My Clipper took part in one of the deciding battles near the heart of the reptilian empire itself. A small planet where the reptilians had established an incubator for breeding new combat species. I walked into an ambush, and my spacecraft, shrouded in fire, crashed into the ocean. The blast was so powerful that the climate on the planet changed, and the experimental reptilian species was wiped out. We had won, but I didn't learn that until later. During the fall, I managed to get into the cryo chamber, where I stayed, frozen at the bottom of the ocean for millions of years. Remarkably, the intelligent sea mammals entered my ship, deciphered my scientific records, and managed to set my clipper into orbit so I could get back home to Rhesus. After I returned, I was horrified to discover that there was no longer a unified federation. The Green and Red alliances now ruled. The alliances were fighting over a unique mineral called Ironium. Luckily, instead of wars, the alliances arranged a form of gladiator games. What is left for a professional soldier in such a world? I shall seek victory in the arena.
Hamilton, Ontario is about 45 minutes southwest of Toronto. Here can be found HMCS Haida. She's the last of the tribal class destroyers and is Canada's naval legend.
If you had asked a Canadian at the beginning of the 20th century to tell you about their country's navy, which has more than 240,000 kilometers of coastline, their answer would probably be no longer than this sentence. At that time, Canada was a dominion of the British Empire, and the defense of its sea borders was entirely under the authority of Whitehall.
The Canadian Navy didn't exist until 1910. Okay, and then the First World War, we had two old retired cruisers from the Royal Navy, but they did nothing. They just served as depot ships, basically. And a lot of it was, did we even have to have a Navy in the first place? And there was a big problem with the whole defense actually in the 30s. Do we even need it? And there wasn't really a goal, wasn't a need seen for the Canadian Navy.
In the first half of the 1930s, Japan, Italy, France and Germany were reinforcing their navies with brand new destroyers, carrying powerful artillery and torpedo armament. Of course, Great Britain didn't want to be an outsider in this race. In 1935, British engineers developed a destroyer that was able to successfully oppose the most powerful ships of this type at that time, the Japanese Fubuki-class destroyers. It became known as the Tribal class. As soon as the Royal Navy received 16 tribals, British dominions expressed their desire to obtain the newest destroyers as quickly as possible, because the drums of the European war were already heard across the oceans. Canada mobilized.
One-tenth of Canada in 1939 had a population of 12 million. Okay? We had 1 million men and women in uniform. All of those people were volunteers. All the Canadian combatants were volunteers. So when you see those war graves in Normandy and in Amsterdam, in Holland, or whatever, or in Italy, those people were all volunteers.
During the war, as the Canadian Navy grew, mostly thanks to the addition of escort corvettes and frigates, its area of responsibility also increased, and in the end included the entire North Atlantic. Each new ship, even a modest minesweeper, contributed to the combat capability of the Allies at sea. Destroyer Haida was laid down at the end of September of 1941 at a British Vickers Armstrong shipyard. The ship was commissioned 2 years later and was assigned to the Metropolitan Fleet. Specifications of Destroyer Haida: length, almost 115 meters. Beam, more than 11 meters. Draft, 3.96 meters. Total displacement, 2,519 tons. Armament: primary armament. 6 Mark 12 guns installed in 3 twin turrets, caliber 120mm. Mark 16 dual-purpose guns in a twin mount, caliber 102mm. Anti-aircraft artillery, a Vickers Mark 7 quadruple anti-aircraft machine gun, pom-pom, caliber 40mm. 6 twin Oerlikon autocannons, caliber 20mm. Mine and torpedo armament, a quadruple torpedo launcher, caliber 533mm. 2 Mark IV mortars and an aft depth charge release gear. The ship carried 30 mines in reserve. Power plant: 3 Admiralty-type boilers and 2 Parsons geared steam turbines. Power: 44,000 horsepower. Maximum speed: 36 knots. Cruising range: 5,700 miles at 15 knots.
Haida's primary punch came from 3 twin 4.7-inch mounts. This was very heavy firepower for a destroyer of the era. They did come with a couple of advantages, as a few German destroyers discovered, but they also came with one significant disadvantage. The elevation was limited to only about 40 degrees on these mounts. In order to fix this, what they did was they replaced the 4.7s with twin 4-inch dual-purpose mounts, such as the ones behind me now. These could elevate up to 85 degrees, and thus engage aircraft as well as surface targets out to about 14.5 kilometers.
From the very beginning, designers of the Tribal project put emphasis on reinforced artillery armament and planned to install 5 120mm twin turrets, 3 on the bow and 2 on the aft. The ship was conceived as a destroyer leader, and it was intended to partially complete the objectives of a light cruiser. Supporting squadrons of Allied destroyers, defending the main forces of the fleet against enemy destroyer attacks, and carrying out long-range reconnaissance and patrols.
One of the controversial design decisions when they were creating the Tribals was that they decided to reduce the torpedo complement in favor of the gun batteries. As a result, the Tribals were only equipped with a single quad mount for the 21-inch torpedoes, and these would go about 5 miles at 45 knots. The theory was that ordinarily the torpedo would be the main armament of a destroyer to sink ships, but it turns out in practice, Haida's kills were all done with gunfire. The torpedoes were aimed from the bridge wings. What would happen is once the trigger was pulled up there, a signal was sent to fire this shell casing, which has propellant. The gases would then expand within the reservoir here, push out the torpedo over the side of the ship. Of course, the stanchions will go down and then off towards the target. And each torpedo tube is labeled with a letter. And what you do is you always fire the aft torpedo first, because as the destroyer is moving, you want to make sure that they don't hit each other. Of course, having the ships is all very well, but they're not going to do very much without having the personnel to man them. Canada started off the war as basically a homeland defence force. She had 6 destroyers, a number of smaller vessels, and a navy of about 1,700 personnel. They had great possibilities for promotion though, because by the end of the war, Canada's navy had expanded to over 110,000 personnel and had the 3rd largest amount of surface vessels in the world.
Destroyer Haida began her combat career by escorting Russian Arctic convoys. At the end of December 1943, the German battlecruiser Scharnhorst tried to attack convoy JW55B, which was escorted by Haida among others. However, the destroyer did not have a chance to participate in the destruction of the German raider. It was handled by her more heavyweight allies from the Metropolitan Fleet.
At the start of the Second World War, Canadian Navy came under the control of the Royal Navy. And they were controlled, operated basically controlled by the Royal Navy. It wasn't until later on, again, as the Canadian Navy grew, that we were looking for our own, we again became our own entity unto ourselves, okay? Just A, because of size, and B, because of where we were. But by and large, yes, the Canadian Navy was very much treated as colonials and second-class citizens. Except for, again, this ship and the tribals, these were the top of the form, and they bested the Brits at doing the same thing.
In January 1944, Haida was assigned to the 10th Destroyer Flotilla, which monitored the western part of the English Channel. On April 26th, during a patrol, her squadron discovered 3 German destroyers. Haida and her sister ship, Athabaskan, engaged the German T-29, which ended in the destruction of the latter. 1.5 months later, roughly in the same area, a battle took place in which Haida made herself famous and brought glory to the entire Royal Canadian Navy.
The night of the 9th of June 1944 saw Haida partake in a rather spirited and very chaotic fight against the 8th Destroyer Flotilla of the German Navy. The 8th was a small force consisting of 3 destroyers, 2 Narviks, a captured Dutch ship, and a torpedo boat, whilst the 10th Destroyer Flotilla, of which Haida was a part, consisted of 2 4-ship divisions. The 19th was mainly inexperienced vessels, and the 20th was, shall we say, the A-team. They had been told to intercept a German force which was known to be approaching the western approaches of the English Channel. And sure enough, contact was made at about 7 miles.
The German destroyers spotted the Allied ships first when they became highlighted by the moonlight. The Germans launched 12 torpedoes, but their adversaries managed to dodge them. An artillery battle broke out, and the Allies had total fire superiority. Haida and Huron concentrated fire on Z-24 and quickly achieved success. Almost the entire above-water part of the ship was destroyed and set ablaze. The enemy attempted to flee under the cover of a smokescreen. The flagship Z-32 continued fighting against Tartar and Ashanti on her own and took 3 hits. Z-32 turned right to put some distance between her and the Allies. Ashanti rushed after her. At this moment, the damaged ZH-1 became visible in the dissipating smoke. Her artillery quickly opened fire on Tartar, but Ashanti arrived in time and torpedoed the motionless ship. The torpedo explosion tore the ZH-1's bow away. Ashanti kept firing on the German destroyer. At 2:40, ZH-1 exploded and sank. Later that night, Canadian destroyers were sweeping the area and stumbled across the heavily damaged Z-32. Fleeing from them, Z-32 was driven ashore on the Ile de Batz, where in the morning she was finished off by British Beaufighter aircraft. The Allies managed to destroy 2 German destroyers and damage 2 more. After the successful battle on June the 9th, 1944, Haida and her allies continued to complete missions aimed at removing enemy ships from coastal waters.
During the fighting in the English Channel, Haida had a couple of advantages called radar. In fact, she had 3 of them. She had firstly a gunnery radar. This was accurate enough to spot fall of shot, both outbound and inbound, much to the consternation of the operators. She had warning combined, which is a fairly reliable radar, although it was well known to the Germans, and so the British and Canadians didn't like to use it unless contact was joined. And finally, she had warning surface, which was a pretty reliable radar which would detect a destroyer-sized target at about 9 miles. All of these would prove vital in the night fighting in the English Channel.
Despite the fact that the German surface fleet was virtually non-existent by the end of June 1944, the naval war went on. The more success the Allies achieved in the land operations, the more desperately and fiercely German submarines opposed them at sea.
The time-honored method of dealing with an enemy submarine will be the depth charge, usually mounted on rails at the stern of the ship or maybe fired off the side with K-guns. The problem was that in order to hit your target, you had to go directly over it, which meant A, that you lost contact, and B, you actually had to be accurate enough to do it. The end replacement of it, however, was the squid mortar. Haida received her squids in the 1950s update. They replaced both the depth charge rails and the aft gun. Now, the advantage of squid was it was adjustable in range. No longer did you have to ride over your target in order to sink it. And they were fired automatically by means of a simple electrical connection attached to the sonar system inside the ship. Haida has a U-boat kill to her credit, U-971 in 1944, as Haida was protecting the western approaches to the English Channel during the invasion of France. Overall, the Royal Canadian Navy developed a reputation for ASW excellence. They sank about 30 U-boats, and in the post-war period, they became the de facto ASW force for NATO.
During World War II, the number of people in the Canadian Navy grew almost 70 times. And in all those years, Canadian sailors developed their own understanding of naval service, which was slightly different from the traditions of the British Royal Navy.
An interesting event in Canadian naval history happened in 1949 with what are known as the Canadian Mutinies. Now, the word is a little bit strong for what happened, not least because the captain of Athabaskan accidentally on purpose left his cover on top of the written list of demands from the junior sailors, so he never officially saw anything. This happened on a couple of ships about the same time, not Haida, it should be noted, and what it really was more of a sit-down protest pending an airing of grievances. And this came down to something of a cultural difference between North Americans and people from England, where North American people, we tend to be a little bit more independent, shall we say. We like to know why we're doing it. We like to have a little bit more consideration, shall we say, from up above, instead of simply being told you're going to do this when, like it or lump it. The officers were more steeped in the tradition of the Royal Navy, the British Navy, which perhaps was a little bit more autocratic. The end result of this, it all worked out fairly well, is that the Canadian Navy developed new policies which took greater concern of the requirements, shall we say, of the junior enlisted sailors.
Some people in the Canadian government believed that this incident was inspired by communist ideas, but this opinion was completely unjustified. Moreover, the destroyer was soon sent to Southeast Asia to fight against the Red Menace.
Again, the ship was converted to the way it is now. The armament was all changed, upgraded in 1951. And this is the way the ship was when it went to Korea in 1952. And that's where Haida became famous when it joined what they call the Train Busters Club. And this was a method of trying to destroy North Korean trains that ran along the coast at night. And it ran at night, figuring they couldn't be seen. So they ran and became a contest invented by the U.S. Navy to see if they could destroy these trains. It became a train buster. In the history of the Train Busters Club, there were 25 trains destroyed. Haida is second in train busting with 2.5. Haida's record has always been superb gunnery actions. In fact, the current Canadian Navy trophy for gunnery expertise is named after Haida. It's the Haida Trophy for gunnery excellence.
During her second tour of duty in the Yellow Sea in 1954, Haida patrolled Korean shores, supervising the implementation of the ceasefire treaty supported by the United Nations. This was the first example of what we call today a peacekeeping mission, 10 years before this notion was introduced and became widely used. Haida reprised this role during the Suez Crisis of 1956.
The ship retired in October 1963 because, again, the life of a warship is basically 20 years. And again, at that time, the Canadian Navy was expanding. They were building completely different types of ships. And again, the men that were needed on the tribals were needed to man other ships. So the tribals were scrapped. And it was that time that an ex-naval person, Neil Bruce, decided that it'd be try to preserve the ship as Canada's greatest ship and just preserve it as a tribal. And they were successful in that. An organization was formed, Haida Incorporated, and they acquired the ship from Crown Assets in 1964. They bought it for a huge sum at that time, $20,000. And it existed there as a museum, naval, National Historic Site.
If you asked a Canadian today to tell you about their country's Navy, which has more than 240,000 kilometers of coastline, then you would definitely hear a long story full of brilliant victories and heroic names. Especially Haida, a destroyer of the Royal Canadian Navy.
– 2019 was a landmark year for World of Warships. It introduced the very first dockyard and the tech trees grew even bigger. Italian cruisers set sail and France got the Kleber line. The Soviet tech tree expanded with the Kremlin battleship line, and we introduced British aircraft carriers.
Pensacola's association with naval aviation dates back to 1914 and the creation of the country's first naval air station. And in this episode of Naval Legends, we'll be tracing over the development of the air arm of the US Navy.
In 1910, one of the aviation pioneers, Glenn Curtiss, supported by US Navy, prepared an ambitious experiment. It included cruiser USS Birmingham and an aircraft constructed by Curtiss and piloted by Eugene Ely, a test pilot.
As he strapped himself into his Curtiss Hudson Flyer aboard the light cruiser USS Birmingham on the 14th of November 1910, Eugene Ely, then 24 years of age, could hardly have known that he was partaking in the birth of one of the most powerful weapon systems of the 20th century. Only a few minutes later, he'd make history as the first man to ever launch an aircraft from the deck of a ship.
2 months later, in January 1911, Curtiss, Ely, and US Navy carried out another demonstration in the San Francisco Bay, where cruiser USS Pennsylvania with a flight deck on her was moored.
Ely flew from the Presidio, which is an Army fort in San Francisco, about 15 miles down the bay, and landed on the flight deck, which had been equipped with about 20 manila ropes with sea bags at the end of the ropes. The airplane had a grappling hook underneath it, and when he touched down on the flight deck, the grappling hook caught 5 of the wires. He stopped in about 30 feet, and that was the first landing of an aircraft on a ship at sea.
Aircraft specifications for Curtiss Pusher, Model D4. Length, almost 8 meters. Wingspan, more than 10 meters. Takeoff weight, 590 kilograms. Engine, Curtiss. Power, 40 HP. Maximum speed, 80 kilometers per hour. Crew, 1 person. Despite the obvious success of Curtiss's experiments, the idea of specialized aircraft carrying ships did not come to fruition for a very long time in the USA. The High Command of the US Navy treated airplanes as auxiliary equipment of a warship. Admirals believed that aircraft could not become a fully fledged strike force for the fleet. They were restricted to reconnaissance and artillery spotting missions, and they were mostly seaplanes. World War I spurred the progress of the US naval aviation to some extent, but it was aimed mostly at the increase in number of seaplanes.
When we entered World War I in April 1917, we had no carriers at this time yet, but we had many flying boats, and when the World War I ended in November 1918, we had over 200 twin-engine Curtiss flying boats flying combat. So the first submarine ever sunk by a aircraft was sunk by a Curtiss H-16 flying boat in 1918.
During World War I, aircraft began to change shape and form. Gone were the fragile-looking open trusses with webs of bracing wire. Replacing them came more modern biplanes with continuous skin covering on a fuselage, more powerful engines, and more powerful armament. Case in point, this VE-7 Bluebird. VE-7 was to become the US Navy's first carrier-launched fighter.
Aircraft specifications for VE-7 Bluebird. Length, 7.5 meters. Wingspan, 10.5 meters. Takeoff weight, 879 kilograms. Engine, Wright Hispano E3. Power, 180 HP. Maximum speed, 171 kilometers per hour. Service ceiling, 4,500 meters. Armament, 1 or 2 machine guns, caliber 7.62 millimeter. Crew, 1 person. At the end of World War I, when the British built their first true aircraft carrier with a flight deck stretching from aft to bow, everyone understood that planes would be an integral part of future naval fleets. That's why in 1920, the US Navy refitted its old collier, USS Jupiter, removed a part of its superstructure and constructed a 160-meter-long flight deck on her. Renamed USS Langley, the ship was commissioned in 1922 and became the first aircraft carrier of the US Navy. Initially, Langley served as an experimental platform where the basis for battle application of deck aircraft was laid down and a new school of shipbuilding was created.
Taking off was not an issue. We didn't use a catapult in those days. The planes were able to take off on the flight deck, but the landing was the issue. So initially, not only did they have the arresting wires that go across the flight deck like you see on modern carriers, they also had cables that ran perpendicular with the flight deck. In other words, fore and aft. They had a hook, a tail hook, and you also had what looked like an anchor, or several anchors, little small anchors on a rod between the main wheels, and they hooked into the fore and aft wires. So it's kind of a spider web nightmare. After about a year, we realized that we did not need the fore and aft wires, so we just went with the cross deck wires. And it worked out fine.
In the autumn of 1920, the Deputy Commander of the US Air Force, Brigadier General Mitchell, declared that aviation can destroy, disable, and sink any existing warship, as well as any other built in future. Next year, in the summer, tests were conducted. They showed that aircraft is quite capable of sinking even a battleship by dropping a sufficient number of powerful bombs on it. The results of these tests led the Navy to the conclusion that their ships needed reinforced anti-aircraft defenses and thicker horizontal armor. Advocates of naval aviation were already imagining squadrons of deck aircraft sinking enemy ships. All they needed was to modernize airplanes and develop a bomb-dropping technique.
In the mid-1920s, Curtiss presented to the Navy their design for a land-based fighter, the F-6C. It had a powerful engine and had great maneuverability and speed, as befitted Curtiss's legacy for making maneuverable sports aircraft and breaking speed records. It even came with an auxiliary fuel tank as an option. The aircraft was famous for being one of the first to try dive bombing as a technique. And the aircraft entered service, particularly taking part in Lexington's commissioning ceremony as part of her air wing.
Aircraft specifications for F-6C Hawk. Length, almost 7 meters. Wingspan, 11.5 meters. Takeoff weight, 1,238 kilograms. Engine, Pratt & Whitney R13403 Wasp. Power, 410 HP. Maximum speed, 255 kilometers per hour. Service ceiling, 7,000 meters. Armament, 2 Browning machine guns, caliber 7.62 millimeter. 2 bombs weighing 52.6 kilograms. Crew, 1 person.
The F-6C had, its biggest problem was that it had a water jacket around it. It was built kind of like a car. The engine was called an inline engine. It was a better looking airplane, but warplanes get shot at and a water jacket around, just like on your car. You put one bullet in that water jacket, the water's going to go out and the plane is going to stop. So it was not a successful airplane. F-7C that followed it they used the what they call jugs, separate individual cylinders.
So the advantages to that for the Navy, as opposed to a liquid-cooled engine, was that you eliminated the entire cooling system, which involved a radiator, water lines, some sort of cooling scoop or vent or something for the radiator, and you also eliminated a massive amount of maintenance. After the F-7C in the late 20s, every Navy operational fighter, reciprocating fighter, had a radial engine that operated off a carrier. Everyone knows, associates Boeing with airliners, but Boeing was, back in the 20s, was a very big supplier of fighters to the Navy. They had one particular line of fighters, the F-4B fighters, which the last version came out in 1932, the F-4B-4.
Aircraft specifications for F-4B. Length, 6.2 meters. Wingspan, more than 9 meters. Takeoff weight, 1,323 kilograms. Engine, Pratt & Whitney R1340E Wasp. Power, 550 HP. Maximum speed, 301 kilometers per hour. Service ceiling, 8,400 meters. Armament, 2 Browning machine guns, caliber 7.62 millimeter. In the bomber variant, the aircraft could carry up to 227 kilograms of bombs. Crew, 1 person.
Especially in the 20s, when their aviation advancements were happening at a very high rate. Aerodynamics, engines, airframes. There was a lot of competition amongst the manufacturers because people were making better airplanes every year. So someone would turn out a very good fighter. A year later, somebody would turn out an even better fighter.
In the early 1930s, the Bureau of Aeronautics, the organization responsible for the development and acquisition of naval aircraft and its associated materiel, allegedly asked Grumman to design a retractable gear system for the Boeing F-4B-4. Well, Grumman's engineers had patented their design and weren't inclined to share it with somebody else. Besides, they said, you couldn't actually fit a retractable system to the Boeing aircraft. Only a month later, however, they developed and presented to the Navy a new 2-seat fighter aircraft. Coincidentally, the Navy had only recently issued a requirement for a new series of fighter aircraft. The Grumman FF-1, sometimes known as the Goblin, met all these requirements. The FF-1 was revolutionary: a duralumin skin, enclosed cockpit, and of course, retractable gear. In 1933, 25 of these aircraft formed the air group for the carrier Lexington.
Aircraft specifications for FF-1 Goblin. Length, 7.5 meters. Wingspan, 10.5 meters. Takeoff weight, 2,111 kilograms. Engine, Wright R182078. Power, 700 HP. Maximum speed, 323 kilometers per hour. Service ceiling 6,700 meters. Armament 3 Browning machine guns, caliber 7.62mm. 2 bombs weighing 52.6 kilograms. Crew 2 persons.
This is the only one in the world, the one that we have. We found it in a junkyard down in Nicaragua. As a matter of fact, Navy pilot found it down there. It's crop dusting down there several decades back now. And he called the Navy, or he called the Grumman people, and they said, we'll be right down. 8 years later, it came up here to the museum. They flew it into the museum. One of the few that's been flown into the museum. Most of these airplanes come in pieces and we put them together here.
The Great Depression of 1929 ruined many enterprises and almost destroyed the Curtiss Company, which had been supplying the Army and the Navy with cutting-edge aircraft throughout the course of the 1920s. However, Curtiss survived, and in 1933 followed Grumman in constructing an airplane with retractable chassis and duralumin skin. The Navy planned to put the new Curtiss aircraft into service aboard a freshly built carrier that was launched the same year. However, its fighter wing had been already completed, and the command decided to repurpose the new Curtiss plane as a bomber with the BF-2C-1 designation. Curtiss's engineers networked their design according to its new specialization and installed additional gear for bomb suspension.
It was one of the early dive bombers again. They started trying to dive bomb by just putting a bomb on the fuselage. A bomb has better aerodynamics than an airplane. So the bomb would accelerate when you're going into this 60, 70, 80 degrees nose down. The bomb would accelerate and go into the propeller. And what they did was they had this trapeze-like outfit, undercarriage that would swing out and allow the bomb to clear the propeller.
In the 1930s, the biplane began to give way to the monoplane, and the US Navy did not feel like being left behind in these advancements. It was at this point that Grumman presented to the Navy their new fighter designed for a monoplane, the F-4F3. Now, the Navy already had the Buffalo, but the Grumman design intrigued them. Firstly, it was very fast. The prototype in trials hit a speed of 287 knots. It was highly maneuverable. It had a powerful armament of 4 caliber 50 Browning machine guns, and the pilot sat high. The nose had an 8-degree downward slope, which meant that the pilot could then keep visual contact with the target even at high angles of lead. After a number of modifications to the prototype, the Navy ordered it into series production.
Aircraft specifications for F-4F3 Wildcat. Length, almost 9 meters. Wingspan, 11.5 meters. Takeoff weight, 3,367 kilograms. Engine, Pratt & Whitney R183076. Power, 1,200 HP. Maximum speed, 533 kilometers per hour. Service ceiling, 9,950 meters. Armament, 4 Browning machine guns, caliber 12.7mm. The aircraft could carry 2 50-kilogram bombs. Crew, 1 person. The design was so successful that both the British and French became interested in the aircraft. As a result, the Wildcat was put into service by the Royal Navy earlier than in the US Navy.
Now, one of the rather obsolete features of the Wildcat was it did have retracting landing gear. That was the good news, but the bad news was the pilot had to crank the gear up by hand. So when you launched off the carrier, you spent the first minute airborne cranking the landing gear up. So that kind of, you couldn't form up or do much anything but get the gear up, so that was a little hard to deal with. But of course the advantage to that was there was no hydraulic system to shoot out. So by cranking the gear up, you eliminated the system.
By the end of the 1930s, the US deck aviation had grown quite big muscles. The Navy had 7 aircraft carriers in active service, and several more were being constructed. airplane designers supplied the American fleet with the updated modern aircraft almost every year. In the 1920s and 30s, the US Navy carried out a number of exercises which demonstrated an enormous potential of strike air groups. In 1938, squadrons from the carrier USS Saratoga conducted a successful training attack on the naval base at Pearl Harbor. But considering that the American fleet was stationed in California at that time, the results of this operation didn't draw too much attention. Nothing interesting, just another exercise.
Hola, World of Warships. I'm the humble upstart El Profe Historia, member of the CC program for over a year. I've been starting playing 7 years ago when it launched on Steam, or as I like to say, when I heard they called the seas, lured by saurians like Odysseus. I've been enjoying doing the PPU and running aground ever since. I say PPU because of it's a call of arms, it brings joyful memories of a dear friend, rallies my community, and if I dare say, it's a hell of a fun word to say. My favorite event of the year is my country Independence Day, when we go to farm the Chilean flag to customize our ships. A hail to the WoW community. Thank you for being so inclusive to the international community and my country. Hope it will come back. To you, WoW team, keep doing the great work, making those high-octane games that we all know and love possible. I'm here to wish you a feliz cumpleaños and many more to come. Thank you.
That year, Naval Legends also connected players with the real history of aircraft carrier warfare. The episode on US naval aviation told the story of how aircraft carriers reshaped the seas in World War II and beyond. It showed how planes launched from the decks of American aircraft carriers could strike far and wide, changing the way naval battles were fought. For players, it was a chance to see the real history behind the aircraft carriers they were commanding in the game. And it also served as a reminder for World of Warships' deep and enduring ties to authentic naval heritage.
On December the 7th, 1941, the United States entered World War II. And it was on that day the numerous critics of aircraft carrier tactics within US Navy Command realized the degree of their error. Together with the line warships of the Pacific Fleet, the flames of Pearl Harbor burnt down the very doctrine of absolute domination of heavy artillery ships in naval war. In an instant, all books on the art of naval warfare became obsolete, and there was no time to write new ones. The enemy had to be repelled, and they had to be struck with their own weapon.
On December 7th, the Navy had 3 carriers in the Pacific Ocean. We only had 3 carriers there. We only had a total of 7 carriers. Japan had 14 carriers. So the first thing we needed was more carriers, but the problem with that is that it takes 2 years to build a carrier.
The second problem was that the main fighter aircraft of the US Navy, the F-4F Wildcat, was inferior to the Japanese Zero in all respects.
The Mitsubishi A6M Zeke, commonly known as the Zero. This was arguably the premier fighter in the Pacific theater until about 1943. It had a number of advantages. Firstly, it's lightweight. It had an aluminium-magnesium alloy frame, and this meant it was highly maneuverable. Had excellent firepower. It had both cannon and machine gun. Had excellent vision from its high-mounted canopy. The only drawback was it was a tad fragile, but first you had to hit it.
Zero was much faster. It could outclimb, outdive, and outturn a Wildcat. How did we use this old airplane and manage to make it work so well? The first thing I already mentioned, it was very, very rugged, very difficult to shoot down. The fuel tank had a self-sealing bladder in it, so when a bullet went through it, it sealed itself up. You didn't lose your gas, which was important when you're 100 miles, 150 kilometers from your carrier. The pilot sat in an armored tub, basically, like a bathtub. He had steel plate all around him. So the plane was very survivable. The other thing you had to do, if you're a Wildcat pilot, you had to do formation flying. You had to be with another Wildcat to protect each other. So if one Wildcat got jumped, he could maneuver and try to pull the zero in front of the other Wildcat.
3 days after the attack on Pearl Harbor, American carrier aviation achieved its first victory. The author of this victory flew the SBD Dauntless.
Dauntless was responsible for the first kill by US naval aviation on an enemy combatant. The Dauntless was flown by Lieutenant Dickinson, who was assigned to the Enterprise Air Group, and he had survived being jumped at Pearl Harbor with the loss of his rear seater. On December the 10th, it sighted the Japanese submarine I-70 and attacked and sank her. Features of the aircraft related to the wing include the very large and visible dive brakes required for its role. Less visible is the fact that the wing has no internal spars. Now this makes it lighter, but a significant drawback is the fact that you cannot fold this aircraft's wing. Despite this, Dauntless entered service with the US Navy's fleet.
Aircraft specifications for the SBD Dauntless. Length 10 meters. Wingspan 12.6 meters. Maximum takeoff weight 4,587 kilograms. Engine R182032. Power 950 HP. Maximum speed 405 kilometers per hour. Service ceiling 7,680 meters. Armament: 2 12.7mm Browning M2 machine guns and 2 7.62mm machine guns in rear. Bomb payload 725 kilograms. Crew 2 persons.
So the Dauntless was designed expressly for one thing and one thing only, and that was sinking ships. And it was very good at what it did. The Battle of Midway was probably the definitive battle where everyone knew that air power was going to be the only way you were going to win the Pacific. So at the Battle of Midway, which we're probably all familiar with, 3 U.S. Navy carriers, the Enterprise, the Yorktown, and the Hornet, up against 4 Japanese carriers. The Japanese had a huge force with them, including several large battleships. They had over 100 fighting ships, and then they had an invasion force. The Navy had 3 carriers and about 20 other ships, not one battleship, because they'd all been damaged or sunk at Pearl Harbor.
Early in the morning of June the 4th, about 45 Dauntlesses attacked the Japanese task force. The lightning-fast strike of the American dive bombers ended in a sweeping victory. In just a few hours, the Dauntlesses destroyed almost half the carriers of the Japanese Imperial Navy, thus turning the tide of the Pacific War. This battle was also notable because it was here that the Avenger torpedo bomber made its debut.
Grumman Avenger was the largest aircraft that we operated off carriers in World War II. It replaced the Douglas Devastator torpedo bomber, which was obsolete in 1941.
Aircraft specifications for the TBM Avenger. Length 12.5 meters. Wingspan 16.5 meters. Takeoff weight 7,876 kilograms. Engine Wright R26008. Power 1,700 HP. Maximum speed 415 kilometers per hour. Service ceiling 7,193 meters. Armament 3 12.7mm machine guns and 1 7.62mm machine gun under the fuselage. 8 127mm HVAR rockets. The aircraft could carry up to 907 kilograms of bombs or 1 Mark 13 torpedo. Crew 3 persons.
Early on, they could do torpedo runs, or they could be used as a dive bomber. So if you were attacking an airfield The Avengers could be dive bombers. They could come back to the carrier, and if somebody saw Japanese ships were sighted, they could load them with torpedoes and go out on a torpedo run.
By the end of 1942, the Avengers had distinguished themselves by sinking Japanese carrier Ryujo during the Battle of the Eastern Solomons and battleship Hiei in the first battles for Guadalcanal. However, the finest hour of these torpedo bombers was yet to come, when in 1942 the Avengers joined the Dauntlesses and Wildcats, which had borne the weight of the initial phase of the air war against Japan. Meanwhile, US industry prepared replacements for the battle-battered aircraft fleet.
The F-6F Hellcat, known as the Ace Maker, arguably the most significant carrier-borne aircraft of World War II, and was responsible for some 75% of the Navy's kills. 12,274 were built by Grumman, 1 an hour every hour, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It was simple, it was reliable, it was rugged. It claimed 5,157 enemy kills for a loss of only 270. Another nickname it earned was the aluminum tank, and it earned for the manufacturer the moniker Grumman Iron Works. Indeed, some pilots spoke of returning home with battle damage so significant that more air was passing through the aircraft than around it.
Aircraft specifications for F-6F Hellcat. Length, more than 10 meters. Wingspan, 13 meters. Takeoff weight, 6,754 kilograms. Engine, Pratt & Whitney R2800 10W double wasp. Power 2,135 HP. Maximum speed 629 kilometers per hour. Service ceiling 11,278 meters. Armament 6 12.7mm Colt Browning M2 machine guns. 6 127mm HVAR rockets. Bomb payload up to 907 kilograms. Crew 1 person.
When it was all said and done at the end of the war, the Hellcat had a 19-to-1 kill ratio, which meant for every Hellcat shot down air-to-air, Hellcat shot down 19 Japanese aircraft, which at that point in the war, many of them were fighters.
In 1943, the US Pacific Fleet began to put heavy strike aircraft carriers from the Essex-class into service, each of which could carry up to 100 planes on board. The war had reached a stage where the success of combat operations was defined by the economic power of the warring parties.
So it was a huge, huge advantage that we had that the Japanese did not have. They did not have anywhere near the capability to match us in production. So by mid-44, pretty much everywhere we went, we had a huge carrier force to back up whatever was happening.
In 1943, Grumman, the main manufacturer of fighters for the US Navy, had to make room for another company. New aircraft carriers boasted 4FU Corsairs produced by Vought on their flight decks. However, this machine did not become a competitor for Grumman's Hellcats. The Corsair had other purposes.
Corsair's introduction into service hit some snags for carrier qualifications. It exhibited some really nasty low-speed stall characteristics, the landing gear wasn't suitable, and it also had such a powerful engine that the torque caused roll as well as yaw due to P-factor. Finally, the long nose meant that on final approach you couldn't actually see the carrier you were trying to land on, although the solution for that was a long curve which kept your eyes on the target. As a result, Corsair entered service as a land-based aircraft with the Marines in early '43.
Aircraft specifications for the F-4U Corsair. Length, more than 10 meters. Wingspan, 12.5 meters. Takeoff weight, 6,654 kilograms. Engine, Pratt & Whitney R2800 18W. Power, 2,380 HP. Maximum speed, 718 kilometers per hour. Service ceiling, 12,802 meters. Armament, 6 12.7mm Colt Browning M2 machine guns. 8 127mm HVAR rockets. Bomb payload up to 907 kilograms. Crew 1 person.
Marines used it heavily. It was more of a marine aircraft in World War II. The Navy primarily flew the Hellcat. Corsair first flew in 1940. It was extremely advanced for its day. It was the first U.S. Navy fighter that could go 400 miles an hour straight and level. It has a very odd wing arrangement. It's got a gull wing, and the reason for that is because of the size of the propeller. If you had a regular wing, the landing gear would be so long that you'd have to have a huge wing for the landing gear to fold up into, so the Vought engineers came up with that very unusual design.
In 1943, on the basis that the war was going to continue a while longer, work was started on the development of a successor to the F6F Hellcat. The result was known as the engine with a saddle on it. It was the F8F Bearcat. An interesting design feature at the time was the addition of exploding wingtips. The idea was that if the maneuvers were so hard that there was a risk of a complete structural failure of the wing, the outer meter or so of each wing would detach. Never really worked in practice though. Either one tip would detach and not the other, or just simply at different times. The solution was to add explosive charges. However, it never worked according to plan, and indeed an accident with an explosion killed a Navy technician. So production aircraft soon had that idea removed.
Aircraft specifications for the F8F Bearcat. Length almost 8.5 meters. Wingspan almost 11 meters. Takeoff weight 6,105 kilograms. Engine Pratt & Whitney R280030W. Double Wasp. Power 2,250 HP. Maximum speed 737 kilometers per hour. Service ceiling 11,247 meters. Armament 4 20mm cannons. 4 127mm HVAR rockets. Bomb payload up to 1,700 kilograms. Crew 1 person. By the time the F8F Bearcat was mass-produced, the Hellcats and Corsairs were already dominating the skies over the Pacific Ocean, while the Helldivers and Avengers were finishing off the remnants of the Japanese Navy. In October 1944, the Americans sank 27 Japanese ships in the Leyte Gulf, including 4 aircraft carriers and 3 battleships. The following year, in April, 227 planes from 9 American carriers destroyed the flagship of the Imperial Japanese Navy, the mighty Yamato. When U.S. troops began landing at Okinawa, aircraft carrier USS Midway was launched back home in the USA. She would become a symbol of the American Navy's power for many years to come.
In the early 1940s, the Bureau of Aeronautics learned about the developments of jet engine technology in England and Germany and asked Westinghouse and Alice Chalmers to make American versions. The initial responses, though, were not positive. These early jets had low power at low speed, they were unreliable, and they had high fuel consumption. Add to that the requirements for swept wings, which seemed necessary for maneuverability, and it became unsuitable for carrier use. After the war, though, with the development of the threat from the Soviet Union and their jet program, it became obvious that the Navy could no longer avoid the technology. In 1947, the FH-1 Phantom entered fleet service, and with that, the age of naval aviation jets began.
Hey, happy birthday World of Warships. Hello everybody, I'm Crosswax. I'm a French streamer and also a French community contributor for World of Warships since 2019. Just a quick video to wish a happy birthday to World of Warships. 10 years ago, was born, leaving an incredible mark in the free-to-play gaming world. And if I recall correctly, there was only 2 branches at the time, and a lot of content has been released since then. So just a quick video to thank all the wargaming staff, the moderators, the developers, of course, the product team, everybody, and of course all the CC staff and my fellow CCs, and of course thanks a lot to the great community, the best community we've ever had as streamers, basically. And so yeah, I'm really looking forward to the content coming in the future, and I hope you are too. Cheers. And if you're French, please drop by. Cheers. Bye.
Fleets grew with new ships from many nations, including powerful battleships, cruisers and destroyers. Several of these vessels carry real historical legacies, giving players the chance to command ships that once sailed in the real world. Each edition helped expand the game's roster and brought history a little closer to the battles at sea.
They were designed to be the best. They met enemies face to face, endured tragedies and enjoyed victories. They went down in history due to the bravery of their crews. They are the ships that deserve to be called Naval Legends. In this episode, watch Yamato, life and death of a legendary battleship. By spring 1945, it became clear that only a miracle could save Japan from defeat in World War II. The land of the rising sun had lost virtually all its naval and air forces, and US troops were already landing on the Japanese islands. On the morning of April 6, Japan's legendary battleship Yamato sailed off to fight her last battle. The last bit of hope the Japanese possessed rested with this steel giant, the largest and most powerful battleship of the time.
That naval operation in the Pacific, dubbed Tenichi-go, Heaven Won, was a dangerous mission, but the faith in Yamato was almost religious, and the Japanese believed luck would go hand in hand with the ship.
The history of battleship Yamato began 10 years before the ship's legendary last mission. In October 1935, Japanese engineers put together a first draft of the famous naval giant. Unlike the Americans, whose ships were limited to a size that could pass through the Panama Canal, nothing restricted the Japanese from building ships of a large size and displacement and arming them as heavily as possible. Japanese designers set out to make battleships powerful enough to outmatch all existing foreign counterparts and any ships that would be built in the upcoming years.
The production facilities behind me were the Kure Naval Arsenal in those days. Its dockyard saw the birth of battleship Yamato. Her keel was laid in 1937 and the ship was completed 1941. Yamato was the heaviest battleship in the world. Back then, the total construction expenses amounted to 130 million yen. That would be over 1 trillion yen, $8 billion in today's prices.
Initially, Japan planned to build a total of 4 Yamato-class ships. However, the Pacific War began, and after completing the second ship, Musashi, Japan stopped building the third ship, Shinano, and never started the fourth one. Eventually, Shinano was converted to an aircraft carrier.
Yamato is the ancient name for Japan, meaning Great Harmony. Strict secrecy was maintained throughout her construction. A high fence of mats surrounded the dockyard. All engineers swore a solemn oath of non-disclosure, and the workers going in and out were compared with their photos. Japanese shipbuilders certainly had something big to hide. Total displacement, 72,808 tons. Length, 263 meters. Beam, 38.9 meters. Draft, over 10 meters. Armament, main battery. 3 turrets, each having 40 SK Mod 94 guns. Caliber, 460 millimeters. Secondary battery, 2 turrets, each having 3 Type 3 guns. Caliber, 155 millimeters. Anti-aircraft artillery, 12 coaxial Type 89 guns. Caliber, 127 millimeters. 50 triple barrel and 2 single barrel Type 96 automatic cannons. Caliber, 25 millimeters. Air Group, 7 seaplanes, reconnaissance planes and spotting aircraft. Armor, main belt, 270 to 410 millimeters. Main turrets, 190 to 650 millimeters. Conning tower, 300 to 500 millimeters. Power plant, 4 Campon turbines and 12 Campon RO boilers. Power, 154,000 shaft horsepower. Maximum speed, over 27 knots. Operational range, 7,200 nautical miles at 16 knots.
Yamato's key features are her main turrets, each having 3 460mm guns. The guns could fire shells weighing almost 1.5 tons with a muzzle speed of 790 meters per second. A gun turret, including the barbette, weighed 3,000 tons. It could contain over 150 men.
Yamato's main turrets were guided by a fire control system consisting of a director that provided parameters of fire, rangefinders, and electromechanical calculators, a form of early computers. It was a state-of-the-art system for the time. Lack of fire control radars for engaging surface targets was compensated for by top-notch grouping of salvos. This gave the Japanese firing capability on par with that of the world's leading navies. The ship's secondary battery consisted of 2 turrets, each having 3 155mm guns. The guns featured excellent ballistic characteristics and could penetrate the armor of a typical cruiser. However, their rate of fire was pretty low. When commissioned, Yamato had 6 coaxial 127mm anti-aircraft guns for long-range engagement, plus short-range anti-aircraft artillery consisted of 8 triple-barrel 25mm cannons. The number of the AA guns was constantly built up during the war.
The 127mm anti-aircraft guns and the 25mm guns had different ranges of fire. So if an enemy aircraft flew into this gap, neither of the guns was able to effectively intercept it. Furthermore, the 127mm guns had relatively low traverse speed and poor elevation and depression characteristics. They also failed to fire at the declared rate of 14 rounds per minute if the elevation was high or low.
Yamato enjoyed the heaviest armor in shipbuilding history. Its US analog, battleship Iowa, had armor that was on average 100mm thinner. The armor belt of the Japanese Giant formed a citadel that covered slightly over half of her waterline length. The most protected part was the ship's conning tower.
The weapon systems became literally giant. The Japanese built a super battleship that was like 10 or 15 others put together. But the problem was that it did not pay off. You can build one Yamato-class battleship, but she would still be destroyed when facing 2, 3, or 10 US battleships. There are still such characteristics as mobility, quantity, quality, salvos per side.
Yamato was commissioned in late 1941. In her first mission, the Battle of Midway, Yamato served as the flagship of the Japanese combined fleet. During the battle, on June 4 through 6, 1942, Yamato did not fire a single shot and was used only as an HQ ship.
The Japanese military command was definitely saving their 2 best battleships for an upcoming major battle against the US fleet. As a result, Japanese seamen started to feel disappointed with their flagship. They even made up a saying that the world's 3 most useless things were China's Great Wall, the Egyptian pyramids, and the battleship Yamato.
It was not until autumn 1944 that the Japanese naval giant fought its first real battle. Together with her sister ship Musashi, Yamato attacked US landing craft near the island of Leyte. In that battle, Yamato was only slightly damaged, demonstrated her power, and recovered the status of an unsinkable giant. However, the situation in the Pacific theater had changed by that time.
Progress in military technology basically follows the laws of philosophy. When making a new weapon system, designers in the military usually seek to enhance its specifications, bigger caliber, thicker armor, etc. Then they come to a dead end, where they are no longer developing the Navy, but improving a separate weapon type within the existing limits. A radical change is carrier-borne aviation, and later, missile systems. But Yamato is the peak in the construction of battleships. It is not about progress, it is about reaching the peak.
In 1945, World War II reached Japan's home islands. The command of the Japanese combined fleet made a Bushido-style decision. Yamato, with the help of a light cruiser and 8 destroyers, was to defend the island of Okinawa and prevent the US troops from getting any further inland, or fight to the end and finish her journey gloriously. Executing this order on April 6, 1945, the legendary Japanese battleship sailed off to fight her last battle. The United States sent in its Task Force 58 to intercept the flagship of the Japanese combined fleet. The Americans would not miss the chance to destroy the symbol of Japan's naval power. As early as 10 a.m., the first US squadrons took off from 5 heavy and 4 light aircraft carriers, located about 300 miles away from Yamato. A total of 227 aircraft took part in the destruction of the Japanese force. The battle began at 12:34. 4 aerial bombs hit Yamato, taking out a 127mm gun and several automatic cannons. In just 20 minutes, 2 more bombs struck the battleship and a torpedo hit her port side. In response, Yamato fired her anti-aircraft weapons. At 14:02, the Americans launched the last attack on the wounded, but still combat-capable Yamato. It was a demonstrative execution. 4 torpedoes, 3 to the port side and 1 to the starboard side, destroyed the ship's damage control center. Yamato stopped moving and started listing to port more and more every minute. And when this huge ship capsized, a monstrous explosion erupted. The pride and hope but the Japanese fleet went under. Together with the ship, 3,000 crew members were lost, including the commanders of the Japanese force and the ship. For the Japanese, Yamato still remains a symbol of the nation's might that fell in battle like a true samurai. The city where the legendary battleship was built opened a museum, whose centerpiece is a 26-meter model of Yamato.
The Kure Municipal Museum of Naval History and Science was built 10 years ago to preserve the rich naval history of the city. Now it is known as the Yamato Museum. The exhibits reflect the naval history of Kure. In other words, the history of naval affairs and technologies. The museum has become quite popular. Fans of battleships come here from all over the country. However, we should remember that it was originally dedicated to all kinds of shipbuilding.
The violent explosion that finished the destruction of Yamato was caused by the detonation of her main battery magazines. However, there is plenty of debate about the reason for that tremendous explosion. The answer is probably hidden on the bottom of the ocean. So far, researchers have been unable to lift what is left from the giant battleship.
It is true that Yamato had a number of drawbacks. Like her sister ship, Musashi, the battleship was sunk as a result of airstrikes. The key reason for that was the ship's fundamental lack of ability to resist massive air attacks.
Yamato remains the largest and most powerful battleship in history. For every person who takes interest in the history of military ships, Yamato embodies military might. Born to terrify and crush enemies, this formidable steel giant managed to glorify her name even as she was defeated. She represented a pinnacle in large battleship design, one that will probably never be surpassed, and in that sense, Yamato will always remain a symbol and a legend.
可以告诉我你的年龄吗？
是25岁。
25岁已经工作了吗？
是战舰世界的 CC。
那么当 CC 几年了呢
？2018年加入的，差不多快7年。
看你玩蛮久的，是很喜欢这游戏？
倒是没有特别喜欢，从2015年玩到现在而已。尘归尘，土归土，招潮不配有老母。大家好，我是亚服 CC 体恩奈抹擦。战舰世界即将迈入10周年，在座的各位都有责任啊。套一句玩家之间很喜欢说的话：战舰世界什么都好，就是不好玩。而你，我的朋友，你就是那最好的部分。那最后，我想感谢各位观众以及玩家们，正因为有你们的支持，我才能在搞技术和搞收益方面毫无保留的选择了搞笑。尤其是那些喊 TNNJJ 的玩家们，特别感谢你们。
2019 also introduced some of the game's most iconic heavyweights, large, powerful ships that quickly became favorites for their mix of strength, resilience and firepower. Through the Dry Dock series, ships like Kremlin, Yamato, Grosser Kurfürst and Thunderer represented from a completely different perspective and as historical what-if designs reconstructed from blueprints, vessels that have become some of the community's most beloved ships.
Some were destroyed in battle. Others weren't completed. Some are laid up and can only dream about battles. But now, they're getting a new lease of life. We recreate ships accurately, according to their historical blueprints, and send them into battle. World of Warships, Dry Dock.
Thunderer is one of the most unusual ships in World of Warships. Her history began in 1920, when the British Admiralty received designs for a battleship designated Project L2, which had been drawn up taking into account the lessons learned from the Battle of Jutland. It was planned to outfit her 4 main battery turrets with 8 457mm Armstrong guns, the design of which was found by our specialists in the British archives. To keep this aspect of her design secret, the indicated caliber of the guns was intentionally lower than the actual one, a fact that we only discovered in the process of studying her blueprints. As part of Project L2, the gun prototype went through the stages of engineering design, production, and test firing, but due to the provisions of the Washington Naval Treaty, the project was abandoned. The British shipbuilders revisited their most powerful artillery systems later, when it was decided to build a ship on the basis of battleship Lion that would be superior to German battleships Bismarck, Tirpitz, and the future H-class. However, the outbreak of war forced them to change their plans. But the ship wasn't lost for good. Based on the theoretical evaluations and blueprints of British battleships, specialists from Wargaming St. Petersburg studio designed a battleship that received the name Thunderer. Thunderer's hull inherits the features common to her Tier 9 predecessor, Battleship Lion. Additionally, she enjoys a reinforced 406mm armor belt and better protected main battery turrets. Speaking of artillery, in World of Warships, HMS Thunderer has the aforementioned 457mm main battery guns, as well as 133mm dual-purpose guns and enhanced AA defenses. In addition to those features, she's characterized by good concealment and decent maneuverability. In mid-September 2019, Battleship Thunderer set sail on the seas of World of Warships.
There's so much to say about 2020, a year of remarkable expansion for World of Warships. It saw the arrival of the Vermont battleship line, famous Holland destroyer line, Petropavlovsk cruiser line, British Goliath cruiser line, and Manfred von Richthofen aircraft carrier line. Players had a chance to test submarines for the first time, and submarine battles were introduced the same year.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, World of Warships. Happy birthday to you. Wow, 10 unglaubliche Jahre World of Warships. Seit 9 Jahren bin ich übrigens auch schon mit dabei. Wer hätte gedacht, dass sich so eine große Liebe zu einem Spiel entwickelt, was ich auf der Gamescom nur mal kurz antesten wollte, um zu sehen, was mein Mann da eigentlich die ganze Zeit spielt. Seit Oktober 2019 bin ich jetzt Community-Kontributorin und als Main-DD werfe ich ganz gerne mal Torpedos. One is okay, haben sie gesagt. Mein Lieblingsevent ist übrigens King of the Sea, weil ich da mal in die Kommentatorenrolle schlüpfen und den Profis über die Schulter schauen kann. And now I just want to say a huge congratulations to the entire wargaming team on the 10th anniversary of World of Warships. It's been an incredible journey, and I'm so excited to see what the future holds. Here's too many more years of epic battles and amazing moments.
2020 also introduced two new temporary battle types. Asymmetric battles pitted a small team of high-tier ships against a much larger fleet. Then came Keep battles, futuristic fights on the massive polygon map, where 16 players clashed with each other and AI-controlled monsters, commanding special ships from free rival corporations. Both battle types showed how World of Warships could step outside tradition and deliver fresh, memorable experiences.
We need volunteers who are ready to stand at the helms of the most powerful ships in the galaxy. We begin a new game event, Big Hunt, the key to victory. Expect unique ships, terrifying monsters, and the best commanders.
At ease, Captain. Are you ready to win at any cost? Then my Valkyrie is at your service. C-Tech installed all of your favorites. High explosive and armor-piercing ammo, plus something new. Ever heard about mortars? Not yet? I guarantee you'll love them on Valkyrie.
Greetings, my friend. I see that you're only here for the rewards, just as I am. That's good. Battle points. Hundreds, thousands. Gale was basically constructed to make us richer. Those petameter geniuses made a dream warship. The ship of our dreams. Fast and maneuverable. You can fire lasers, plasma guns, and my personal favorite, flying torpedoes. Gale and I are waiting for you.
Silence. I see the future. I see a battle. My Heracles, with you at the helm. Enemies falling, struck down by our lasers and wavecasters. I see us going through the portal. A key, battle points, everything is ours. We win! To make these visions become reality, you must select the ship provided by the Phobos Corporation.
Let's take a closer look at what you're up against. The most bloodthirsty monsters from the furthest corners of the known universe. Our first specimen, Thornridge, is an ancient creature that usually lurks in the oceans of planets in the Yamato constellation. Its fang's shellic array can secrete acid and biomass blobs that are similar to torpedoes. Avoid Thornridge's attacks if you don't want to be flooded. Another beast that's going to test the durability of your ship is Fangblade. Its strength lies in its weaponized acid. I tell you this, forget all the space horror movies that you watched back on Earth. Fangblade is far scarier, and its acid doesn't only damage ships, it also slowly dissolves them. Finally, the most terrifying monster, Lobsteride. This behemoth is the most dangerous predator in the galaxy. It resides on planets with extremely low or high temperatures that also lack any trace of oxygen. Lobsteride can survive everywhere. Killing it is almost impossible. Moreover, this giant, just like Fangblade, attacks everything it sees with caustic acid. Now for the rules of our big hunt. 16 ships. Free for all. You must first clean out the monsters from the surrounding area. Killing monsters will earn you battle points. The more points you earn, the more powerful your ship will become, provided that you select the optimal improvements. There are many to choose from. If you encounter another ship, go ahead and sink it to get their points, or invite them to join forces with you in battle. It's easier and more fun to kill monsters together. Remember though, that your allies might betray you at any moment, and you can also betray them, by the way. It's not some noble fencing match after all. Keep in mind that you need to keep pushing towards the center of the map. The exit from the polygon, the portal, is situated there. You can open it with one of the 4 keys that are hidden inside 4 lobsterides. Once you grab a key, don't waste a moment. You'll become a target for everyone, even for your recent allies. If you manage to escape via the portal with a key, you'll multiply all the battle points you've earned and be able to spend them in the armory. Those who don't manage to exit via the portal will be transported to the Octagon, the place of a battle royale in which only one will survive. This lucky captain will also receive their reward. Don't forget to spend your hard-earned XP in the port. You can drastically alter your ship. Her main battery, auxiliary armaments, hull parameters, and of course, her unique abilities. Combine improvements and try different variants to create your ideal weapon. The big hunt begins. Select one of the new ships. Gather resources, defeat monsters, and remember, only the strongest will obtain the keys.
Themistocles once said that he who commands the sea has command of everything, and the Greeks have had a long naval tradition since those days, which brings us to Yorgos Averof, the last built and last surviving of the armoured cruisers. To Greeks, she's not just a monument of steel and engineering, she's a national treasure. And the Hellenic Navy Jack and the Admiral's flag indicate that this is still a warship in commissioned service. As a result, any passing Hellenic Navy ships are required to render honors. Welcome to Athens.
After the unfortunate war against Turkey in 1897, Greece was trying to upgrade their armed forces. In 1907, the Greek Naval Command learned that 2 Piata-class armoured cruisers were being built at the shipyards of an Italian company called Orlando. The Italians wanted to sell one of those cruisers. The Turks were also interested in the ship, but weren't able to send a request in time due to financial issues.
But we had a great advantage. We had a benefactor, Yorgos Averof. According to his will, he had left a large sum of money for that time to the country. 8 million gold drachmas. The money was used to purchase the ship. It was enough to cover a third of the cruiser's cost. Thus, we were able to buy the ship and named her after our benefactor, Yorgos Averof.
For the ambitious Greek navy, she was the mightiest ship they possessed and became a source of pride for the Greeks from the moment she was commissioned into service. A snout bow is the element of the cruiser's appearance that draws most attention. That design feature was brought by the legacy of ancient triremes, and it was common to all warships of the steam-powered, armour-clad fleet era. Simply put, Averof was the last armoured cruiser to be commissioned in the world. Performance characteristics of cruiser Yorgos Averof in 1911. Length 140.5 meters, beam 21 meters, draft 7.5 meters, total displacement 10,400 tons. Armament. Main caliber 4 234mm Mark 10 guns. Medium caliber 8 190mm Mark 6 guns coupled in 4 turrets. Secondary armament 16 76mm guns. The cruiser was armed with 3 430mm underwater torpedo tubes. Armour, belt up to 200mm, deck 50mm. Main turrets 200mm, conning tower 180mm. Propulsion 2 steam engines and 22 Belleville boilers. Power 20,808 horsepower. Top speed 24 knots. Cruising range 2,480 miles at 17.5 knots. The ship was commissioned into service in May 1911, but after leaving the shipyard, she set out not to Greece but to England. There she would participate in the festivities dedicated to the coronation of King George V. After the parade, the cruiser ran aground and was sent to Plymouth for repairs.
As was common with a lot of fleets at the time, the relationship between officers and enlisted was not always idyllic. But if you bear in mind that after accepting delivery, the crew were sent not back home to Greece to work out the kinks and become a smoothly operating machine, but to an international review, and then you add an incident with the ship running aground, you can imagine that tensions were starting to run a little bit high. The cup of patience overflowed, however, one day in July 1911, when for lunch the crew were served this. It's a Stilton, apparently a close relative to the Roquefort, and considered a delicacy. Now, the Greek sailors, who were a little bit more used to their native feta, did not understand the sophistication involved in eating this, and frankly, I'm inclined to agree. Angered at having been served moldy cheese, the crew rebelled. Now, the rebellion was put down without the use of violence, but both the commander and the instigators of the rebellion were recalled back to Greece, and Pavlos Koutouriotis was sent as a matter of some haste to England, where he was then appointed as the new CO.
The appointment of Pavlos Koutouriotis as commander at helm of the most modern ship of the Greek Navy was quite appropriate. He was born into a family of a famous political figure. At the age of 20, he started his service in the Greek Navy. He fought in the Greco-Turkish War of 1897. 3 years later, he was the first in the Greek Navy to cross the Atlantic Ocean while being at the helm of training ship Miaoulis. Thanks to his strong-willed character and the excellent attributes of a naval officer that he possessed, Koutouriotis ascended the career ladder very quickly, and in 1908 he became the Adjutant General to the King of Greece, Georgios I. In 1912, Greece, Serbia, Montenegro and Bulgaria declared war on the Ottoman Empire. Koutouriotis, being commander of the Aegean Sea Fleet at that time, played an important role in the approval of that decision by the Greek authorities.
Koutouriotis told Prime Minister Venizelos then, "I'm not afraid of the Turkish fleet, even though its ships are more numerous than ours. I will be able to liberate the Aegean Sea with the help of valor and the bravery of Greek sailors alone."
Koutouriotis attained the rank of Rear Admiral, and in the fall of 1912 he directed a series of successful amphibious operations that led to the capture of several key islands and enabled the establishment of Greek naval bases.
Averof was the most modern ship of the Greek Navy, and even among the navies of all the opposing countries. The reasons why she became the Greek flagship are clear.
Koutouriotis achieved fame and earned the people's love after liberating the Greek islands. However, having done so, the admiral, his flagship, Averof, and the entire Greek fleet became the highest priority target for the enemy, and they didn't make the Greeks wait for too long. On December 16, ships of the Ottoman Empire set out to sea in order to fight off the Greek squadron that was blocking the Dardanelles. Koutouriotis spotted the enemy at 8:20 a.m. The admiral lined up his main forces, comprising flagship Averof and 3 coastal defense battleships, and set out towards the enemy. Turkish fleet, comprising 2 squadron battleships armed with 280mm main caliber guns, was stronger. In addition, in specific conditions, they could be supported by coastal batteries. In the space of an hour, the Turkish ships approached the Greeks to a distance of 10 kilometers and fired first salvos at them. A minute later, the Greeks answered.
At a range of 9 kilometers, these 234mm rifles opened fire. Built by the British firm of Armstrong, notice the 9.2-inch, they were in common service with the Royal Navy at the beginning of the 20th century. Averof mounted 4 of these guns in 2 twin turrets, and indeed the convex shape of the roof of the turret also belies their British origin. There were 18 people in the gun houses, and they were capable of servicing the rifles so quickly that every barrel could fire around every 8 seconds.
At some point, the fight, known as the Battle of Ely, turned into a fight that pitted Averof against the entire Turkish squadron.
Since our other ships were older and much slower than the flagship, Konturiotis had to speed up with his ship Averof, leave the other ships behind, and head into battle against the Turkish forces alone. Accurate salvos from Averof, combined with daring maneuvers by Konturiotis, who led the cruiser right up to the Turkish flagship in order to split the enemy squadron in half, caught the Turks cold.
The Turkish squadron focused their fire on Averof, but their shells failed to reach their target. The gunmen on the Greek cruiser were more accurate. The Turkish formation was soon broken up, and they hurried to hide in the Dardanelles.
During the battle, the ship was caught in a crossfire between the Turkish coastal batteries and their surface vessels, and she did take 3 hits, although none of them were serious. Averof was pretty well protected. Her main belt was 20 centimeters thick, and she had an additional 18 centimeters covering her vital spaces, such as the barbettes. Indeed, the armor was of a new cemented type, and although it was only half as thick as the 40 centimeters of the old iron Turkish battleships, it still provided a lot more protection. And indeed, with the new armaments and protection, when the ship arrived, the Greeks christened her a thorikto, a battleship.
That was the first victory of the Greek Navy. Basically, it was a victory of one ship, Averof, with Konturiotis at her helm. A month later, on January the 18th, 1913, the Turkish squadron set out to sea again, and a second battle broke out. The second battle also turned into a duel between Averof and the entire Turkish fleet. But the results were even more disastrous for the Turks. The Turkish fleet found themselves blocked in the Dardanelles, and their ships took severe damage. Despite the focused fire of the Turkish guns, only 2 men were killed and 8 wounded on board Averof. Those men were the only crew losses the ship suffered in the entire time of her service.
After the battle, which would be historically known as the Battle of Lemnos, the Turkish fleet entirely lost its combat capabilities, and the Greek forces, led by Averof, became the masters of the Aegean Sea. Konturiotis' victories over the Turkish fleet brought the fame of a national hero for the admiral, and his cruiser became known as the Menace of the Aegean Sea. Averof hardly took part in combat in World War I, but in 1919, the Third Greco-Turkish War broke out. The cruiser supported Allied troops and helped evacuate the Greeks from Turkey in 1922, when the battle met its unfortunate end. Averof underwent a major overhaul and upgrade in France between 1925 to 1927. The torpedo tubes and some guns of her secondary armament were demounted from the ship, while a new fire control system and anti-aircraft armament were installed. The old propulsion remained, as the cost of replacing it was considered to be unreasonably expensive for such an old ship.
Now, by this point, most fleets in the world had moved to a liquid fuel system, but on Averof, coal was retained, and you can imagine how pleasant it would have been in the heat for the stokers to take the coal from the bunkers, put them into the fireboxes, and then you had to take the ash out from underneath, and that got extracted by use of an elevator at the top.
There are 22 of these water-filled boilers in 2 engine compartments to provide a little bit of redundancy in case of battle damage. And if you look at it, Averof is something of a multinational ship. The hull and armor are Italian, the boilers and engines are French, the generators are German, and the armament British.
The English guns of the Greek ironclad had their chance to serve the Crown in the next World War, which Greece entered as an ally of Great Britain. When combat began in 1940, the Greek fleet and its irreplaceable flagship Yorgos Averof escorted convoys transporting troops and all needed supplies for the citizens of the Greek islands and protected the coastline from the enemy.
In April of 1941, Germany invaded Greece, and the Luftwaffe paid particular attention to the Hellenic Navy, sinking a number of ships at anchor, to include the old battleship Kilkis. Averof was not left alone from the attentions. Indeed, the German attacks are so fierce that the anti-aircraft gunners would come to know this as the Deadly Watch. The German advance is so rapid that the remnants of the fleet were forced to relocate to Crete and then Alexandria. But naval headquarters ordered Averof to be scuttled, on the premise that she was too old to be of military value, and there seemed little merit in giving the enemy a prize of the hero of the Balkan Wars. However, the crew on their own decided to ignore this order and made their own break for Alexandria.
At night on April 18, the cruise's commander, Ioannis Vlachopoulos, and a few crew members approached a closed harbour boom on a rowboat. The harbour boom was used to protect the ship at its station. Using axes and handsaws, the sailors cut through the harbour boom so Averof could set out to sea. On April 23, the cruiser arrived in Alexandria and became part of the British Mediterranean forces. Greece capitulated on the same day, and the government left the country.
In August of 1941, the ship, now under British operational control, was sent to the Indian Ocean for convoy service, where she remained, based out of Bombay, until the end of 1942. Now at this point, the 30-year-old ship is making 12 to 16 knots, which for a cruiser is an indicator as to her state, even though in the 1925 to 1927 refit, her original Belleville boilers had been replaced by like new ones.
However, that didn't prevent cruiser Averof from fulfilling her combat duties. From November 1942, she patrolled the entrance to the Suez Canal.
Once the war was over and the Germans had left Greece, Averof, as a flagship of the Greek Navy, transported the Greek government back from exile, here, to Phaleron. The day following the cruise's arrival, on October the 17th, 1944, an official ceremony of raising the Greek flag in the Acropolis was organized, involving the Prime Minister of that time, Yorgos Papandreou. The flag, which was raised on the sacred mountain and symbolized the birth of a new free Greece, was the flag of cruiser Averof.
From 1945 until 1952, Averof was stationed at Salamis Naval Base and used for allocating the naval headquarters. The schedule of all ships of the Greek Navy of that time is still preserved on a barbette of the main rear turret.
Patrol ships, corvettes, auxiliary vessels, destroyers and submarines were marked on it. For example, the commander had the following information: a patrol ship, designated time of departure, where the ship was headed, arrival, designated time of arrival, and a signal for the ship to set out to sea.
In 1984, the cruiser was towed to her current station, and her status was changed to that of a museum ship. Averof still remains the flagship of the Greek Navy, and her crew carry out actual military service.
Every day we work to preserve the ship and keep her alive. It requires a lot of effort and money, but it requires love before everything else. If you don't love what you do, you won't make much of it. But my crew and I, we all love this ship.
In December 2017, when cruiser Averof was leaving Saloniki, where she had taken part in the festivities dedicated to the anniversary of liberating North Greece from the Ottoman rule, many citizens asked the sailors to stay. They felt safe when they saw Averof in the port.
Fate has generally smiled upon the history of this ship. Averof survived 5 wars and was originally funded by donations from private Greek citizens, and 70 years later was again rebuilt by donations from the public. As a result, she can rightfully be described as a national treasure. It's kind of hard to think of a nation with a greater maritime tradition than that of Greece, the bond between men and the sea. And as the Greek historian and author Dimitris Fotiadis once said, without the fleet, we cannot see freedom.
Hello guys, nice to see you. My name is Uberstrike. I am from channel Od Gracza dla Graczy. In English, from player to players. I am Polish community contributor about 4 years, and 8 years I am playing in World of Warships. 10 years, World of Warships, great things. I want to tell happy anniversary for all of you, and rest of this message I speak in Polish for the Polish community. Cześć gracze, witam serdecznie, przywitałem się już z wami po angielsku, no i mam nadzieję, że po polsku tak samo dobrze mi wyjdzie. Mam nadzieję, że wszystkie bitwy, które do dzisiaj rozegraliście, są warte zapamiętania. Jeżeli nie, no to przecież na pewno takie nadejdą i przede wszystkim z okazji rocznicy życzę wam samych epickich, wielkich, potężnych spotkań na wirtualnych morzach i oceanach. Do zobaczenia niebawem, bo na pewno spotkamy się na Twitchu i na YouTubie. Bye bye!
The year also brought a wide range of special ships that gave players new ways to fight. Britain expanded its roster with new carriers and cruisers, while Germany grew its presence with several battleships, cruisers and destroyers. France added more battleships, and the United States introduced another of its heavyweights. Pan-Asia was also represented, with a destroyer whose real-world story showed how ships could change hands, flags and destinies, a reminder of how closely the game connects to naval history. The Armada series let us dive right in exploring the history behind the ships, showing how they're built in the game, and even sharing some useful tactics for captains to try out in battle.
In 1936, the first Type 1936 destroyer was laid down at a shipyard of the Tsushima shipbuilding company. This project resulted in the creation of the most effective destroyer out of all ships of this type that were being developed in Germany at the time. And in the following 8 years, 24 modified variants of her were built. 2 more ships were launched, but never completed. One of those unfinished variants, Z-44, has become a Tier 9 premium destroyer in our game, thanks to the efforts of the World of Warships designers. Z-44 was a 1936 B-class destroyer. She was laid down in May 1942. The shipyards were overloaded and labour was scarce, which is why her construction progressed slowly. In December 1943, Z-44 was launched and placed in a fitting-out dock in Bremen. In July 1944, during a massive Allied air raid, the ship was hit by several bombs and sank. The damage she had sustained was so extensive that it was impractical to complete her, and she was salvaged for parts instead. In World of Warships, Z-44 is a ship that can make her enemies feel nervous just by her presence on the battlefield, due to her quite powerful offensive capabilities. These are her main trumps: long-range torpedoes, range 12 kilometers, speed 64 knots, maximum damage 13,700. Good torpedo tube reload speed. Her 2 quintuple tube launchers can unleash a salvo every 85 seconds. Effective armor-piercing shells. Shells with a maximum damage of 3,000, one of the highest values among same-tier destroyers. However, the main application of Z-44 is not close quarters engagements, at least not at the very start of a battle. Z-44 is primarily a torpedo destroyer, and her gameplay is geared towards conducting frequent long-range torpedo attacks. As the ship has quite high detectability and lacks the hydroacoustic search consumable, storming key areas at the beginning of a battle is not advisable. It would be wiser to first concentrate on long-range torpedo attacks, then move to capture only around the middle of a battle, when there are fewer enemy ships. While the ship's high explosive shells don't inflict significant damage, this is compensated for by her good armor-piercing shells. The latter will help you emerge victorious from duels with enemy destroyers, if you use them effectively. Thanks to the smoke generator consumable, Z-44 can confidently fire from within a smoke screen or take refuge and hide from unwanted attention. The engine boost consumable enables her to quickly change position. I recommend paying attention to the following upgrades to fully unlock Z-44's potential. Main Armaments Modification 1, Engine Room Protection, Torpedo Tubes Modification 1, Propulsion Modification 1, Concealment System Modification 1, Torpedo Tubes Modification 2. Recommended skills for a 10-point commander: Priority Target, Last Stand, Torpedo Armament Expertise, Concealment Expert. For a 19 skill point commander, add Superintendent, Adrenaline Rush, Survivability Expert, Preventive Maintenance. Destroyer Z-44 offers a wide range of tactical possibilities and can be useful in different situations at various stages of battle. Thanks to her remarkable torpedo armament and powerful armor-piercing shells, you can make the enemy's life considerably harder by methodically sending their ships back to the port. Moreover, Z-44 brings increased profit in XP and credits, like all other premium ships. Good luck, captains, and have fun in battle.
Spent all day, don't they?
We were dedicated to killing Nazis. That's what we volunteered for.
Guy Martin going for a piece of history. How much further can he go? We choose to go to the moon.
Wow, what a flight. What a view, isn't it, John? It's absolutely unreal.
2020 also carried forward the idea of giving ships a second life, through meticulous research and reconstruction. Using blueprints, archival material, and expert input, vessels that were never completed, destroyed in battle, or dismantled long ago were recreated for the game. Each one represented a story left unfinished in history, brought back so players could experience what it might have been like to command them. This continuation of dry dock reinforced the central idea of World of Warships, preserving naval heritage and imagination on the seas.
Some were destroyed in battle, others weren't completed. Some are laid up and can only dream about battles. But now, they're getting a new lease of life. We recreate ships accurately, according to their historical blueprints, and send them into battle. World of Warships, Dry Dock.
Greetings, captains. Whilst the installation of the main deck, bulkheads and barbette of the rear main turret is in progress on battleship Odin, I want to direct your attention to the famous German heavy cruiser Admiral Graf Spee. There were 3 ships of her class: Admiral Graf Spee, Admiral Scheer, and the lead ship Deutschland, which was later renamed Lotso. The original idea behind these armoured cruisers, which were designed in Germany in the second half of the 1920s, was captured in their nickname, pocket battleships. The German shipbuilders managed to find a balanced combination of the powerful armament that was common for the battleships of that time and the displacement of comparatively lightweight cruisers. Admiral Graf Spee's main battery comprised 6 283mm guns placed in sets of 3 across 2 turrets. Her secondary battery comprised 8 150mm guns. The ship also carried various AA armaments and 2 quadruple tube torpedo launchers. Admiral Graf Spee's armour was the thickest out of the ships of her series. The cruiser's vertical armour was 140mm thick and was capable of protecting vital parts of the ship against 203mm shells. One of the most important engineering solutions was the use of diesel engines as her main propulsion. These gave the ship a unique cruising range that would only be surpassed by nuclear-powered ships. 8 9-cylinder motors, each providing 7,100 horsepower, allowed the cruiser to speed up to 29 knots and gave her a cruising range of up to 20,000 miles at a 10-knot cruising speed. Admiral Graf Spee meant the beginning of World War II in the South Atlantic, where she had been sent to raid British commercial ships in August 1939. By the end of September, the English had amassed quite an impressive force with the objective of intercepting her. For almost 3 months, Admiral Graf Spee successfully carried out her mission to terrorise merchant sailors and confuse the British Admiralty, but she wouldn't go unchecked. The elusive raider was eventually spotted by a British task force off the coast of Uruguay. On December 13, 1939, the first large naval battle of World War II took place close to the La Plata estuary. Admiral Graf Spee took on 3 English cruisers that exceeded the German ship in terms of their firepower, but she still managed to deal some damage and make a safe retreat to neutral Uruguay. 4 days later, with no chance to break through to her home waters, Admiral Graf Spee was scuttled near Montevideo. The history of German pocket battleship Admiral Graf Spee and her interesting combat characteristics are what motivated us to revive her in the virtual shipyard of World of Warships. In our game, the famous Raider is a Tier 6 premium ship that offers unique gameplay opportunities due to her dual nature, a unique mixture of battleship and cruiser characteristics. As veteran players say, Admiral Graf Spee can destroy any ship that can catch up to her and escape from any ship that might threaten her survival. However, despite that gung-ho and optimistic sentiment, the cruiser isn't actually well suited to acting without support. Her guns don't reload fast enough to stand alone against several targets of different types. The number and placement of her guns also make it hard for her to dictate the terms of engagement to her enemies. However, those mighty guns can inflict some serious damage, even to enemy battleships, provided she changes shell types effectively and has support from her allies. The cruiser's torpedo armament can come in very handy in battles against battleships. 2 quadruple tube launchers with torpedoes that travel up to 8 kilometers are ready for use in case of a tactical retreat or as a last chance weapon. Admiral Graf Spee is highly effective against cruisers if you prevent any enemies equipped with torpedoes from getting in close. The ship isn't maneuverable enough to effectively evade torpedoes. As for the rest, 2 or 3 successful salvos from Admiral Graf Spee can send an enemy cruiser back to the port. The German ship's secondary guns are great against destroyers, but you should keep them at an optimal distance. The hydroacoustic search consumable will definitely help increase your confidence when fighting against them. To counteract aviation, Admiral Graf Spee has decent AA artillery and offers the possibility of mounting the AA defensive fire consumable instead of hydroacoustic search if you prefer. The cruiser also carries a fighter aboard. Cruiser Admiral Graf Spee's capabilities allow her to have a decisive impact on the way a battle plays out, while her convenient and intuitive gameplay should help you notch up a great many victories. Take this unique historical ship under your command and test all her strength in battle. Good luck, captains. Some were destroyed in battle, others weren't completed. Some are laid up and can only dream about battles. But now, they're getting a new lease of life. We recreate ships accurately, according to their historical blueprints, and send them into battle. World of Warships, Dry Dock. Aircraft carrier Graf Zeppelin was the lead ship of her series, named after Ferdinand von Zeppelin, a German designer of rigid airships. The initial project, approved at the end of 1935, provided for the construction of 4 ships. Later, however, a decision to cut the series in half was made. The ship, designated Aircraft Carrier A, was laid down an entire year after the project had been approved, on December 28, 1936. The Navy had to wait for battleship Gneisenau to launch in order to free up her stocks. The aircraft carrier received an open flight deck with overhangs at her ends and a superstructure that was shifted towards her starboard. A 2-level hangar was located below the flight deck. Initially, the German Naval High Command insisted on installing 203mm guns aboard the ship. However, this was later changed, and it was instead planned for Graf Zeppelin to carry 16 150mm guns in twin mounts. The carrier's AA defences comprised 12 105mm guns and numerous anti-aircraft autocannons. The air group should have consisted of 42 aircraft, 10 Messerschmitt Bf-109T fighter planes, 12 Junkers Ju-87C dive bombers, and 20 specially designed multi-purpose Fieseler Fi-167 aircraft, which were capable of serving both as deck bombers, torpedo bombers, and reconnaissance planes. On October 8, 1938, 2 years after her keel had been laid down, Graf Zeppelin was launched in the presence of the Count's daughter, Hella von Zeppelin, who took part in the ship's christening ceremony. By the following September, the ship was 85% ready, but then the construction work was put on hold. It was only on May 13, 1942, that the Kriegsmarine issued a directive about the completion of the aircraft carrier, but her project was changed. On December 5, Graf Zeppelin arrived in Kiel and was transferred to a dry dock. However, in February 1943, her construction was halted again, and on April 24, 1945, the order to destroy this ship was issued. In World of Warships, Graf Zeppelin found her place at Tier 8. The carrier has a powerful secondary battery, which is unusual for her type, a low-sitting citadel, and decent side protection. She carries fast bombers and torpedo bombers, while her attack aircraft have some of the most powerful rockets of their tier.
Greetings, captains, or as we say in German, Moin, Herr Kapitän. Welcome to the beautiful port of Hamburg in the background scene. My name is Trendless. I have been ECC for 5 years from 2020, and I have been playing this game for 9 years already. It has been a hell of a journey, and off to the 10-year anniversary this year. World of Warships becoming 10 years. It has been a crazy journey from sinking submarines, dueling with battleships, dealing with aircraft carriers. All I wish is that everybody wishes come true. Hope to see another 10 years of this game. And thank you so much for everything, all of you guys. You Trendless, out, stay safe and healthy, and see you next time. Bye bye, my friends.
So, 2021, that year our seas and oceans welcomed German destroyers and Dutch cruisers, powerful German and Italian battleships, and Soviet aircraft carriers. Captains also set sail from the brand new port Kure, while Convoy and the Lighthouse auction made their debut.
Captains,
An aircraft carrier task force of World of Warships is receiving reinforcements. Welcome a new branch in the Soviet tech tree. Komsomolets, Serov, Pobeda, and Nahimov are a magnificent quartet of aircraft carriers that have arrived in the seas of our game to secure glorious victories. The aircraft carriers of every nation have their own unique features. The Germans have armor-piercing rockets. The British mastered a specific bombing technique. Japanese torpedoes deal high damage. And the Americans pack powerful, high-explosive ammo. These are the first things that come to mind when we mention the aircraft carriers of different countries. Soviet naval aviation also has something to surprise players with. When one launches any aircraft type out of the 3 available, you should always remember that Soviet squadrons consist of a single flight. In other words, such an air group can perform only one attack. This specific feature is compensated for by the large size of the attacking flight. For example, while helming Tier 10 Nahimov, you can dispatch either 7 torpedo bombers or 8 attack aircraft, or 8 bombers to attack at once. Speaking of the latter, the bombers of all researchable Soviet carriers utilize skip bombing. Until the arrival of the newcomers, only one ship carried aviation that utilized this drop bombing technique, Max Immelmann. As far as the attack aviation goes, starting at Tier 6, they're armed with powerful rockets that can be compared to American Tiny Tims in terms of their efficiency. Let's say a couple of words about Soviet torpedoes. They have a long arming distance and decent range for aircraft carriers. In addition, Soviet aircraft don't possess repair consumables. Take that into account, especially when attacking targets with strong AA defenses. It goes without saying that you can deal decent damage per attack with such a large number of aircraft per flight. However, in order to attack again, you need to return to the carrier and fly all the way to your target again. Meanwhile, aircraft carriers of other nations can make several attacks on a target per flight. Moreover, Soviet aviation can't boast of having impressive cruising speeds or large HP pools compared with their counterparts. Every shot-down aircraft means reduced damage per run. You might ask the question, how can you be on par with aircraft carriers of other nations in terms of combat efficiency while playing Soviet ships? The new ships have an answer to that. First of all, jet boosters partially compensate for the unimpressive cruising speed of their aircraft. You can find jet boosters on the aircraft of carriers Pobeda and Nahimov. The working principle is simple. When a squadron takes off the deck, it gets a temporary speed boost provided by these jet boosters. You can already see a similar mechanic on Japanese hybrid ships Essex and Tonnet. Secondly, Soviet aircraft carriers have decent concealment parameters among ships of that type. For example, Pobeda, in combination with an appropriate upgrade, camouflage, and commander skill, can be spotted from 10.3 kilometers. Nahimov from 11.2 kilometers. Thanks to such concealment parameters, Soviet aircraft carriers can get closer to their enemies and thus increase the frequency of their attacks. You can improve the efficiency of ships in port using upgrades and commander skills. We recommend installing Air Group's Modification 1 in the first slot, aircraft engines in the second slot. Utilize the third slot to increase the attack time of torpedo bombers or cruising speed of aviation torpedoes. The fourth slot can be equipped with 3 upgrades that improve the combat efficiency of the 3 aircraft types. Here, everything depends on your preferences. We recommend reserving the 5th slot for concealment system, which is highly effective when employed on Soviet aircraft carriers. However, there is an alternative, Flight Control Modification 1. This upgrade restores lost aircraft faster, and it also adds 2 extra spots on the carrier's deck. We recommend mounting Air Group's Modification 2 in the 6th slot. It improves the combat efficiency of all your aircraft. Commander skills. We want to point out the recommended skills that are highlighted with a special symbol. If you want to improve the concealment parameters of your ship, you can switch the Proximity Fuse skill for Hidden Menace. The beginning of battle for Soviet aircraft carriers hardly differs from that of other carriers. The only thing we can advise you here is to set a course to the nearest island in the direction where most of your allies are heading. You can dispatch attack aviation first because their cruising speed is the highest of all aircraft types. Before you launch your first offensive, try to detect as many enemies as possible and analyze their forces. It's quite probable that you'll have to change flank to be more efficient. Keep an eye on the minimap and positions of enemy destroyers on it. It's highly important because you'll often play close to the attack line. If you're spotted, enemies will do their best to gift you an express ticket back to the port. Try to follow your allies in battle when your team is confidently pushing forward into enemy positions. With respect to offensive measures, the rockets of your attack aircraft are effective against medium and large targets. When you dispatch torpedo bombers, keep in mind that it's quite difficult for players helming Soviet carriers to release torpedoes close to enemies and attack targets hiding behind islands. The reason behind that is the torpedo arming distance. Plus, the torpedo cruising speed isn't that high. When dropping torpedoes, even on large targets, you should take a lead by a length of the hull or hull and a half. Finally, utilizing skip bombers allows you to attack enemies in different ways. The main thing here is to avoid obstacles the bombs can bounce off. You can attack both slow targets and swift ships with this bomb type. It's sufficient to approach enemy ships in such a way that the closest reticle mark of the bombers lies along the ship's course right before the attack. If you do everything right, the bombs will hit the enemy ship immediately after they're released. Soviet aircraft carriers can surprise players, despite the fact that they share similar features with other ships of their type. You can expect high damage per successful attack, good concealment characteristics, and unusual combat tactics. Those captains who master all the gameplay nuances of the new carriers will be able to noticeably affect outcomes of battles. Don't believe it? Then take one of the new carriers into battle and find out for yourself.
What is up, Warshippers? Sea Raptor here. Can you believe it has been 10 years? A full decade of World of Warships. Like so many of you, I got here on day one of open beta, and I have been here ever since. And what a ride it has been. I am a Twitch partner now and have a small YouTube channel these days expressly because I found all of you, a ton of fellow naval history nerds here playing this game. And ultimately, that's the thing that I treasure most about my time in boats, the people. From Let's Battle Tour 2017 back aboard USS Lexington to all the Anchors Away events I was able to attend in subsequent years, the highlight has been the people and the friends that I've made in this community. Some players, some community managers, some developers, but all with a shared passion for gaming and history that make World of Warships what it is. It has been an honor and a privilege to be a part of this community. Here is to another decade of torpedoes, citadels, and depth charges. Let's go.
Captains, don't miss out on the rewards every hour of the stream. Look for the codes on screen and claim a special Ship 10 container, free like and subscribe camouflages, free rare bonuses containers, and the prize of 3,000 community tokens. Make sure you claim yours. Several ships joined the game and instantly became player favorites. Each one had its own character and gave captains fresh ways to enjoy the fight. Some set the golden standard for their national lines, while others introduced entirely new ways to shape battles and gameplay. Together, these ships made 2021 a year of variety and new mechanics, keeping every battle you sailed into fresh and exciting.
The famous reformer of the Royal Navy, Admiral John Fisher, once said, "The Navy travels first class," meaning that the Britain's naval power was unflinching and based on the most modern and powerful ships in the world, battleships first of all. However, as early as the 1930s, the British Royal Navy, bound by the strict limits of international treaties, risked finding itself in an old fishing boat, left behind by the powerful and quick liners of other naval powers. However, we must give credit to the British gentlemen.
They honestly try to follow the restrictions imposed on naval armaments by treaties, although this later led them into a situation where they had to maneuver in narrow straits, figuratively speaking. Today, I want to tell you about a ship created by World of Warships designers as a tribute to British shipbuilders of the 1930s. She is Tier 9 premium battleship Marlborough. Soon after the large series of King George V-class battleships, with a total displacement of 35,000 tons and 356mm guns, stipulated by the London Treaty of 1936, had been completed in 1937, the international naval treaties that limited the dimensions and the main caliber of capital ships effectively collapsed. Britain found itself in a situation where it had to quickly respond to new super battleships with 380 to 406mm artillery that were being designed and constructed by other naval powers. In reality, the Lion-class battleships laid down in summer of 1939 were their response. Unfortunately, their construction was cancelled rather quickly. The main impediment was the long time needed to develop and produce new 406mm guns and mounts for them that existed only on blueprints. The Navy found the solution in creating a new battleship project around 381mm twin gun mounts from 1916 that were stored in warehouses. This effort resulted in the construction of Vanguard. There was another hypothetical variant. Increase the displacement of future battleships and equip them with numerous 356mm quadruple gun turrets from the King George V class that were ready for production. Moreover, these guns were conceived for a specific tactical concept. British specialists believed that battleships needed to approach each other to a range of 11 to 14 kilometers for a decisive battle, because they wouldn't be able to ensure the sinking of each other from a longer distance. At shorter ranges, guns of a smaller caliber could develop a higher firing rate, which guaranteed them an advantage. Our Marlborough was created on the basis of design solutions taken from Lion and Vanguard when it comes to her hull and superstructure. As for her armament systems, we drew inspiration from King George V-class battleships, taking into consideration that a ship like this laid down in Britain before World War II would have been surely completed after its end. Hence, the battleship's main advantages. Numerous guns with a quick reload for her type, as well as good concealment and decent speed and maneuverability. Sure, there are downsides as well. Low accuracy of her main battery, and not the strongest armor among battleships. The heavy salvo, low detectability, and good maneuverability make Marlborough an effective medium-range fighter. Thanks to her good concealment, she can approach the enemy to a distance that allows for an accurate salvo and unleash the power of her 16 main battery guns. Due to the large number of guns, you can efficiently fire at enemies that are at your maximum range as well, but you need to keep her mediocre accuracy and modest gun caliber in mind. Good speed and maneuverability allow you to quickly change position or withdraw with minimum losses if the situation on the battlefield is not in your favor. The ship can't boast of having the strongest armor, so you should take a balanced approach to planning your attack. As for ship upgrades, we recommend reinforcing her main battery and survivability. Mount main armament modification 1 in the first slot, damage control system modification 1 in the second slot, aiming systems modification 1 in the third slot, damage control system modification 2 in the fourth slot, concealment system modification 1 in the fifth slot, and gun fire control system modification 2 or main battery modification 3 in the sixth slot. Captains, I would like to turn your attention to the fact that Update 0.10.11 introduced a new dockyard where you can build Battleship Marlborough. This dockyard will span 3 updates, 0.10.11, 0.11.0 and 0.11.1. Please note that by progressing through shipbuilding phases, you can add such legendary British ships as Dreadnought and Repulse to your fleet, earn loads of valuable rewards, and of course, become the owner of Battleship Marlborough at the end. Now the traditional Armada draw.
This time our main prize is a premium Ship 9 container. It is guaranteed to drop a 10 skill point commander, port slot, and what's most intriguing, a tier 9 ship. This trophy could become yours if you like this video, subscribe to our channel, and answer this question correctly. What is the maximum firing range of Battleship Marlborough's main battery guns? Leave your comment with the correct answer under this video, and don't forget to specify your nickname and game server. The winner will be announced in the first comment under the next Armada episode. Participate in the draw, and good luck, captains! Ships in our game are like music. A light and rapid destroyer that hits a bullseye with a torpedo salvo is like a pop song. She can either become a memorable fighter in a battle or vanish without anyone remembering her. A cruiser is like jazz. They are played professionally, perfect to the music sheet, but in the hands of a true jazzman, they can impress you with improvisation. And a battleship is a ship that can suppress you with its heavy weight. It's like a pure heavy metal song that still remains an undying classic. I want to present one such ship to you. She even has a suitable name. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Italian premium battleship Giuseppe Verdi. Giuseppe Verdi, a Tier 9 battleship, was born of the UP-41 project developed by the Italian Ansaldo company in the mid-1930s. The project, with its 406mm main guns, was offered to the Soviet Union, which was interested in Italian Littorio-class battleships at that time. However, the deal went no further than negotiation stage, and the UP-41 project was left in the Russian State Naval Archives. Many years later, the World of Warships designers took on the task of bringing her to life, and the UP-41 project has been embodied in the form of battleship Marco Polo and her sister ship Giuseppe Verdi. In our game, Giuseppe Verdi differs from her sister ship with exhaust smoke generator, HE shells instead of semi-armor piercing ones, and vice versa, semi-armor piercing shells instead of HE ones for the secondary battery. In comparison to the Great Traveller, the Great Composer has slightly better maneuverability and concealment parameters. Giuseppe Verdi is effective at medium and close ranges thanks to her 9 powerful 406mm guns, reliable armour and good maneuverability. You can add a powerful secondary battery loaded with semi-armor piercing shells to the mix for fighting at close quarters. Smoke screens, as well as good speed and maneuverability, allow the ship to get closer to enemies or safely escape from intense engagements. However, one shouldn't forget that battleships are highly visible when they fire from behind a smoke screen. Take that into account when utilizing the consumable and planning your retreat. Let's talk about upgrades now. I would recommend that you enhance either the main or secondary battery, depending on your playstyle. Main Armaments Modification 1 or Auxiliary Armaments Modification 1, Damage Control System Modification 1, or Aiming Systems Modification 1, or Secondary Battery Modification 1. Damage Control System Modification 2, Concealment System Modification 1, Main Battery Modification 3, or Auxiliary Armaments Modification 2. Now, it's time for the usual Armada raffle. The main prize is the Admiral Pack, that includes Battleship Giuseppe Verdi, a 10 skill point Italian New Year Commander, holiday camouflages, a commemorative flag, and other useful items. All these riches will be credited to one of the players who subscribes to our channel, hits the like button under the video, and provides the correct answer to the following question. How many main artillery guns are mounted on board Giuseppe Verdi? Look out for the hint in today's episode. Don't forget to share your in-game nickname and the server you play on in the comment with the correct answer. Please keep that in mind. And a couple of parting words from me. Before you head into battle playing Giuseppe Verdi, take a listen to some of the undying works of this composer. For example, the Triumphal March from Haida or the Duke Song from Rigoletto. Take part in the raffle and good luck, captains.
"10 years and 9 months ago, I logged in to World of Warships for the very first time as a part of the closed beta weekend. I absolutely loved it because it connected me with my childhood game. Happy 10-year anniversary, World of Warships. Now to celebrate, I'm wearing the first t-shirt I ever received from 2017. And yes, I still have the pamphlet. It's been a wild ride. I volunteered for the Wiki Editor and Super Test program in 2016. Joined the Community Contributor program in 2018. Through all of this, of course, I've been helping my fellow players learn and grow in this game by analyzing their replays live on stream. And of course, I've also been helping to cast many of Warship's best tournaments, including King of the Sea and the Enterprise Tournament, Clash of the Classes, and of course, my favorite, Team League. Through all of this has been you, the community. Now here's to many more years, captains.
2021 wasn't just about new ships. It also gave players a chance to see the game from a different angle and discover the details that make every vessel unique. 2 short films about Lighthouse Auction event gave it a cinematic touch that set it apart from regular updates.
Hey, wait up!
What about the money?
Relax, cowboy. We're all friends here.
As we say in our Navy, hello, American!
Hey, guys. Long time no see.
Hey, nice to see you. You still have those boots? What would you trade them for?
And who are you exactly?
My name's Roger Havelock. My business is maritime shipping. Sit down, gentlemen. Ichiro, you're a brilliant engineer. Out of the 5 most modern warships, how many are of your design? Gradov, you know the sea like the back of your hand. When was the last time you used a map? Murphy, you're untamable as the ocean itself, if it were made of gunpowder. Willie is the guy who can get you anything. I have a great offer for you all.
That's a familiar folder. Is it what I think it is?
Mr. Englishman, Don't you want to say that you already own all those ships?
I thought those were just rumors.
Nonsense. And where do you hide so many ships, fancy pants? On a perfect English lawn behind your old mansion?
Yes, I have a bloody big lawn, Mr. Murphy.
But where did you find them?
I think that more important is the question of what we are going to do with them.
We'll organize an auction. So, we're launching an auction that every captain can participate in, no matter where they are.
How are you going to make that happen?
Technology, my friend. One can participate in the auction only through a special category in the armory. It can be found in the port under the Armory tab. The auction rules are simple.
The higher the bid, the higher the chances of winning, right?
Since the number of lots is limited, the highest bids win, of course. But there is a very important condition.
If my bid doesn't win, will I lose it all?
A bidder at the auction doesn't risk a thing. If a bid doesn't win, it will be returned to the bidder after the auction is over.
That's fair and reasonable. How long does such an action last?
Each auction runs for several days. We'll inform captains about the precise times with a notification.
The rules look simple. Is there a catch?
Everything's straightforward. We're giving captains opportunities to get unique items and resources at very good prices. Mr. Willi Neumann, you have the honor of becoming a special commander in World of Warships. Congratulations. Please announce the list of lots for the auction.
My pleasure, Mr. Havelock, sir. The first lot is German Tier 10 battleship Schlieffen, with a port slot and 10 skill point commander. The second lot is 100,000 coal. The third lot is Special Commander Willi Neumann, with 14 skill points and 20 camouflage. And the fourth lot is a Max Immelmann commemorative flag.
Let's start the auction.
Aloha! We're in Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. Right over there, in 12 meters of water, lies a 185-meter ship in her final resting place. When Japanese naval aviation attacked the naval base at Pearl Harbor, the battleship Arizona took bomb hits and then became a tomb for 1,000 officers and men. Other American battleships were also sent to the shallow bottom. December 7th, 1941 is a tragic day in US history. It was a day of defeat, but it also gave rise to a great victory, albeit at enormous effort and countless victims. Before that day, though, almost nobody in the world had heard of Pearl Harbor or Oahu.
The Hawaiian Islands are comprised of more than 20 islands and atolls. They are located in the northern part of the Pacific Ocean, almost in the middle between North America and Asia. The islands represent a very important strategic location for the USA, which is why they were annexed by the states at the turn of the 20th century.
Territory of Hawaii, as was the case in World War II, to be able to use that as a jump-off point for their Navy or Air Forces. And given the limitations of fuel capacity in the Second World War, a lot of airplanes didn't have the ability to fly from North America to Asia as they do today. So Hawaii was a way for a lot of that hardware to come to the central area of the Pacific and to be used in warfare.
At the very beginning of 1941, the commander of the combined Japanese fleet, Admiral Yamato Isoroku, stated his opinion that a sudden strike against the US fleet stationed at the Hawaiian Islands would inflict maximum damage to the enemy and buy Japan some time to capture the resource-rich territories that Japan badly needed. The mission seemed impossible. The Hawaiian Islands and Japan were separated by a distance of more than 4,000 miles. There was an entire chain of airfields on the island: Hickam, Wheeler, Ewa, Kaneohe, Halaiwa and Bellows, all of which could launch aircraft to fend off an enemy attack.
This is the best remaining example of a Nakajima B-5N2 torpedo bomber. The Americans called it a Kate. And 142 of these aircraft were used on the raid on Pearl Harbor. During training exercises, it was observed that the torpedoes, after being dropped in shallow water, would simply embed themselves into the sea floor. But by autumn of 1941, a new development of the Type 91 torpedo was released. And this used a new angular acceleration control system that was unique in the world. Externally, what you would see would be these two fins here, which would be used for roll control. And also you can see on the tail the wooden panels that were added for better aerodynamics during the drop. They would detach upon hitting the water. But what this all meant was that the torpedo could now be used in the 17-meter depth of Pearl Harbor.
December 7th was not the original date, it was November 20th. And they had been training their pilots for months. The pilots for the torpedo planes and the fighter planes and the dive bombers had been in training specifically for at least 4 months for this operation. Operation Hawaii was a very big secret in Japan. Many of the pilots did not know the mission until they were assigned to the carrier and were actually practicing. Some of them were practicing not knowing exactly what the target was at the time. There was an entire ordnance secrecy also.
For a long while, the Japanese lacked a bomb capable of penetrating the thick armor of US battleships, but they set their engineers to the problem. The solution they came up with was quite novel. You start with an obsolete 410mm battleship round, you repurpose it to become an aerial bomb, and suddenly the Japanese now have a new highly capable form of ordnance, as in particular USS Arizona would discover.
The fate of Pearl Harbor was decided at the beginning of November 1941. On November 4, the command structure of the Imperial Japanese Navy approved the mission plan, and the 5th Commander of the Combined Japanese Fleet issued Combat Order 1 for the attack on Pearl Harbor. 2 days later, Admiral Yamamoto approved the final date of the attack, Sunday, December 7.
And in fact, it was determined by a very prominent Japanese spy who worked at the Japanese consulate on Oahu that Sunday morning would be the absolute best time to attack. And that's why they planned it, because he knew that the surprise element would be magnified so much.
On November 22, all 30 ships of the task force had gathered in Hitokapu Bay on Iturup Island. 6 aircraft carriers, 2 battleships, 3 cruisers, 9 destroyers, 3 submarines, 7 oil tankers. The carriers had the following aircraft on their decks: 40 torpedo bombers armed with torpedoes, 135 dive bombers, 104 torpedo bombers armed with bombs, 129 fighters. 408 aircraft in total.
There were many difficulties in planning this and what they actually experienced when they came across. One was the heavy seas, the pitching of the aircraft carriers during the weather for launch and takeoff. The other was they were under a radio blackout, so they very minimal kind of communications, much of it just conning tower to conning tower, kind of light signals and flags.
The last radio message received by the Japanese staff from their assets in Honolulu came from a spy, Takeo Yoshikawa. The message read as follows. Vessels moored in harbor. 9 battleships, 3 Class B cruisers, 3 seaplane tenders, 17 destroyers. Entering harbor are 4 Class B cruisers, 3 destroyers. All aircraft carriers and heavy cruisers have departed harbor. No signs of any changes in U.S. fleet or anything unusual. The Japanese staff were disappointed to hear that there were no aircraft carriers at the base, but they did not cancel the operation.
The ships were blacked out and set a course to Oahu Island at full speed. The famous signal flag Z was raised on the mast of the Japanese flagship, aircraft carrier Akagi. The flag is one of the most treasured relics of the Japanese Navy. 36 years prior, when this signal had appeared on armor-clad Mikasa, it symbolized the legendary order that Admiral Togo had delivered to his fleet before the Battle of Tsushima broke out. The fate of the Empire rests on the outcome of this battle. Let every man do his utmost duty. On December 7, 1941, that order was delivered again to every serviceman who set out on that dangerous raid. In addition to an airborne attack by Japanese deck aviation, the Hawaiian Islands were also subjected to an attack by submarines deployed near Oahu Island. They were ready to destroy any US ship that attempted to flee from the harbor during the aviation attack. Moreover, 5 of the Japanese submarines carried midget 2-man submarines on their decks.
Hawaii, of course, remained in a state of blissful ignorance, and the parties continued on into the night. Even the radio station, if you happened to turn it on, was playing a series of light and amusing tunes.
It was a Sunday, and a lot of ships had actually been prepared before December 7th on Saturday for an inspection on Sundays. A lot of the normally functioning battle spaces had been prepared for an inspection and not necessarily being manned at the state that they would have been. So it was an unfortunate twist of fate.
Privates Joseph Lockhart and George Elliott were on watch at the Army's radar post on Opana Mountain. At the end of their shift, suddenly a very large return appeared on their display. Only a very large airborne group could cause such a return. There was no time to waste. At 7:06, they reported their findings. A very large signal due north 137 miles out. To the watch officer, a young lieutenant at the information center.
Excuse me, sir, this is Private Lockhart. I believe a large flight of planes are approaching slightly east of north of Oahu at a distance of about 130 miles.
Lieutenant Kermit Tyler was told by an aviation friend of his, hey, if you ever hear the music playing at 3 a.m., it's because we're expecting an incoming flight of aircraft from the mainland. So when he got in his vehicle that morning to come to work, turned on his radio, there was music playing. Normally it would have been static because they didn't pay DJs to play music at 2, 3, 4 in the morning. So he knew that they were using that as a way to allow incoming pilots to hone in on Hawaiian Islands, given the navigational challenges of flying 2,500 miles across open ocean.
Rather infamously, the officer told them it was most likely a flight of B-17s inbound from California. Don't worry about it.
Thank you, sir.
Their aviators thought this was their final mission. They didn't believe that it would be a complete and total surprise the way it was. Of course, so the heroism just to get in the cockpit, you know, I think if you're an 18 or 19 or 20-year-old aviator and know that you're flying off of a ship 200 miles from an island, 3,000 miles from your homeland, I can't imagine what that would have been like for them.
The targets of the torpedo bombers and Kate bombers were 7 battleships that were moored in the battleship row near Ford Island. 51 dive bombers were ordered to bomb air bases Hickam and Wheeler and Ford Island. That airborne attack was to be supported by 43 Zero fighters. Apart from the aforementioned air bases, the fighters also had to attack airfields Ewa and Kaneohe.
At 7:55, the crews of the ships were preparing to raise the colors. On Nevada, they will be accompanied by the ship's band, 23 personnel, including the conductor. At 7:58, the conductor noticed aircraft coming in over the harbor, and shortly thereafter, the line of ships was rocked by underwater explosions. Nevertheless, at 8 a.m. sharp, the band began to play the national anthem.
The memories of those sailors who survived the attack describe that first terrifying assault the best.
Aviation metalsmith second class Adolf Kuhn on Ford Island. A Japanese pilot swooped down low in front of me where I could see his bomb bay doors open. He released a huge bomb heading straight for my tractor.
I said to myself, Adolf, this is it for sure. With my foot on my brake and hands on top of my head like I did in the little crowded boat earlier, I prayed again. After all, I'd missed mass this morning. I saw the bomb into the concrete runway, ripping out huge chunks of cement lace and reinforcing steel, which landed on nearby rooftops and equipment, while smaller pieces hit my tractor and bounced off, some hitting my arm and shoulder. Again, I thanked my guardian angel.
Sigelman second class Richard E. Burge, USS Tennessee. I watched the fleet destroyed right before my eyes.
I watched the fleet destroyed right before my eyes. The USS Arizona was anchored 50 feet to the stern of our ship. She took several bombs and torpedoes, raised up, and quickly sank to the bottom of the harbor. USS West Virginia and USS Oklahoma took several torpedoes. The West Virginia sank alongside us. The USS Oklahoma, which was anchored forward of the West Virginia, capsized completely.
The USS Maryland, anchored forward of us, took a bomb and its bow sank.
People often want to know what damage was received in the first few minutes of the air raid, and the answer to that is it was quite a lot. In fact, the surprise is one of the fundamentals of war, and the Japanese used that with overwhelming success. You have to remember this: the aircraft carrier had never been used before the way that enemy aviation was being used against the United States on December 7th, 1941. So they didn't really feel like it was a practical possibility for there to be an airborne attack against Oahu.
It was raid planner and first wave commander Mitsuo Fuchida who had sent the signal Tora, Tora, Tora to the carrier Akagi. This signal meant two things. First, complete surprise had been attained, and second, World War II had just expanded to the Pacific. December 1941, 0758, the following message was transmitted to all ships in the Hawaii area. It would then, of course, be forwarded on to the commanders of the Atlantic and Asiatic fleets and the Commander-in-Chief in Washington, D.C. Air raid on Pearl Harbor, this is not drill.
I was 4 or 5 feet into the Joe mess when the first torpedo hit. It was an explosion I will never forget. The noise was a very well-muffled blast. You could tell it was deep in the bottom of the ship, as the ship was lifted rapidly straight off a considerable distance. I don't think it would be far off in estimating it as 24 to 30 inches. My legs almost buckled, and I reached out my arms to avoid being thrown to the deck.
I did not fall, but I caught myself and then knew for sure that this was no drill. The day of infamy had arrived. Ensign Adolph D. Mortensen, USS Oklahoma.
At 8:10 a.m., when the commander of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, Admiral Husband Kimmel, arrived at HQ, the main forces of his fleet had been already forced out of action.
Admiral Kimmel and Admiral Short had a golf match planned for later Sunday morning. So he was most likely, just like everyone else, completely surprised. What I found most interesting in my research that happened when it comes to Admiral Kimmel's response to the attack was, as he sat in his headquarters, which overlooks Pearl Harbor here, he was watching the decimation of his fleet. And a spent American anti-aircraft round actually came back, pierced the window he was looking through, and smudged his Navy white uniform. And he looked down at the time, and it's reported that he said, "It would have been better had it killed me."
By that time, 3 battleships, Arizona, Oklahoma, and West Virginia, had already been sunk. California was still afloat, but she was doomed. Maryland and Tennessee had been damaged by aerial bombs and were blocked by a ship that had been moored nearby and then ran aground. Nevada was hit by a torpedo, but she still attempted to start moving. Ships located on the other side of Ford Island were damaged as well. Despite all that hell, the ship crews were organizing their defenses and opening fire in return.
Man your battle stations was echoed amongst the fleet. So those that were available rushed to their battle stations. And it's one of my favorite stories because there was an American priest, a chaplain, religious service member, who was working on an American ship. He encouraged his shipmates by saying to them, "Everyone praise the Lord, but please pass the ammunition." Yes, there was a lot of confusion at first, but following the initial attack, the American response was much higher.
This is the USS Oklahoma Memorial. Each one of these columns represents a sailor who was killed on just that one ship on the morning of December 7th, 41. Once the initial shock and surprise of the attack had been gotten over, the sailors manned their systems and started to fight back. There are various stories of determination. For example, there was a sailor aboard USS Maryland had been put into the brig for fighting the night before. Well, they released him when the alarm was sounded, and he started carrying shells up ladders until finally he collapsed to the deck unconscious.
Dory Miller, who's a famous African-American who received the Navy Cross because he was called to the bridge of the West Virginia to remove the wounded captain. He was mortally wounded. The captain subsequently refused to be removed from the bridge. So Dory Miller thought, well, hey, while I'm up here, I might as well do something. He went outside and started operating an anti-aircraft machine gun that he had never been trained on.
The second attack started at 7:15 a.m. 54 bombers, 78 dive bombers, and 35 fighters took off. 36 more fighters remained on the carriers to provide cover on Admiral Nagumo's orders.
It was very important to the Japanese aviators that they neutralized the PBYs and amphibious planes from being able to go and find their task force. The first bomb that was dropped on Ford Island eventually burned a hangar that had a very large number of PBYs out front. Other targets included airfields because they did, for the same reason, they didn't want heavy bombers or any aircraft getting off the ground and locating the fleet. Just one plane discovering where the fleet the Japanese fleet had launched the planes from would have been a catastrophe, because then the U.S. forces would know where to intercept them or to attempt to sink them.
That morning at Hickam Field, you'd find 12 B-17 bombers, 12 A-20 bombers, 30 older B-18 bombers. The Japanese would destroy most of the American aircraft on the ground, either in the hangars or out on the airfield itself, side by side, wingtip to wingtip, as if on parade. Any American pilot that tried to get into the air was shot down. Lieutenants Kenneth Taylor and George Welch would prove to be an exception. Taylor and Welch called ahead and managed to make it to the satellite airfield, from where they were able to take off and enter the maelstrom, immediately taking attention from Japanese fighters. Somehow, over the course of the next 2 hours, using multiple airfields, these two pilots were able to land, rearm, refuel, and get back up into the fight. By the end of the day, they were credited with at least 6 confirmed kills.
So in the second wave, the dive bombers were meeting heavy resistance. The anti-aircraft sites on the shore, and also mostly on the ships, had been supplied with their ammunition. Lockers had been finally opened, and the sailors were looking up, and Marines were actually shooting with M1s, and there was quite a resistance at the time. And as I said, the anti-aircraft fire was all over the overhead. In fact, it was firing so much that a lot of it was falling on Honolulu, the city. And so it was a very difficult thing to fly into, and it was where they sustained most of their losses.
Of course, it wasn't just the military that would fall victim to the raid. A number of civilians were killed as well. Civilian involvement was inevitable, as those who were nearby would render aid to crewmen coming off sunken vessels, or to those who were wounded by fire. And even in this, there were a number of noteworthy stories.
Pennsylvania was in dry dock number 1. When the Japanese dive bombers launched an offensive on the battleship, a civilian crane operator came to rescue. He moved the crane along the rails of the dock wall and blocked the path for low-flying enemy aircraft with the crane arm, thus forcing them to break off from their attack course. A bomb exploded near the crane and destroyed it. But the sacrifice of the worker had made a real difference. The battleship had taken just minor damage and was still able to fire. At around 10 a.m., the Japanese attack concluded. Their aircraft turned back and flew off to the north. The airplane of Captain Fukuda stayed over Oahu Island for some time, so the pilot could take photos of the US base after the attack. A devastating strike was inflicted on the US Pacific Fleet on December 7, 1941. Out of 8 battleships, none remained in service. Arizona, West Virginia, California, and Oklahoma had been sunk. Nevada had run aground. Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Tennessee were heavily damaged. Light cruisers Helena, Honolulu, and Raleigh had also received damage and were forced out of action for a long time. Destroyers Downs and Cassin were destroyed. Shaw was heavily damaged. 174 Army and Naval aircraft were completely destroyed. 121 more aircraft received severe damage. Some of them would later be decommissioned. 3,581 people were killed or wounded as a result of the attack. The Japanese squadron lost 29 out of the 350 aircraft of the task force. 55 pilots were considered dead.
Quite often we hear about certain things that could have really led to a more total victory for the Japanese. And several of those are the fact that they did not hit the fuel tanks that are stored here, the fact that the aircraft carriers that were originally the primary target happened to be away at sea, fortunately. As we know now, a short 7 months later, they inflicted overwhelming damage on the Japanese fleet at Midway, sinking 4 of the 6 aircraft carriers that originally attacked Pearl Harbor. And the third of those being that they did not bomb the actual shipyard where they could service and repair damaged ships.
A couple of hours after the attack, US experts were already looking for the way to raise the sunken ships from the bottom of Pearl Harbor. Almost all of the battleships, except for Arizona and Oklahoma, were eventually repaired. The former of 2 was back in service as early as in February of 1942.
5 weeks after Pearl Harbor, at 17 years old, I joined the Navy. I went through training center in San Diego and wound up in Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. My first job was on the salvage crew, salvaging the sunken ships that were sunk. I worked for 60 days without stopping, 10 to 12 hours a day, cleaning up, removing ammunition, standing by while they picked up bodies. They never did let us young boys fool with the bodies, thankfully, but we were right there to witness all of this.
The strike on Pearl Harbor agitated the nation. That the Japanese were able to attack the Pacific Fleet over thousands of miles of open water drove home to Americans that they could no longer feel safe, protected behind their ocean barriers. That day, young men would present themselves to recruiting stations for service in the armed forces. Civilians started patrolling the western coast, armed with personal rifles. The next day, December the 8th, President Roosevelt addressed Congress seeking a declaration of war. His words were met with a thunderous applause.
The American people in their righteous might will win through to absolute victory.
Yamato correctly determined that the effect of the attack and its effect on the U.S. public would be enough to, dissuade them. Unfortunately, because of circumstances and how it was presented to the public, and it was more of a surprise attack in the U.S. public's interpretation, it steeled the resolve of the U.S., and their response was quite different than what Yamato thought was going to be the response.
Throughout the rest of the war, whenever soldiers or sailors or Marines or airmen would need some type of motivation, the common phrase was, "Remember Pearl Harbor."
This is USS Missouri. 2nd September 1945. It was on this ship, starboard side, 01 level by the number 2 turret, that the unconditional surrender of Japan was accepted. 902 General Douglas MacArthur starts the proceedings with a small speech. It is my earnest hope, and indeed the hope of all mankind, that from this solemn occasion, a better world shall emerge out of the blood and carnage of the past.
We are gathered here, representatives of the major warring powers, to conclude a solemn agreement whereby peace may be restored.
World War II ended that morning. In 1998, the ship upon which that final signature was applied to bring the war to a close was relocated to Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. She is now moored just 460 meters away from where the war started for the Americans, with the sinking of another battleship, USS Arizona. The story of the US's involvement in World War II, thus, has been drawn full circle.
That year, World of Warships got even bigger and bolder. French, Japanese and Pan-Asian cruisers set sail. Italian destroyers and new British battleships joined the fight. And to top it all off, players witnessed the arrival of superships with special abilities that shook up the seas like never before.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Waterline, the show where we give you insight into what's coming to World of Warships in the next quarter. I'm Mr. Conway, and as always, with me is my beautiful co-host, Mr. Chrysanthos.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. And happy birthday to everybody watching here, because World of Warships is celebrating its 6th anniversary on September 17th. We have a lot of activities planned for you, and of course you're going to be able to get your hands on extra super containers, festive tokens, and many other things. You can find all of that information in our portal publication that will come out close to the anniversary activities. Thank you for staying with us for such a long time, and we hope that you're going to enjoy this episode.
Our first topic of the day is game modes. As you know, over the years we've tested and played many different game modes with you, but one of the ones that stood out was asymmetric battles from last year. If you'll remember, we had a different lineup of ships and tiers on each side of the battle, making it a very interesting experience. We thought this merited a second go, so we've gone back, we've made some changes, we've made some improvements and tweaks, and we think you're gonna like this new iteration.
We've also worked on a completely new PvP game mode called Convoy. In this mode, one team needs to protect and escort the convoy consisting out of bot ships to a specific place, while the other team has to obviously stop you. The first feedback for this game mode was very good. We hope you're going to enjoy this very much when it hits the server.
Let's talk about the next tech tree line to come to World of Warships after the release of Soviet aircraft carriers. We are going to be introducing a full alternate branch of German battleships. They're going to have drastically different gameplay. They're going to follow along more the lines of ships like the Flandre or the Borodino and be a full line of battle cruisers from Tier 3 to Tier 10.
What makes them special? They're German battleships, so they will feature still very strong secondaries. They will have more accurate main battery guns, and they do feature hydroacoustic surge and long-range torpedoes. Now, since they're battle cruisers, they will have high speed with decent concealment, but as a trade-off, they will have to sacrifice some armor and plating, so you will have to be a bit more careful how to approach the enemy.
They will rely heavily on you using those strengths, the maneuverability, the speed and the stealth to get up close and personal, wreck your enemies, retreat and do it all over again. We hope that you're going to have a lot of fun with these ships and let us know what you think. Ever since the first release of Super Ships to World of Warships, we've had lots of questions from you as to what will happen to Hannover and Satsuma now that the Grand Battle Mode has ended. They were what-if scenario ships, and they brought a brand new mechanic with them, the adjustment firing. We thought this was really interesting, we had good feedback from you, and we are going to be iterating on this concept.
On top of the 2 super battleships you were able to play last time, we're going to introduce 4 new ships. We will have an American and a French cruiser, plus a Japanese and Soviet destroyer. For each of these classes, we will introduce a brand new, unique mechanic that will set them apart from the regular ships that you know in the game. We will not be reintroducing the Grand Battle Mode, but rather focus on a different experience that we had, for example, with ranked battles featuring arms race. So this is where we think, these ships are going to shine and provide a cool gameplay experience for you in a different setting.
We will be announcing how you can get your hands on these new super ships, what they're going to be called, and what the mechanics are on the dev blog in the near future. Keep your eyes open.
One of the biggest topics in 2021 in World of Warships was the introduction of submarines. For the past few weeks, you've been able to test them on the live server in co-op mode and also in ranked battles, playing submarines but also playing against them. We wanted to thank you very much for providing us with a lot of feedback around this topic, and you will continue to be able to test them in ranked battles until the end of the season. This is a very big step for us, for the game, and for you, and it's still going to be a long path for us to be able to introduce them in the game. We just wanted to keep you up to date about the current state, and we'll share any news that we have about the topic of submarines and related things in the future, of course, here or on the dev blog.
We consider World of Warships to be a beautiful and an aesthetically pleasing game. A shout out to the art department, by the way. But we realize that there's always room for improvement. So we're happy to announce that this autumn is going to be a major overhaul of some very critical components of World of Warships graphics. We are going to be touching one of the most important things, which is water, and all the related water effects, and in addition, we've got some other news.
Besides the fantastic changes to water, we're also going to introduce HD maps, new forests, higher quality of textures, and in general, higher level of detail on maps and ports. We're going to follow a similar approach as the improvement for lighting on maps. So we'll do this introduction step by step for different maps. The first maps where you can expect this is Two Brothers and Hotspot, and the first port featuring these new effects is Philippines.
Last but not least, let's get back to one of your favorite topics. When can I get my hand on which new ship? We're happy to announce that in the near future we will be holding a special mission marathon in which you will be able to obtain Tier 6 Soviet battleship Novorossiysk. She may sound and seem familiar because she is in fact Giulio Cesare, one of 3 Conte di Cavour class battleships that was transferred to the Soviet Union after the end of World War II.
Closer to New Year, we will also launch a new dockyard event, this time focusing on British warships. You will be able to construct the Tier 9 British battleship HMS Marlborough, and as an intermediate award, a very famous ship is awaiting you. HMS Repulse, a renowned class battlecruiser. You can find all details about these ships on our dev blog.
Thank you very much for tuning in and watching this latest iteration of Waterline. We hope we were able to provide you with some interesting information as to what to expect in the next quarter. And as always, if you have any questions and you want some more information about what we've talked about today, you're always welcome to join us on one of our Thursday evening live streams between 6 and 8 European time on twitch.tv/World of Warships.
We would also like to invite you to our very special anniversary stream happening on September 17th. Come and celebrate with us and go grab all of your super containers, festive tokens and extra reward in this period of time. We hope you enjoyed this episode. Please keep in mind that all of this information here is not final yet, but we do want to share with you what we're planning to do. Have a great day, evening, morning, night, wherever you are, and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Action stations.
Crikey, g'day mates from Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow captains, 10 years and 9 months ago, I've been playing World of Warships since the early days of alpha and beta tests alongside with my father. We love this gaming community. 3 years ago, I've been a CC for World of Warships on the Asia region. The best highlight in February 2022 was having Bogsy on my stream, who invited me into the CC program on my birthday stream anniversary. I also do play on the EU and NA regions as well, continuing to build good relations. You're an awesome community and we adore you. My favorite moments about this remarkable journey, the King of Sea tournaments commentary, spreading the love and the joy throughout the Christmas celebrations over the years, experiencing those fun times, the laughs, the shenanigans we all shared together, and I've been nicknamed the Admiral of Shenanigans. Happy 10 years, World of Warships community. Much love to you all. Let's celebrate together and action stations.
We had a lot of fun making videos to show that our developers enjoy the game just as much as the community. It was the perfect way to bring everyone together through play. And of course, Naval Legends, covering heroic ships that etched their names into the history of the world's navies.
In the Canadian city of Halifax, a small ship is moored, close to the Maritime Museum of the Atlantic. This is Corvette Sackville, and her history can't be separated from the history of the Canadian Navy as it rose during the most difficult years of the 20th century, the time of World War II, starting with the famous Battle of the Atlantic. On September 3, 1939, 2 days after Germany had commenced their invasion of Poland, Great Britain and France declared war against the Nazis' Third Reich. Ten days later, Canada, as a British Dominion, joined the war that historians would later name World War II. At that time, the Canadian Army was small in number, and the Royal Canadian Navy had just 13 warships with 1,819 personnel in total comprising their crews. Their naval forces had to be reinforced before everything else, because the main task for Canada was to sustain Atlantic communications.
In the beginning of the World War II, in the Canadian Navy, they didn't have enough personnel. Where did they get their supply from? The trained officer personnel from the Merchant Navy, the mates and engineers.
I went to sea at the age of 17 and to
learn to be an officer, and eventually I would get up there to be a captain, which I did, of course. I was in many convoys crossing the Atlantic.
People donated yachts, and we painted these, some rich man's yacht gray, put a gun on it and a few depth charges, and they had to play the role of escort.
The English remembered the experience of World War I well, when the German submarines came close to blockading the British Isles in 1917 by declaring unrestricted submarine warfare. So, when the smell of gunpowder erupted over Europe again, the Royal Navy applied security measures to their transatlantic communications. Here, a huge role was played by small ships that found their prototype in the form of whaler Southern Pride. Their construction began before the war, and it was exactly these ships that would resurrect a long-forgotten ship type, the corvette.
Winston Churchill, who had quite a good knowledge of naval history, wanted to bring back the name corvette, which was a name for a small warship during the 1700s and 1800s. And it was a name that had not been used for many years. They were patterned after Antarctic whaling vessels. And so that hull form was used, but you couldn't call them patrol vessels, whaler type. They needed a proper name, and corvette was one of those names that was brought out.
So the Royal Navy developed and realized the concept of a small escort ship. They were easy and cheap to build, maneuverable, and had decent seakeeping characteristics, even though the ships provided little comfort for their crews. In Great Britain, they were called flower-class ships because they were named after flowers, starting with lead ship Gladiolus. In the Canadian Navy, such corvettes were named after the country's cities and settlements.
Sackville was one of 3 corvettes that was built in St. John, New Brunswick. The shipyards on the East Coast were not normally places where they built new ships. But they expected and did repair a lot of war-damaged vessels in Halifax and in St. John. She was the last one to be completed and was commissioned into the Royal Canadian Navy on the 28th of December, 1941.
The main performance elements of flower-class corvette Sackville in 1942. Standard displacement 950 tons, length 62.5 meters, beam 10 meters, draft 3.5 meters, armament 102mm Mark 9 gun, anti-aircraft artillery, 2 Lewis .303 caliber twin machine guns, QF 2-pounder Mark 8 pom-pom, anti-submarine armament, 4 Mark II depth charge throwers, 2 depth charge rails with 40 depth charges. Main propulsion, steam engine, 2,750 horsepower, top cruising speed 16 knots, cruising range 3,500 miles at a 12-knot speed, crew 85 people.
There was an initial order of 64 corvettes very early in the war. There were 122 corvettes built in Canada. Some served in the UK, some served in the American Navy and Coast Guard, in fact, as patrol vessels along the American eastern seaboard.
One of the first corvettes going over, and we were sending some of them to Britain. And supposedly it had a wooden pole in place of the gun because, at that time we didn't have spare 4-inch guns. Now, whether it's true or not, I probably was.
After France capitulated, the Third Reich formed naval bases in the Bay of Biscay. From the second half of 1940, the Commander-in-Chief of the Kriegsmarine submarine fleet, Vice Admiral Karl Dönitz, actively used a tactic for counteracting convoy systems called wolf packs, which involved attacking a convoy simultaneously with a maximum possible number of submarines under united command. This tactic was used at the beginning of 1942 during Operation Paukenschlag. American historians would later call it the Second Pearl Harbor. The Allies lost more than 60 vessels over the first 3 months of 1942.
So you can see it was devastating along the coast. And as a matter of fact, we had to sail independently from port to port to port. And one day, just to give you some indication how treacherous it was, in the spring of 1942, during the daylight hours in sight of American land, I counted 14 ships laying on the ocean floor, sunk. This is 120, 140 miles. But there they were, parts of the ship, maybe the mast was out of the water, or the funnel, or part of the superstructure, went down stern first, the bow would be out of the water. And the beautiful passenger cargo ship was listing badly, abandoned, and a fire, planes going all over the top of it. So that's what the scenario was like along the American coast in 1942.
And during the day, you had a rangefinder in your hand. You could find out the distance to the next ship. Nighttime, there were no lights at all. So you just keep a good lookout, and you could hear engines, or you could see the ship. Oh, then you'd fall back, call down to engine room to say, reduce speed, we're getting too close to ship ahead. It could not show a light, not even a cigarette. They say if you had a cigarette light, the U-boats would see it.
Later on, the German wolf packs were searching for their targets in the Caribbean Sea, around the Panama Canal, and even in the South Atlantic.
One of my voyages, my very first voyage, as a matter of fact, we were sent from half of the way across the Atlantic down to Brazil. We did not know that Germans had sent U-boats to Brazil, where there were no convoys and very few warships. So they would pick us off, and we were torpedoed off the coast of Brazil. And the ship folded up and went down in 15 minutes. But I was lucky to survive and get into a lifeboat.
In the darkest hours of the Battle of the Atlantic, the main protection of sea convoys, primarily in the northern part of the ocean, was provided by these small ships, Sackville and her sister ships.
The Flower-class corvettes were initially thought to be just coastal escorts. And however, as the war went on, it was necessary for them to operate in the open ocean and escort convoys across the Atlantic. They were good seaboats. The corvettes were fine seaboats, but they rolled in any kind of a seaway. They were uncomfortable, but they were safe.
Cheap and nasties was how Winston Churchill, Prime Minister of Great Britain, briefly but aptly named these ships during the war. He was right. Serving on the corvettes wasn't comfortable at all. It was impossible to stop perishable food on board, so sailors lived on preserved food, canned meats and potato powder. Instead of the 50 crew members that the ships were designed to accommodate, 85 personnel served on each corvette. Those who were free from their duties slept on lockers and tables, or in any other dark and slightly warm places. But that was a far cry from the hardest part of their service.
My association with these Flower-class corvettes was in heavy weather, It was one hell of a ride. They were just up and down like this, you know, eh? I would say they're up in the air like about 40, 50 feet and down again, you know, in heavy weather.
And terrible weather. The weather was one thing in the North Atlantic. It was very much, it was always with us, you could see. And then there was fog, as well as rough seas.
As soon as we finished our lookout watch, we just laid down on top of there was some bags of potatoes in a structure on the upper deck, and it was out of the weather, and you just lay down and slept till your next watch, or you tried to sleep.
They would go up and go down between waves. Where is he? Up, way! Woo! Yeah, and of course, they're all seasick down here. A lot of young men, you know, they were not used to the sea.
You know, you felt pretty awful. And then after a few days of that, you begin to tell yourself, I got to get over this because this is only a 3-day trip. What will it be like on a 14-day trip?
The crews of the first corvettes in 1940 were formed of young guys who had entered the naval service because of its romantic and adventurous appeal, but they often hardly knew a thing about life in the Navy. These ships were headed by reservists, officers of merchant ships who had impressive sailing experience but little to no naval experience. Both sailors and officers, after a short drill, had to undertake practical training right in the midst of war.
Tens of thousands of young Canadians from across the country who were recruited into the Navy served in ships just like Sackville. It was their first introduction to going to sea.
Anyway, from there we went to the Azores, and then we joined the convoy going to Ireland. I had my first taste of Guinness's Stout. Because I was only a kid, you see. I was probably the youngest lad aboard the ship. You had to be, I think, 19, or 22 to draw rum. And so you'd have a G on your card. But if you were not of that age, you didn't get your grog each day. So anyway, I went to this first time in an Irish pub, and I asked for a glass of Guinness. In those days, they sort of tipped the barrel a bit and opened the spigot, and the thick Guinness sort of slowly slid into the jar or glass. So anyway, that's one of those silly things that you remember.
And these volunteers, but again, they were young and they were in for excitement and they were prepared to put up with the bad conditions. They're all keen, very keen to do their thing in the war.
At that time, the Flower-class ships were nicknamed the Pekingese of the ocean. In ancient China, where this breed originated from, Pekingese dogs, which are similar to tiny lions, were thought to be small guardian spirits. During the entire Battle of the Atlantic, from 1939 to 1945, the Flower-class corvette sank or assisted in destroying 52 German submarines. Losses among the Flower-class ships amounted to 29 corvettes.
These little corvettes were around, supposed to protect us, you know, and attack U-boats. But sometimes they didn't know there was a U-boat present until they torpedoed a ship. Oh my God, bang! Oh, there must be some of the enemies around here. So they had to start listening and, yeah. But you see, the Germans are very smart. They wait till nighttime, and then at nighttime they bring up the submarine on the surface. So the sonar is not so good when you're on the surface. So then they would pick a ship, pick a tank, an oil tank would go boom, and it'd be massive flames, and all crew would be dead in seconds. So that's how they lit up the whole convoy. I saw a ship going up like that, yeah. I'll never forget it. You think, oh my God, there's about 40 or 50 guys just gone. Another terrible sight I saw was a ship carrying iron ore. When she was torpedoed, went right down. No chance to send a message or anything, just right down. Because the ore is so heavy, when the torpedo opens up the side of the ship to a great water pouring in, it just takes the ship right down. That's another bad thing. When ships got torpedoed and the oil tanks were opened up and there was oil all over the place and men were covered in oil. Very bad. Some people didn't survive because the accommodation collapsed and they were stuck inside and they couldn't get out. Oh, yeah.
Sackville also had to join the vicious fights against the wolf packs. It happened in August 1942. The corvette was escorting convoy ON-115 when it was attacked by 2 submarine wolf packs near the shore of Newfoundland.
I wasn't afraid of submarines because I could not see them. You didn't know they were there until bang!
Then, in August 1942, on her own and without air support due to thick fog, Sackville spotted German submarine U-43 on the surface. Sackville heavily damaged the sub with depth charges when she was in the process of submerging. The next day, the corvette attacked another submarine, U-704, when the latter was submerging for an attack on a convoy. The sub was forced to retreat. After a couple of hours, the corvette detected U-552 with sonar. That sub wasn't able to flee without taking damage. A 4-inch shell from Sackville hit the conning tower of the submarine, and after she had submerged, the corvette dropped a depth charge. The submarine, headed by famous and skilled commander of underwater warfare, Eric Topp, miraculously survived after taking severe damage and managed to return to base. The resolve of Sackville's crew played a crucial part in the convoy losing just 2 out of 41 ships.
These corvettes were here to help us, and if I'd been sunk in a convoy with a corvette, they would come and pick us out of the water.
As the war went on, the ships were backfitted with improved equipment. They were fitted with gyro compasses, better sonars, radars. Forecastle, the forecastle, was extended aft to increase the accommodation that was available, and also it made the ships drier and allowed the fitting of more equipment, such as the Hedgehog, which was fitted. However, at the same time, there were a lot of new ships being built, and certainly ships such as the River-class frigates that were built in Canada were basically greatly improved versions of the corvette.
At the beginning of the war, up until 1943, they didn't have such good equipment. Now, later on, they got good equipment. They also had more aircraft cover. They even made some merchant ships into aircraft carriers by putting a deck across the top. U-boats had to keep down. They couldn't sit on the surface and pick us off like that.
In the first half of 1943, the Battle of the Atlantic reached a breaking point. Qualitative and quantitative growth of the Allied anti-submarine forces resulted in a major reduction of convoy losses. During the next year, in 1944, Germany would lose their bases on the Atlantic coast, and the losses of German submarines would become catastrophic. All these factors resulted in a dramatic cut of the wolf packs. By the middle of 1943, submarines could no longer move so freely in the northern Atlantic.
By the end of the war, we had one of the biggest navies in the world in terms of numbers of ships. So I was very proud of that being just a small, tiny little part of it. But it was good to see when you were in a squadron of Canadian ships, or you ran into ships at sea and flashing back and forth to them. It was good to see.
In January 1943, Sackville underwent major repairs. In April, the ship returned to service and continued escorting convoys in the Atlantic Ocean until August 1944. However, the Canadian Navy couldn't complain that they had nothing to do until the very end of the war. During the last days of the war, it was especially honorable to escort ships of the capitulated foe.
German admiral had been instructed by the Allies that all German submarines were to come to the surface, fly a black flag, and proceed to the nearest Allied base. That was the idea. The message came telling our squadron commander to take the 5 Canadian ships and intercept. There were 15 German submarines proceeding south. So we closed in on these German submarines, and we sent one of our officers to the senior German officer. So anyway, they obeyed, and we escorted these 15 German U-boats to Loch Araball, Scotland. A lot of people had never seen a U-boat, or maybe they saw just a little bit of one, and suddenly 15. And it was pretty rough in the North Sea, so the German conning tower, say half of them would be up and half down and disappear. Then the submarines that were down are up and the other ones are down.
By the end of World War II, the Royal Canadian Navy had more than 1,000 ships of different types, and around 100,000 people out of the 11 million population served on them, almost every 10th Canada citizen. They were great sailors.
They were very good. We respected the Canadian Navy, and the Air Force was good too. They would come out and look over the convoys, look for U-boats. They were very good. Oh, they were great, yeah.
After modernization, Corvette Sackville was remade into a training ship, and she was sent to the reserve when the war ended. In 1952, the ship was converted into a research vessel for the Department of Marine and Fisheries.
She was used for over 40 years after the war as a very useful, cheap and nasty ship to do a whole range of tasks. And for that reason, she was kept and became the very last Flower-class corvette. When she was turned over to the Canadian Naval Memorial Trust in 1983, the plan was to convert her back to her World War II appearance.
Today, Corvette Sackville isn't just a museum ship moored at the pier in Halifax. She is a symbol of bravery of all volunteers of the Royal Canadian Navy, of all those young people who headed into battle on these small ships and made their contribution to the Allied victory in the Battle of the Atlantic.
The victory of the Battle of the Atlantic was won by the corvettes, manned by Canadian seamen. That's giving credit where credit is due. They deserve it. Not only that, they earned it. And history will tell you that.
And happy birthday, World of Warships. And in French, we say joyeux anniversaire. Moi, c'est Lunae, je suis créatrice de contenu pour World of Warships depuis bientôt 3 ans. Je suis inscrite depuis mai 2022, je joue depuis 8 ans. À peu près. Si j'ai à donner mon événement préféré sur Warship cette année, c'est, je pense, l'opération Dynamo, qui retrace quand même un événement historique de la Seconde Guerre mondiale, et j'ai trouvé ça très important d'en parler à travers le jeu. Alors un fun fact sur moi, je pense qu'on peut parler de la soundboard qui a été faite à mon insu. Encore merci à la ComFR qui est toujours au taquet là-dessus. Et je souhaite enfin conclure sur un dernier joyeux anniversaire à toute l'équipe Wargaming, à la communauté, en espérant de belles batailles, de belles victoires et du fun sur les futures années.
World of Warships took naval battles to the next level. Even bigger was the official debut of an entirely new ship type, submarines. These stealthy and cunning hunters, armed with signature acoustic homing torpedoes, could dive beneath the waves and strike from below. The first researchable lines came from the United States and Germany, bringing a whole new style of gameplay and fresh tactics, both for daring submarine captains and those learning how to counter them.
Submarines have arrived in the high seas of World of Warships. Captain, be aware they are sly and deadly, as well as hard to detect, and the torpedoes they launch can send a ship directly to the bottom. German and American Tier 6 and 8 submarines have arrived in early access. Heavily armed U-69, powerful U-190, legendary cachalot, and devastating salmon. Stay sharp. The hunt is on.
They are stealthy, cautious, and extremely dangerous. You've probably already guessed that the topic of today's video is submarines. Find out how to play the new ship type and how to oppose them right now. Submarines can be in one of 3 different states in battle. These subs have different capabilities in each state. You can switch between states with the C and F keys. In the surface state, submarines can travel at their full speed, restore dive capacity, which is required to stay underwater, and capture key areas. In this state, submarines are at their most vulnerable and are easy to detect. Let's now dive to the periscope depth. Submarines are harder to detect in this state, and they keep their capability of moving at full speed. At this depth, submarines can spot enemies from a similar distance to the spotting distance by aviation. Surveillance radar is useless against submarines at the periscope depth. However, there are other means to detect a submarine. The radio location skill, for example, will still show the direction toward a submarine. The last state is maximum depth. Here, you can be spotted only by other submarines using submarine surveillance and surface ships when their hydroacoustic search is activated, but only within a 2-kilometer radius. At the maximum depth, submarines can see ships that have been detected at a distance between 8 and 10 kilometers on average. In this state, it's easier for submarines to retreat in case of danger or to attack targets that have been already spotted. It's important to note that submarines can't capture key areas when at the periscope or maximum depths. In addition, these states consume dive capacity. When this parameter reaches 0, the submarine begins to surface automatically. Regardless of a submarine's diving position, her primary armament will always be torpedoes. Tier 6 subs are armed with torpedoes that have acoustic guidance. At higher tiers, tiers 8 and 10, they additionally have alternative torpedoes. Acoustic torpedoes deal minor damage and have low chances of causing flooding. Their primary advantage is that they home in on their targets. To lock on a target, you need to hit an enemy with a sonar ping before or after launching the torpedoes. Upon hitting an enemy ship with a sonar ping, a sector on the ship's hull will be marked for some time. Acoustic torpedoes will home in on this exact sector. Hitting the same part of the enemy hull with a sonar ping again will prolong the guidance timer and make the guidance more effective. If a subsequent sonar ping hits another part of the enemy ship, the guiding sector will move to the new spot. Several ships can be marked with a sonar ping simultaneously. However, torpedoes launched after a sonar ping has been emitted will home in on the last marked sector. This sector will be prioritized for launch torpedoes and will bear a special symbol. Acoustic torpedoes remember the priority sector even if another enemy is marked with a sonar ping after the torpedoes have been launched. Torpedoes with acoustic guidance are effective against maneuverable and lightly armored targets, but you should also take into account that it's harder to hit such enemies with a sonar ping. Keep in mind that enemies can see when submarines emit sonar pings. A visual effect for sonar emission appears above the submarine. This means that the enemy will always be aware of your presence when you use homing torpedoes. As for the alternative torpedoes, they are similar to those that can be found on surface ships. These torpedoes can't be guided with sonar pings, and they deal higher damage than their acoustic counterparts. Submarines can launch alternative torpedoes only when surfaced or at the periscope depth. All in-game submarines come equipped with a variant of damage control party that has a limited number of charges. To detect enemy ships, submarines have hydrophone and submarine surveillance. The former consumable shows the locations of surface ships and submarines at the periscope depth and on the water surface, and it also highlights the seabed relief. The submarine surveillance consumable detects enemy submarines at the maximum and periscope depths. Enemies that have been detected by it will be visible to all Allied ships. In addition, US submarines have enhanced rudder gears, which speeds up the process of shifting gears and switching states. German submarines can utilize reserve battery unit, which temporarily disables expenditure of dive capacity as well as its replenishment in the surface state. When new ships appear in the game, it's important to both master playing them and understand how to oppose them. The same applies to submarines. If your ship is hit with a sonar ping, you can reset its effect by utilizing Damage Control Party, but don't rush to do so immediately after the first sonar ping hits. Wait until acoustic torpedoes come closer to you before activating the consumable. Note that acoustic torpedoes cease to home in on their targets while still some distance away. At this point, they start moving along a straight line trajectory. That's why more nimble ships can evade torpedoes with just timely maneuvers and without using Damage Control Party. Almost all ships in the game have depth charges. Destroyers and some cruisers attack enemy submarines by utilizing onboard depth charges. To deploy this weaponry, ships need to travel above the probable submarine location, then press the appropriate key. Most other ships are equipped with depth charge airstrike. It works the following way. When battleships and cruisers activate this armament, a targeting reticle for the airstrike appears. You'll then need to choose the preferred release area and click the left mouse button. After a short while, a group of anti-submarine warfare aircraft will arrive and drop depth charges in this area. Aircraft carriers have a variant of depth charge airstrike that activates automatically when any submarines or signs of their presence are detected within its area of effect. These signs include the effects of using sonar pings and fuel spillages on the water's surface that are left in the wake of a damaged submarine. Moreover, submarines are most vulnerable to different types of ammunition when they are surfaced or at the periscope depth. Even a shell that falls close to a submarine can deal splash damage to her, but direct hits obviously inflict greater damage. Captain, submarines are ready to take their place on the same stage as all other ship types in the game. Batten down the hatches and prepare to dive.
Hello everyone, I'm Cyberfix and I'm playing World of Warships since 10 years. I joined the CC program 2.5 years ago. I play every game mode, random battles, ranked, or competitive. But my favorite time every year is when we play King of the Sea. Enjoy the 10th anniversary, and I hope that we will play for another 10 years World of Warships. Goodbye.
2022 continued the game's tradition of blending history with imagination. That year introduced a new storytelling format, the What If episodes. They explored the alternative versions of key moments in naval history. What might have happened if the fates of iconic ships had taken a different turn? These episodes were a reminder that naval history isn't only about what really happened, it's also about the exciting possibilities of what could have been.
4 German battle cruisers, 6 light cruisers, and 22 destroyers are ordered to conduct reconnaissance at Dogger Bank tonight. All available battle cruisers, light cruisers, and destroyers should proceed to the rendezvous point. Latitude 55 degrees 13 minutes north, longitude 3 degrees 12 minutes east. With the estimated time of arrival being 7 o'clock in the morning. If you spot the enemy, attack them. Dogger Bank is a large sandbank in the North Sea about 100 kilometers off the coast of England. The sea depth here ranges from 15 to 36 meters. This area, rich in fish, became a battleground between the British and German navies on January 24, 1915. The Germans assumed that British fishing trawlers were transmitting data about the movements of their fleet. The German High Seas Fleet conducted a raid on Dogger Bank to put a stop to it. It was initially planned for early January, but heavy storms prevented it from taking place. Thus, battlecruiser Von der Tann was sent for scheduled short repairs, and the 3rd Squadron of the latest Kaiser and König-class battleships departed for combat training in the Baltic Sea. But January 23, 1915 brought good weather. The same evening, the 1st Reconnaissance Group, consisting of Seydlitz, the flagship of Rear Admiral Hipper, battlecruisers Moltke and Derfflinger, and armored cruiser Blücher, headed out to sea together with the 2nd Reconnaissance Group, light cruisers Stralsund, Groudens, Rostock, and Kolberg. They were accompanied by destroyers of the 5th and 8th flotillas. Room 40, a special cryptanalysis section, was established in the British Admiralty in late 1914. With its help, the British managed to decipher German radio messages and learned about the imminent raid. Significant forces of the Grand Fleet were engaged in the operation. The 1st, Lion, Princess Royal, and Tiger, and 2nd, New Zealand and Indomitable, battlecruiser squadrons left Rosyth for Dogger Bank. They were accompanied by the 1st Light Cruiser Squadron, Southampton, Birmingham, Nottingham, and Lowestoft. 3 light cruisers, Aurora, Arethusa, and Undaunted, and 3 destroyer flotillas, the 1st, 3rd, and 10th, sailed out from Harwich, a total of 35 ships. If the Germans had sent battleships to support the cruisers, the British would certainly have found out and prepared a response, and the battle, if it had happened, would have followed a completely different scenario. At 7:05 on January 24th, British light cruiser Aurora spotted a 3-funnel cruiser and 4 destroyers. The cruiser responded to the light signal to identify itself at first, then suddenly opened fire. It was Kolberg. During the short duel that ensued, she hit the British cruiser with 3 shells and took a couple of hits as well. A few minutes later, cruiser Blücher reported that she had spotted several British light cruisers and destroyers. An hour later, Blücher which was at the rear of the formation, used her main battery guns to drive off the British destroyers that had approached within close range. The Germans soon saw numerous clouds of billowing smoke on the horizon. At 7:35, Hipper gave an order to turn to the southeast and send a radio message requesting support from the main forces of the High Seas Fleet. The British battlecruisers have started to give chase. The British had an advantage in speed, since the Germans couldn't sail faster than Blücher. Blücher's top speed was only 23 knots. Soon, she was within firing range of Beatty's battlecruisers. Hipper ordered his ships to change their formation so as to meet the enemy with fire from all guns. The battle commenced at 8:52. If German battlecruiser von der Tann hadn't gone for her planned repairs, she would certainly have taken Blücher's place. The Germans would have been able to break away from their pursuers and safely flee. 3 British battlecruisers shelled Blücher from 9:05 to 9:24. Then Lion switched focus to Derfflinger. At 9:35, British Admiral Beatty ordered each of his ships to shoot at the opposite enemy ship in line. A 343mm British shell pierced Seydlitz's deck, Hipper's flagship, and exploded, hitting the armor of the aft turret barbette. As a result of the explosion, powder bags in the handling cordite compartment were set ablaze. The powder blaze burned the compartment, the aft turret, the next compartment, and the second aft turret. 159 people died. Both turrets were incapacitated. If it hadn't been for the decisive actions of 3 sailors led by Corvette Captain Hagedorn, the executive officer of the ship, who opened the emergency flooding valves of the magazines, Seydlitz might have sunk. At 10:45, Blücher had to slow down and started to fall behind the battlecruisers. After a few minutes, the ship lost control and began turning to her left in a circle. Meanwhile, the Germans focused their fire on Lion. The ship got hit 15 to 17 times. By 10:55, she had left the head of the formation and started turning north. The British battlecruiser took on 3,000 tons of water and was listing 10 degrees to her port side. Soon, the port side turbine failed, and her speed dropped to 15 knots. The ship was left without electricity. Blücher received one hit after another. The armored cruiser started losing speed, and a strong fire raged in her middle section. In an attempt to provide assistance, Admiral Hipper ordered the destroyers to attack the British battlecruisers. At that moment, however, the British thought they saw the periscope of a German submarine, and they turned north to avoid a possible torpedo attack. Hipper considered this maneuver a trap, and he decided to return to base at 11:10. If Hipper had kept on trying to save Blücher, the British would most likely have destroyed his entire squadron. The German cruisers shelled the British until 11:14. Over the last 10 minutes of the battle, Lion took 7 more hits. Owing to a false report of a fire in the powder magazines, the artillery magazine was partially flooded. Nevertheless, the British commander gave an order to pursue and attack the retreating enemy battlecruisers. But other ships misunderstood the signal from the flagship, and the remaining battlecruisers focused their fire on Blücher. If they had continued the chase, the outcome of the battle would have been even less predictable. 4 British battlecruisers would have been in pursuit of 3 German ones. And given that the Germans scored a higher number of hits compared to the British, 22 versus 6, victory could well have turned into a defeat. Left alone, Blücher managed to damage 1 destroyer. At 11:38, after taking 2 torpedo hits from cruiser Arethusa, the ship ceased fire and, at 11:45, hauled down her colors. Control of the ship had already been lost, and she was on fire. Her gunfire control systems were destroyed, and most of her artillery wasn't functioning. At 12:13, the German cruiser rolled over and sank. The British rescued 281 German sailors. This battle ended in a decisive victory for the Grand Fleet. The Germans lost armored cruiser Blücher, and battlecruiser Seydlitz was heavily damaged. The battle claimed the lives of around 1,000 German sailors. The British suffered far fewer losses. Battlecruisers Lion and Tiger, as well as one of the destroyers, were seriously damaged. 14 people were killed and 29 people were injured. Let's try to recreate this battle with Von der Tann, imagining that she wasn't sent for repairs and substitutes Blücher in the formation. Thus, the Germans have 4 battlecruisers in the echelon left formation against 4 British battlecruisers in the same formation. How might the battle have turned out under these circumstances? The German concept of more armor and collision protection structure but lower speed and smaller gun caliber versus the English one of higher speed and larger guns but less armor. The British fire 1-to-1. Each ship fires at the enemy in front of her in the enemy formation. The Germans fire focusing on the leading ship until she sinks, stops, or is unable to continue the battle. Then they switch to the next target. The firepower of the British is 15,784 kilograms. That of the Germans is 11,485 kilograms. The German squadron noticeably loses in this parameter. In addition, the diamond-shaped arrangement of the main battery turrets on most of the German light cruisers will affect the number of guns per salvo at certain course angles. Will the German skill, accuracy, and armor top the English speed and firepower? Whose tactics will prevail? Focused fire can seem to bring results at first glance. Let's arrange the ships according to the battle scheme. Replace those that are unavailable in the game with their sister ships or close analogs, and slightly decrease the distance between the opponents. Not all participants of the reconstruction in World of Warships are capable of firing over the 16 to 17 kilometer range at which the battle was largely fought. Of course, we can't take all the real parameters into account, but we'll compare the advantages and disadvantages of the tactics of the British and German squadrons. So, everything is ready for the test. The ships are lined up opposite each other. The players have all the same instructions given by the admirals in this battle. The players can't use consumables or change course. Armor versus firepower. Off we go. The German focused fire bears its first fruits 42 seconds after the first salvo. An English battleship goes under. The second one follows her a minute later. And then the third. The British substantially battered the 2 leading German battleships. They even managed to sink one of them, but it took them more than 4 minutes. The last British ship stood no chance. What conclusion can we arrive at? Focusing fire on one target at a time, as long as you can handle it, brings victory. Of course, history doesn't have a conditional tense. But it's still interesting to wonder what if. Stay tuned for new episodes.
British submarines, European destroyers, Pan-American and Spanish cruisers, new Japanese battleships. 2023 saw a whole fleet of new ships making their mark in World of Warships, with fresh voyages and battles. But there was also plenty of room for fun, like trouble in the hot tub. If it floated, it was in the fight.
Ahoy everyone! This is Developer Diaries, and it's the first episode of the show from our new office in Belgrade. In today's episode, we're going to present you Battle Ducks. That's right, don't be surprised and don't think that the developers have lost their marbles during the move. Just remember that April 1st is on the horizon, and that means that we're preparing to have some fun with the return of our suitably observed bathtub battles. Let's dive in! Can you tell us what this event is about?
This is about yellow rubber ducks fighting in a large bathtub.
Some of our players may already be familiar with this jacuzzi map and fun battles there. Last time around it were toy ships. Now this will be yellow rubber ducks.
How did you come up with this idea of rubber duck battles?
I'm actually surprised we did not come up with it earlier. When I think of bath time, yellow rubber duck is the first thing that comes to mind.
And how do these ducks correlate with in-game ships?
Your typical rubber duck is quite round in shape, and round ships are not particularly good in sailing anywhere. I'm serious now about round ships, there were some in history. So we tried to adjust duck's shape so it better resembles your typical ship.
And how does a duck look from the inside?
It's got side armor, deck armor, turret, citadel, and everything that a warship ought to have.
And what about the turret?
It's the head, of course. A duck can twist its head at amazing angles, just like all birds, so it can naturally.
And what about different types of ducks?
You can expect battleship ducks, cruiser ducks, and destroyer ducks, all very familiar classes with their familiar gameplay.
And how does one differentiate between these ducks?
They will be marked differently in the in-game UI.
And are there any tips for us? Where should we aim?
All the ducks will have weak stern armor, so you should be okay shooting from behind. Battleship ducks should have very strong, impenetrable front armor, but they will have weaker sides, so you should be able to pick a citadel shooting from the side.
Will there be guns on these ducks?
No, they will spit water droplets from their beaks. Some ducks will penetrate armor better with their droplets, others will inflict floods instead of fires.
And will the ducks have any new armaments?
We are introducing mines in this event. All the ducks will be able to lay mines. They will stay on the surface of water, quite visible, but still dangerous, so you should be careful when you approach your rival duck.
So, no torpedoes?
Destroyer ducks will still have torpedoes.
So now you understand that our ducks will be armed, dangerous, and ready to show how loud they can quack. However, the participants of our bath time battles are only half the story. We still need to visualize the battlegrounds properly as well. To be more precise, the very bathtub where our ducks will be sinking each other. For this event only, the game will feature the new hot tub map. What's that? We'll tell you right away. Come with me. What is this map?
So, our experienced captain will know this map from an old event, dedicated to April 1st when I captured a party on this battle map.
What was the source of your inspiration?
So, we're inspired of some cartoon, film, and series, and most of them is Bad Advice cartoon, our favorite cartoon.
Is there anything else interesting that you can mention?
First of all, we will have familiar character from this series. Almost all of them. This island will be pretty cool. And the interior of this room with baths will be fun. All of these components will immersive players deep into our serial and fun April event. Look around from this very beginning of each battle and enjoy this spectacle.
And will this map feature any specific gameplay?
Yeah, of course. Two teams face each other in a battle. There is a three intercrossing base, circling, forming a short triangle. The teams fight on this triangle and ducks can use it torpedo shells and new mailing and crash mechanics.
And will these ducks have any special visual features?
Yes, all ducks have an special features in their look, because how I told before, we're inspiring some stuff from a cinema or cartoon, and we add some special visual things on every duck.
What about Easter eggs?
I may recommend for our players to keep an eyes peeled from the start of battle.
And what about the water?
The water has been changed absolutely. The water is simulated not for the size of an ocean, but it's for the size of a bathtub. And it's absolutely clean, allowing it to seem fishy, having to fun to make to feel like a small rubber duck in a bath.
And have you changed any other physics in the game?
We have added some rubber-like properties, so what's new, this duck will bounce to each other, and so island without taking damage. You can now also push your opponent toward the minefields.
That's all. This was the first Developer Diaries episode from our office in Belgium. Play with us, swash around the bathtub, whack valiantly and win. Good luck, captains. See you next time.
Japanese culture cherishes an important concept, mayabi. It means to polish one's craft and remove all impurities until one reaches the highest form of elegance. One look at the Japanese battleships and you'll notice this idea permeating their design and firepower. They are deadly machines in the form of pure elegance. The Japanese Navy has welcomed 3 new members to their proud battleship fleet. Tier 8, Yumihari, Tier 9, Adatara, and Tier 10, Bungo. These notable new ships have just left early access, allowing players to research them in the tech tree. Captains who love playing Japanese battleships are going to particularly love the new additions to the nation's fleet. Let's see what unique playstyles they bring to the table and how you can benefit from them best. Feast your eyes on Yumihari. This ship was the pinnacle of design at the beginning of the 20th century. After the Russo-Japanese War, the Japanese government set out to build a new line of ships as part of the 8-4 fleet program from 1916 through 1918. She was the product of an improved design based on Congo, but after some improvements to the original idea and the addition of a 5th turret, the Amagi-class ship was born. The majestic Adatara and Bungo were supposed to be constructed to turn the existing plan into the 8-8 fleet program, but their construction was canceled due to the outcome of the Washington Naval Conference. However, these ships have been given new life in World of Warships, meaning that you can experience the brilliance of their design in virtual sea battles. Like all Japanese battleships, the 3 new ships excel when it comes to their main battery artillery. They boast large caliber guns with a high firing range and quite good accuracy. Yumihari and Adatara have damage output that's slightly on the lower side due to the fact that they carry 8 main battery guns, while Bungo can inflict significant damage with their 10 main battery guns. These battleships fire highly effective HE shells that are perfect for long-range attacks, but their AP shells have low penetration characteristics. Nevertheless, you should switch to them when your opponent is showing their broadside. Be sure to aim for the Citadel. As for their secondary gun damage output, we can say that it's pretty decent overall. The advantages of these Japanese battleships are additionally enhanced by a unique consumable that's characteristic of this tech line, High Precision Spotter. This consumable not only increases the firing range, but also boosts the ship's accuracy. What sets these beauties apart from their same-tier counterparts are their concealment stats. You will have to take advantage of this as these battleships have small HP pools, and their armor is nothing to write home about. There is a reason they received the Battle Cruiser moniker. You have to play them more carefully as their survivability is on the lower side for a battleship. Chances are that you'll often be using your damage control party and repair party consumables. An additional problem for this line of ships is their poor anti-aircraft defenses. Just like other Japanese battleships, Yumihari, Adatara, and Bungo are easy targets for aerial assaults. You might get tempted to replace High Precision Spotter with Fighter to boost their AA defenses. However, this would mean missing out on the awesome advantage of the unique High Precision Spotter consumable. It's better to bolster your anti-aircraft defenses by sailing next to teammates who can shield you from aggressive aircraft. Finally, all 3 ships sail at quite an average speed, but they do perform in this respect slightly better than their Japanese battleship peers. All 3 ships will make good use of the following list of upgrades. Slot 1, Main Armaments Modification 1. Slot 2, Damage Control System Modification 1. Slot 3, Aiming Systems Modification 1. Slot 4, Damage Control System Modification 2. Slot 5, Concealment System Modification 1. Slot 6, Main Battery Modification 3. As for commander training, any skills that improve the ship's survivability are bound to help. Be sure to invest some skill points into Emergency Repair Specialist, Consumable Specialist, Gun Feeder, and Concealment Expert. You also can't go wrong with Adrenaline Rush. From all the characteristics we've listed, it becomes apparent that players should avoid close quarters combat skirmishes due to the ship's low HP and vulnerable citadels. Conversely, they shine at medium and long-range combat due to their concealment stats and exceptional firing capabilities. Position yourself in the right spot, and don't hesitate to back off if you come under fire and things are getting hot. You can inflict a considerable amount of damage with effective HE shells from a distance. But if you find yourself in enemy crosshairs in close combat, switch to AP shells and gun for the Citadel. Don't wait any longer. Log into World of Warships, where these magnificent ships are waiting for you. Try them out and discover the new capabilities that the Japanese battleships offer. Jump into battle and demonstrate your skills with Yumihari, Adatara, and Bungo.
In 2023, players celebrated Halloween in style, with a special The Last Voyage of Transylvania operation, blending spooky atmosphere with naval action and marking the last operation of the series.
Tensions are rising again at the border between light and darkness. The portal to another dimension has opened once more, and the evil hordes are anxious to flood through it. It's time to return to the ranks of the Defenders of Light. It was a year ago when the Heroes of Light entered the Dark Realm and struck a devastating blow to dreadful Rasputin and his minions right in the heart of the enemy's lair. But the Black Lair Castle escaped destruction. The Twilight Fleet was able to recoup its losses and prepare for a new invasion. The elites of the Twilight Fleet are about to pass through the portal to Intania one last time and destroy anything that stands in their way. The Supreme Council of Intania decided to resort to the power of mages. They were the ones who opened another portal between worlds to search for help in other realms. Humanity agreed to help Intania. And so, a powerful international fleet has been assembled for the cause. Update 12.9 introduces a new Halloween operation called Last Voyage of Transylvania. This is going to be the greatest battle against the Twilight Fleet. Only Transylvania is capable of finally destroying it, and for this purpose, she must transport specialized explosives to the portal. Your task is to escort Transylvania to her destination and protect her at all costs. Just like in previous Halloween events, the map is thick with the filth, which eats away at your HP and makes your foes more resistant to damage. Using magic, Transylvania carves out a safe zone in the filth that follows her. However, as the battle continues, her magic loses power, and the safe zone will gradually diminish until it becomes minimal. This Halloween, you'll be able to take part in the special Operation Last Voyage of Transylvania at the helms of Tier 8 through 9 ships. Any ships you deploy for the cause will radically change in appearance. They'll receive a themed camouflage and special visual effects. Their combat characteristics will be adjusted, and special modifiers will also be applied to balance the characteristics of any ships that join the event. Your team will receive a buff for each allied ship that founders, and by collecting shards of the Great Towers along your way, you'll enhance Transylvania's protection. Start celebrating Halloween 2023. Engage in a decisive fight against the forces of darkness.
Greetings, Commanders. This is AF, one of the HCCs. I've been playing World of Warships since 2018. I joined the CC program 2 years ago, around the time AO Cheshire was released. I play a variety of ships, but Saipan has always been my favorite. It's challenging, but extremely rewarding. The best event of every year, in my opinion, is the King of the Seas tournament. It's always great to see the best teams from around the world and their top-tier gameplay. Happy 10th anniversary, World of Warships! 10周年快乐! See you all on the fair seas. Take care and happy sailing.
New ship branches give captains plenty to explore, adding even more variety to the global fleet of World of Warships. A brand new line of European destroyers focused on artillery also made its debut, with each vessel carrying the spirit of her navy. Together, they introduced fresh strategies and playstyles for destroyer enthusiasts to master.
In World of Warships, there are some ships that demand a special approach. And the new European destroyers are exactly such vessels. The newcomers specialize in artillery, but there are some nuances to that. We'll talk about the new ships as well as how to play them in this video. Be sure to watch till the end and you'll find out where their power lies. European destroyers, along with Pan-American and Pan-Asian ships, can be considered a combined team. Here we can see the ships that represent the naval forces of Turkey, Poland, Greece, Yugoslavia, and Norway. These countries ordered their destroyer projects from other maritime powers. So don't be surprised if you get a feeling of déjà vu when you see the newcomers. As we mentioned at the beginning of this video, European destroyers specialize in artillery. The ships of this branch possess rapid-firing 120mm, 139mm, and 140mm guns. At the same time, they fire only HE shells. This ammunition type can deal serious damage for such ships, but at the same time, it doesn't have the highest armor penetration values. The main battery gun traverse speed of European destroyers isn't the greatest either, but upgrades and the appropriate commander skill will help improve the situation. As for torpedo tubes, they usually serve as secondary armament for artillery destroyers. The same is true for the heroes of our video. Their torpedoes have average range parameters and low damage values compared to those of other destroyers. At the same time, just like European destroyers of the first branch, the newcomers' torpedoes have impressive speed characteristics. For example, Tier 5 destroyer Moavinet torpedoes can travel at 72 knots, and those of Tier X destroyer Gdansk can travel as fast as 86 knots. If torpedo speed connects the two European destroyer branches, anti-aircraft defense, on the contrary, clearly sets them apart. For example, Halland can safely be called a true threat to aircraft, but Gdansk needs to be extremely careful when being attacked from above. European ships don't have the highest concealment characteristics either. However, due to their specific combat characteristics, which we'll talk about later, we still recommend improving this parameter. For example, the aforementioned Gdansk is visible to opponents from 9.1 kilometers with her base characteristics. But with a concealment system upgrade and appropriate commander skill in place, this parameter can be reduced to 7.3 kilometers. Our introduction to the new branch would be incomplete without checking out their consumables. Their basic set includes damage control party, smoke generator, and engine boost. Starting from Tier 8, you'll also find surveillance radar. The operating range of this consumable is 9 kilometers, and it has a modest operating time of 10 seconds, and fairly fast base cooldown time of 1 minute. Now it's time to take a short break and look at the optimal set of upgrades to make the European destroyers truly comfortable in battle. European destroyers are rather unusual artillery ships. They aren't so effective as, for example, Kleber or Delny, which can use their maneuverability and speed to avoid hits and still deal damage. They don't have sufficiently good concealment to alternate between stealthy torpedo attacks and shelling the enemy from advantageous positions under a smokescreen, as for example Japanese artillery destroyers do. The European ships have no repair party. They also don't have a special hit point distribution scheme like the French ships. The newcomers also aren't the most maneuverable ships of their type, especially in terms of rudder shift time and turning circle radius. So, how could you show your worth in battle with such features? Well, firstly, due to their high detectability, it's not worth sailing your European destroyer out in front of your team at the very beginning of the battle. At least do it with Allied support if you choose that course of action. Secondly, when operating in certain parts of maps, always analyze the opponents around you. Your worst enemies are artillery destroyers with good concealment, rapid-firing cruisers, and ships with surveillance radar. If you find yourself in their sights, you'll most likely lose the lion's share of your health and may even be sent back to the port. However, if the aforementioned opponents are not nearby, or at least if they aren't focusing specifically on you, then you can try deploying a smokescreen, selecting an enemy, and implementing your firepower. Keep in mind that you should use the surveillance radar of European destroyers tactically and in certain situations. For example, when you're detected by a stealthy destroyer. Here, the principle is quite simple. For example, with upgraded concealment, Tier 10 destroyer Gdansk is visible from 7.3 kilometers, and the effective range of her surveillance radar is 9 kilometers. Consequently, if detected, the European ship will certainly be able to spot a stealthy approaching enemy. The short action time will most likely prevent you from sinking the enemy, but at least you can definitely drive it off and transmit its location to your allies. An active radar can also help in situations where you need to finish off a badly wounded enemy that's trying to hide. As for torpedoes, due to their speed, they can deliver plenty of surprises for targets that aren't expecting danger from beneath the waves. To conduct successful torpedo attacks, you'll need to anticipate the enemy's actions and take your high detectability into account. But why? For example, a battleship that spots you will try to maneuver to avoid or minimize the number of hits. And taking into account the low damage of your torpedoes, such an outcome could safely be considered a failure. I won't beat around the bush. The newcomers are not the easiest ships to master. When playing them, you need to know the habits of your own ship and have a good understanding of what your opponents are capable of. Battles at the helms of European ships always involve deep analysis of the situation on the map. But if you learn to understand the battle situation and use your ship where she's most needed, then the European destroyers will become a formidable weapon in your hands. Show what you're capable of in World of Warships, Captain.
It's safe to say that 2023 was a year where history, culture and creativity came together. Through our videos, the community got a closer look at the people behind the game. And of course, history was front and center. One episode of Naval Legends told the story of the American submarine USS Yorktown, which sailed nearly 100,000 nautical miles across 9 patrols during World War II.
This is USS Bowfin, one of 120 Vallejo-class submarines that saw service with the U.S. Navy. She traveled nearly 100,000 nautical miles on her 9 patrols. Her commanding officers believe she should get credit for at least 34 large ships. She and her sister submarines patrolled the Pacific and were largely responsible for the victory in the Pacific in World War II.
The outbreak of World War II revealed that the US Navy's pre-war doctrine of utilizing submarines wasn't really working. According to that concept, the submarine fleet's #1 task was to attack hostile heavy warships and operate in conjunction with battleship forces, while counteracting merchant shipping was deemed a secondary role.
The fleet submarine was called a fleet submarine because it was initially envisioned that it would be a scouting unit ahead of a main battle force. And that tactic really was fairly flawed. Submarines didn't do very well at all at Midway, and at that point knew that they were better off operating independently and trying to raid the merchant sea lanes.
In order to operate in the Pacific, submarines needed good sea endurance to travel for quite a long time, disrupt enemy communications, and block routes to the opponent's mother country. All these goals were perfectly met by the US fleet submarine of Gato, Palau, and Tench classes. Specifications of submarine USS Bowfin, SS-287, as of 1944. Length 95 meters. Beam more than 8 meters. Mean draft more than 5 meters. Displacement submerged 2,415 tons. The sub has a double hull. Maximum diameter of the pressure hull almost 5 meters. Thickness of the pressure hull more than 22 millimeters. Armament: artillery, Mark 9 gun with a caliber of 102 millimeters. Oerlikon anti-aircraft autocannon with a caliber of 20 millimeters. Bofors anti-aircraft autocannon with a caliber of 40 millimeters.
This is Bowfin's 5-inch 25 caliber gun. For most of the war, submarines used 4-inch 50 caliber guns before this was developed. On Bowfin's first patrol, she sank a barge with 100 troops on board. Often in cases like that, on surface attacks, submarines would use their smaller guns, the 40 millimeter and the 20 millimeter guns.
Torpedo armament: 10 21-inch torpedo tubes, 6 forward, 4 aft. 24 Mark 18 electric torpedoes, caliber 533 millimeters. Power plant: 4 General Motors diesel engines with a total power output of 5,400 HP. 4 General Electric propulsion electric engines with a power output of 2,750 HP. 2 groups of accumulator batteries, 126 elements each. Maximum surface speed more than 20 knots. Submerged speed about 9 knots. Cruising range: surfaced 11,000 miles at 10 knots. Submerged 96 miles at 2 knots. Endurance 75 days. The number of crew 70 people.
Traditionally, submarines were named for fish or marine animals or mammals. Bowfin is a native to the United States brackish waters. It's a fairly primitive fish, but it tends to sneak into shallow waters and conduct sneak attacks, ambush attacks, which is pretty aptly named for a submarine. Bowfin was launched on December 7th, 1942, so she had a nickname, the Pearl Harbor Avenger. She was commissioned in May of 1943. As soon as she was ready, she headed into the Pacific.
By that time, the US Navy submarines in this operations theater had been organizationally incorporated into 2 fleets. The submarine forces of the Pacific Fleet were based in Hawaii and operated in the northern and central parts of the ocean, including approaches to Japan. The submarine forces in the Southwest Pacific were subordinate to the 7th Fleet, with their bases situated in the Australian ports of Fremantle and Brisbane. Bowfin arrived there in August 1943.
Primary mission was to conduct unrestricted warfare against Japan. So that was primarily targeted against their merchant fleet, their warships, but they also carried out a number of other special missions like special forces, inserting them into islands that had been captured by the Japanese. One submarine transported gold from the Philippines as the Philippines were being overrun by the Japanese. And later in the war, as Number of ships and targets available went away. Submarines became to rescue downed aviators.
The primary combat use of submarines was sole anti-cruiser warfare in relatively large areas, both along communication routes and on approaches to enemy bases and ports. It should be noted that the commanders of US submarines preferred to act alone until the very end of the war. The entire ideology of their combat training was aimed at developing this skill.
When we first went to war, we hadn't really practiced to conduct unrestricted warfare, and so it took a bit of development. The initial guidance was conduct submerged attacks, use sonar bearings only to conduct the attack, which was doomed to failure just due to the inaccuracy of sonar. Accuracy of the sonar was about 25 degrees, and you need to place the weapon within about a 1 degree accuracy to have a reasonable success of a hit.
From the middle of 1942, the Navy High Command began to request that submarines spend most of the time on the surface, conducting visual surveillance and taking advantage of their high speed.
Going out, they were told to do all those things. It took them forever to get across the ocean. They only had a few days they could stay on station, and they came back, and those early patrols were not very effective. And same admirals that told them to go out and do all those things then criticized them very harshly when they came back.
Given the low efficiency of spotting targets with hydroacoustics alone, US submarines began to approach them using the periscope already in the first months of the war. Combat experience soon clearly demonstrated that preference should be given to daytime attacks using the periscope or night attacks from the surfaced position. When the war broke out, US submarines had no devices capable of providing efficient surveillance of targets during the night and passing the data to the torpedo fire control system. It was only in late 1942 that special night periscopes and a bearing transmitter designed for nighttime attacks were put into service. And search radars were only massively introduced in 1943. Thus, nighttime torpedo attacks using radar data started to be widely carried out only between 1944 and 1945.
The snorkel system hadn't been adopted yet. So anytime she was submerged underwater, she was strictly limited by the power of her energy in her batteries. She'd only go about 8 knots, but only for about an hour, at which point her batteries would be depleted. And you'd have to really get back up to the surface to charge batteries or and try to run away. There was no atmosphere monitoring or control equipment, so you couldn't make oxygen and you couldn't remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So over the time when submerged, the atmospheres got increasingly foul and really designed to be submerged during daylight hours, about 12 hours. Although I think Bowfin had a submerged period of up to 18 hours, but there were several submarines that were down for a day and a half during attacks, and they were in real extremis by the time they surfaced. So that was always, when submerged, that was on the forefront of the captain's mind, and that was a severe limitation.
Thus, periscope attacks remained the main tactic for the commanders of US submarines in 1943. The ratio of launched torpedoes to successful hits was the highest among other methods at that time. In 1943, Gato and Balao-class submarines sank 131 Japanese ships using this method, 64% of the Japanese losses, with accuracy of torpedo attacks reaching 68%.
On August 25, 1943, Bowfin left the Australian port of Brisbane to go out on her first war patrol. It was very successful. She sank 3 Japanese ships, but even more important was that she completed her mission of dropping off supplies and equipment to Philippine guerrillas and also picked up 9 stranded Americans.
The Imperial Japanese aircraft were always on ASW patrol. I think they had very good tactics in terms of out searching. It was mostly visual that they were looking for. If you were detected, you were pinned down fairly close. We really relied heavily on our radar to detect the planes early, and then our lookouts. So the lookouts would rotate through positions. Our lookouts on the bridge, one of those was specifically tasked with searching the area of the sun. So he had special dark sunglasses so he could stare into the sun without burning out his eyes. But he was tasked to look, because they would, once they sighted and avoided being detected, they would try to make their attack coming out of the sun to make it difficult to see.
The nature of warfare in the Pacific substantially differed from that in the Atlantic. For a long time, the Japanese carried out their transportation missions in small groups of up to 10 ships with a weak escort. It was only in early 1944 that the Japanese began assembling their transport ships into larger convoys that tried to stay as close to shore as possible, taking advantage of the shallow waters that made submarine operations more difficult. At the same time, the organization of anti-submarine defenses and escort missions was notably improved. Single ships became rare, while escort ships and aircraft received radars.
Japanese were really kind of late to develop the anti-submarine warfare tactics. So they didn't put a lot of effort into it until they recognized it was a real problem. But by then it was really too late. Their thought was always, advance, and be aggressive. And if you were defensive, that was kind of looked downward on. It was a part of their culture that really downplayed anti-submarine warfare.
Thus, to counter the anti-submarine defenses in the Pacific, the Americans didn't need to concentrate such large forces as against the Germans and their wolf packs in the Atlantic. Only from late 1943, groups of 3 or 4 ships began to be assembled, but the coordination of their actions in a certain area consisted primarily of exchanging information, and they carried out separate attacks.
It was typically a group of 3 boats would operate together. But unlike the Germans, who were controlled centrally and required a lot of reporting, which our anti-submarine warfare forces were able to take advantage of, the submarines were left to pretty much operate in an area and develop their own tactics. Then they used very high frequency or VHF radio communications, which are short range, to communicate with each other, not having to call back to the central command.
Bofin is credited with sinking 5 enemy ships on her second patrol, including a 10,000-ton tanker. For this most successful patrol, she received the Presidential Unit Citation. During her first 2 patrols, Bofin completed many joint operations with another submarine, USS Billfish. Together, they sought out convoys and sank enemy ships.
On November 1st, 1943, Bofin set sail for her second mission. In the early morning of November 26, the submarine resurfaced under heavy rain and suddenly found herself surrounded by Japanese ships. The crew had to show miraculous skill to stay undetected and avoid a clash. Having secured the perfect position for firing, Bofin torpedoed and sank 5,000-ton tanker Augusta Maru with several accurate salvos, and sent cargo ship Tynan Maru with a displacement of almost 5,500 tons to the bottom. While the alarmed convoy was still attempting to locate the deadly threat, the submarine left the hunting ground. A few hours later, she found a new target. Her torpedoes reached a former French 700-ton coastal ship that had been captured by the Japanese 2 years prior. Two days later, Bofin joined Billfish, and together they attacked another convoy. While coming under fire from Japanese ships, Bofin torpedoed transports Tonan Maru and Sydney Maru, with a total displacement of 15,000 tons.
By the end of 1944, the Japanese shipping had been so decimated, there were very few torpedo-worthy targets. So late in the war, a lot of surface attacks with the gun action were engaged. Most famously, the ship was one of 9 ships that went into the Sea of Japan in June of 1945 through the minefields at the southern end of the Sea of Japan through Tsushima Straits. All 9 of those boats went into the Sea of Japan. Bowfin crew members remember hearing mine cables going down the side of the ship, but they managed to get through unscathed.
The situation of the land of the rising sun was deteriorating by the month. At the beginning of the war, Japan had 1,703 transport ships at their disposal for various purposes, but the losses of the Japanese merchant fleet doubled each subsequent year. The Japanese eventually capitulated, with less than half of the civil fleet they had 4 years earlier. As for the defeat of the Imperial Navy, excluding aircraft, it suffered its biggest losses precisely from US submarines. They even got to the newest Japanese battleships, Yamato and Musashi. Damaged by submarine torpedoes, these ships would stay out of service for long periods. Mobilization-type submarines sank 13 times more Japanese ships than Japanese submarines did US warships. The losses of mobilization-type submarines during the war years reached 25 units out of 179 submarines of this type in service.
At the beginning of August 1945, Bowfin left Pearl Harbor and set out on a course for our base in the Mariana Islands, where Bowfin was to start her 10th war patrol. But the patrol was never completed. On her way out to a patrol area, the captain received a message stating that Japan had capitulated. The war was over, but for Bowfin, the story continues.
As soon as Japan surrendered, she was turned back around here to Pearl Harbor. So in August, late August, she arrived back here to Pearl Harbor. Again, I can only begin to imagine how many ships and submarines were coming back into port, with the news that the war was over. So Pearl Harbor was pretty overloaded, and we already had our nation already had a demobilization plan. So before the end of August 1945, Bowfin headed back to the U.S. mainland.
In fall 1945, Bowfin arrived on the US East Coast. She served in the Atlantic Fleet until February 1947, and later was transferred to the reserve. After almost 4.5 years, the submarine returned to service as part of an effort to strengthen the Navy. Bowfin was transferred to San Diego, where she was used for training before she was sent to the reserve the second time at the end of the Korean War in 1953. In 1960, the submarine was transferred to Seattle as a training ship for the Marine Reserve. The submarine was finally decommissioned in 1971.
Bowfin was identified to be scrapped, and she was towed out here to Pearl Harbor to the inactive ships facility. But the Navy League here and our congressional delegation formed the association I now run to save the Bowfin. In August of 1979, she was donated to our association. After a lot of hard work by volunteers, she was put here on display in April of 1981. And just last year, we had our 9 millionth visitor here at Bowfin. So Bowfin continues to serve our country well into her 70s.
I'm 램박 on Asia CC from South Korea. 안녕하세요. 저는 한국 CC 램박입니다. 저는 월드 워십이 베타였던 2014년부터 이 게임을 플레이해왔습니다. 그리고 2023년에 CC가 되었죠. 이 긴 시간 동안 이 게임을 즐겨오면서 정말 많은 경험을 했다고 생각하는데요. 그 중에서 제일 좋아하는 사건은 워십이 잠수함을 처음 출시했을 때 라고 말하면 이제 도움해질지도 모르겠네요. 아무튼 앞으로도 계속 즐거운 경험을 모두 함께 공유할 수 있게 된다면 정말 좋겠습니다. 월드 오브 워십 10주년 정말 축하합니다. 해피 버스데이 월드 오브 워십스.
2024 brought even more firepower to the seas. French destroyers, Commonwealth cruisers, Pan-American battleships and American carriers all joined the international fleet of World of Warships. On top of that, you had the chance to take part in the Allied landings in Normandy, experience brand new mind-blowing visual effects, and have some fun with the Piata hunt event.
The Hunter's first rule is to be a team player. The Hunter's second rule is to always have a colorful package at the ready filled with something very sweet. The Hunter's third rule is to whirl around until he gets dizzy. The Hunter's fourth rule is to destroy the Piata. The Piata hunt season commences in World of Warships. Pick up your bat and get ready for some unbridled fun. In celebration of April Fool's Day, we're introducing a new event starring the famous Piata. You'll find a separate battle type that will unfold on the brightly decorated colorful islands map, where you'll be tasked with hunting down the Piata. Piata ship, that is. These battles will feature teams of 7 Tier 8 and 9 ships. In total, 3 teams will take part in the battles. Yours, your opponent's, and a lone Piata. A battleship or aircraft carrier with substantially increased HP. During battle, the Piata ship will randomly take one of the 8 preset routes across this comically colorful map. If the Piata is destroyed, it drops a capture key area right where it sunk. This key area will gradually shrink to a minimum size. To win, you must destroy the opposing team or earn 1,000 points. What happens if the Piata reaches its final destination? It will explode with a uniquely colorful effect. When the player's ships are destroyed, they will also explode with a similar effect. Now, a few words about a special feature of these battles: support consumables. We've created a new type of consumable with special effects and allocated a separate slot for them. There are a total of 8 unique support consumables, but only 5 of them will be available for each ship class. Coordinated emergency repairs restores 1% HP per second to you and your allies, and applies the effects of damage control party to the whole team. Call Smoke Curtain creates a smoke screen in a specified area. Forced Stalemate slows down the Piata's movement and prevents your team from losing points and the opposing team from earning them. Call Patrol Bombers calls aircraft to a specified area to patrol it, as well as spot and attack enemy ships. Drop Minefield deploys a minefield in a selected area. Remember that you can destroy mines by using depth charges or depth charge airstrike. Joint Fleet Maneuvers speeds up Allied ships and increases their rudder shift time. Iron Curtain makes all ships on your team immune to all damage. Coordinated Fire increases damage inflicted to an enemy ship marked as a target for your team. More information about support consumables can be found in our publication on the website. You can unlock support consumables by completing combat missions in Piata Hunt, or purchasing them with credits. Similarly to standard consumables, you can freely choose between them in port. At the start of each battle, only 1 charge will be available. You can get more charges when the Piata loses 25%, 50%, and 75% of its total HP. Each time it becomes temporarily invulnerable and leaves behind 1 support consumable charge. That, when picked up, is applied to all Allied ships. To really get you in the mood for the fun ahead, 1 of 14 bright thematic camouflages will be randomly applied to your ship at the beginning of each battle. Fancy a colorful permanent camouflage for your ship? We've prepared Piata tokens so you can get one. Earn these tokens by completing a festive chain of combat missions as part of the Piata Hunt battle type. You can use these tokens to obtain the Licorice Swirl, Mint Drops,
cotton candy, and dumpling permanent camouflages, as well as the rabbit torpedo patch and Piata special flag in a dedicated section of the armory. Celebrate April Fools hunting piñatas in World of Warships, and keep the Piñata Hunter's motto in mind. The best piñata is a destroyed piñata.
Hi everyone, I'm Zelda Sauce, North America CC from Canada. I've been playing World of Warships since New Year's Day 2021, and I've been a CC since January last year. It's honestly been one of the best experiences of my life. My favorite yearly event is probably the Azur Lane collab. As you can see, I'm wearing Takal's dress. However, my all-time favorite event was the Star Trek TNG collab. It was incredibly fun teaming up together to destroy the Borg Queen and our space-themed ships. And I remember how excited everyone was cheering and laughing together. I also happily still use that port every day. I want to wish everyone in the community and the World of Warships team a happy 10th anniversary. I look forward to seeing what the future holds.
In 2024, we continued to honor naval heritage. A major highlight was the historical stories of warships that sail in World of Warships and in real life live on as museum ships preserving history. A short Naval Legends documentary featured famous battleship Iowa, widely regarded as the pinnacle of American battleship design and one of the greatest ever built. All this reminded players that every ship bears not only firepower, but also a history worth retelling again and again.
They were designed to be the best. They met enemies face to face, endured tragedies and enjoyed victories. They went down in history due to the bravery of their crews. They are the ships that deserve to be called Naval Legends. In this episode, Battleship Iowa, a trump card that was never played. In the 1930s, the whole world was crazy about two things: swing music and guns. The passion that politicians and industrial moguls showed to the latter had all the signs of gigantomania. By finding legal loopholes in international arms control treaties and conventions, or simply ignoring them, countries were constantly building new and unprecedented weapon systems for both land and sea. They were becoming bigger, heavier, and more powerful. The global arms race involved the most advanced technologies of the time and huge financial resources.
In order to compete with any of our potential enemies, it was felt necessary to increase the size of our ships. So the Iowa was a 45,000-ton battleship. The prior ships had been less, the South Dakota class and the North Carolina class.
A battleship is basically a floating artillery battery, so her size directly depends on the size of her primary guns.
The 16-inch main batteries on Battleship Iowa, of which there are three turrets. Each turret has 3 guns. So everything about the ship design is structured around being a platform for the 16-inch guns.
It's like small arms. There is a common misbelief that the pistol is designed first and then the cartridge. No, the Defense Ministry always orders the cartridge. The same for ships. The enemy has 15 inches and 12 inches. Let's make 16 inches because we already have some of the technologies. But let's not make it 40, but 50 calibers long. And they made a 16-inch gun. So the ship was built to carry this particular gun.
Key specifications of Battleship Iowa. Total displacement, 57,540 tons. Length, 887 feet, 6 inches. Beam, 108 feet, 3 inches. Draft, 36 feet, 1 inch. Armament. Primary armament, 9 Mark 7 guns in 3 triple turrets. Caliber, 16 inches. Maximum range, 24 miles. Dual-purpose artillery, 20 Mark 12 guns in 10 coaxial Mark 28 turrets. Caliber, 5 inches. Anti-aircraft armament, 19 quadruple Bofors guns. 52 Oerlikon Mark 234 autocannons. Air group, 3 Vought OS-2U Kingfisher floatplanes. During construction, Iowa's armor was declared higher than it actually was in order to mislead the enemy. The real specifications are as follows. Main belt, 12.1 inches. Main turrets, 7.2 to 17 inches. Conning tower, 7.2 to 17.3 inches. Main armor deck, 6 to 7 inches. Iowa has the most powerful power plant among battleships. 4 geared turbine engines with 8 turbines produced by General Electric, 8 boilers produced by Babcock and Wilcox. Power, 212,000 horsepower. Maximum speed, about 33 knots. Cruising range, about 20,000 nautical miles at a speed of 15 knots.
Battleship Iowa had a very unique hull design in the bullnose, and you can also see that her lines were very tapered, almost aerodynamic, and that's all part and parcel of how they got this 57,000-ton behemoth up to a speed of 33 knots, which is very, very fast, and almost you could say it's almost powerboat speed. You know, very, very unusual for a warship.
This became an important advantage later on during the war in the Pacific Theater. With a speed like that, Iowa could efficiently escort carrier task forces.
They put about 140 20-millimeter and 40-millimeter anti-aircraft guns on the ship, and the carriers loved them because they were able to protect the carrier.
When Iowa was still under construction, the Americans realized that she would play a secondary role in battles against the Japanese fleet. Aircraft carriers were becoming the main striking force of the Navy, but a giant like Iowa played a worthy role in the World War II.
Battleship Iowa was commissioned in early 1943. Its first mission was to go north. Naval intelligence felt that the Tirpitz, the German battleship, may be coming into the North Atlantic. The battleship Iowa was sent on an early mission north to block the Tirpitz.
Suppose battleships Iowa and Tirpitz met in battle. Iowa had a higher speed, greater maneuverability, and longer range of fire. Tirpitz would be trying to get in close to Iowa, and Iowa would be looking to keep away, maneuvering and firing at Tirpitz from a great distance. Iowa would have definitely won this battle.
But the two naval heavyweight warriors never met. So we can only imagine how their duel would have ended.
Then, on their second mission, in October 12th of 1943, was to accompany, or I should say, carry Franklin Roosevelt across the Atlantic to North Africa. From there, he went on to visit with Churchill and Stalin in the Tehran Conference. Roosevelt was on board the ship for 15 days. When President Roosevelt came on board, the first thing he saw was Vicky. Now, the first captain, Captain John McCrae, brought little dog home one day, and his wife looked at the dog and said, "Get that thing out of here." So the Captain McCrae took the dog and brought him on the ship. And President Roosevelt asked, "Who is this little dog?" And Captain McCrae said, "Well, that's our little ship's mascot named Vicky." So Vicky spent the whole 15 days of the Roosevelt passage in the cabin with Roosevelt. He would roll up, play tricks. While he wasn't very good as a sailor, he was very good as a dog, and Roosevelt really enjoyed Vicky.
In early 1944, battleship Iowa joined the United States Fifth Fleet, which operated in the Pacific Ocean. By that time, US forces were already attacking Japanese positions on various islands. The battleship's role was to provide fire support to landing troops and escort aircraft carriers during air raids on the Philippines, the Ryukyu Islands, and Taiwan.
The ship crisscrossing across a lot of these small islands that are really forgotten now. At one point, they went up to support MacArthur's landing in the Philippines at Leyte Gulf. Unfortunately, they went the wrong way at Leyte Gulf and chased a Japanese carrier force that was really a decoy for the landing. They came back, but a little too late to assist in the Battle of Leyte Gulf. They missed that one opportunity to maybe have had a contact with the Yamato.
The two ships never met in combat, and both countries kept their capital battleships, shall we say, arm's length, kept them at distance, because there was great political risk to having either one of the ships damaged severely in battle.
Japanese industry in those days simply didn't have the resources to build ships in large numbers. The solution was simple: to make huge ships that would exceed the largest ships of other nations. Super battleships.
Battleship Yamato is the biggest battleship in the world. Her shell velocity was 2,600 feet per second, while its weight could be up to 3,300 pounds. Such a large gun could inflict very serious damage.
The Japanese essentially broke the treaty.
On the other side, the United States of America was simply building a ship that met the contemporary requirements of naval warfare and could easily, without any extra effort, be built by the American industry.
During the war, the Japanese fleet could afford to build only 2 battleships, while the Americans were able to construct more and more new battleships.
The Americans were simply building another ship, and she turned out to be a good one.
The Iowa, I think, would have, of course I would probably say this, would have taken the day in a battle against the Yamato.
She had very accurate fire control for a ship of the 1940s. And I think that would be an advantage for her if they should fight such a battle.
It was so accurate that in 1984, when they recommissioned the ship, they kept the existing system in place. They did, even though they had modern computers. The Iowa could put a round very, very close to the target, so accurate that they didn't need to change it.
Iowa was the most dangerous enemy for Yamato. If they had met at a range from 66,000 to 98,000 feet, especially in a one-on-one fight and in fine weather, Iowa would have no chance of winning. However, thanks to better radar, Iowa could fight in bad weather and at night. Powerful guns, high speed, and precise radar made Iowa a formidable adversary. If these two battleships had fought each other, the victory would depend completely on the battle conditions.
We could get in quick and fire, but then there's always the lucky shot.
The changing tactics of naval warfare increased the role of aircraft carriers and deprived Iowa of a chance to use its primary armament against surface ships. So the battleship used its firepower against the enemy's coastal positions. On August the 29th, 1945, when the war was virtually over, Iowa stood side by side with her sister ship Missouri and entered the Tokyo Bay as part of the occupation force.
We were next to our sister ship, the Missouri, and the Missouri, of course, is where Douglas MacArthur accepted the final surrender of the Japanese. Now, we like to say on the Iowa that had Roosevelt lived, that signing might have been on the Iowa because he had been on the ship. But President Truman was from the state of Missouri, and so the signing was on the Missouri. Some of a sailor that was on that trip once told me that I asked him if he was sad that he didn't get the signing instead of the Missouri. And he said, no, not really. He said the war was over, we had lived, we were going home to our wives and children, and all the guys on the Missouri were busy preparing a photo opportunity for Douglas MacArthur. At the end of the war, we brought back a large number of American POWs, Japanese prisoners of war, and we brought them home and sailed through the Golden Gate Bridge, and the war was over.
For her service in World War II, the battleship was decorated with 9 battle stars. In 1949, Iowa was decommissioned into the reserve fleet, but 2 years later, she was recommissioned and sent on a mission to the coast of Korea. The battleship returned home with 2 more battle stars. From 1958 to 1984, Iowa was kept in reserve, and after modernization, she returned to active service again. However, the event that took place in the late 1980s showed that battleships can also sustain losses outside of wartime.
On April 19th, 1989, the biggest tragedy that ever struck this ship occurred. The ship was about 400 miles or so north of Puerto Rico. As I understand it, they had loaded the shell in the number 2 turret, rammed in the powder, and they were about to close the breach when something happened. There was an explosion that killed 47 men. It was by far the biggest loss of life on the ship.
Having recovered from the tragedy, the battleship returned home and joined the reserve fleet. In 2001, 58 years since her launch by the New York Naval Shipyard, after she had crossed tens of thousands of miles and fired thousands of shells at the enemies, Battleship Iowa was berthed in the port of Los Angeles.
She's unique because she did have 3 careers in the Navy: World War II, Korea, and the 1980s. And then now she's on her 4th career as a museum ship.
They were designed to be the best. They met enemies face to face, endured tragedies and enjoyed victories. They went down in history due to the bravery of their crews. They are the ships that deserve to be called Naval Legends.
In this episode, Cruiser Belfast, the keeper of the Royal Navy's grandeur. In the beginning of the 1930s, the British Admiralty learned that Japan had begun construction on the new Mogami-class light cruisers, which surpassed the British ships of the same type. In London, it was perceived as a challenge and required an appropriate response. However, to create a worthy adversary for Mogami, the British had to approach the limits imposed by international treaties.
Mogami is quite a successful attempt from the Japanese to create something of their own. They managed to do it. However, the cruiser Mogami encouraged other naval powers to break the provisions of the Washington Naval Treaty.
In 1934, British shipyards started the construction of light cruisers, later named the Town class, because all the ships were named after British towns. The further improvement of the project led to the appearance of the 2 most advanced ships in the class, Belfast and Edinburgh. In comparison with other towns, they had better armament and a more rational armour layout. By many parameters, the British cruisers were on a par with foreign ships of the same type, despite the fact that they were inferior to their main rival, Mogami, in the number of primary armament guns, 12 against 15. The British tried to even the score by developing new artillery systems for main batteries.
They tried to install a 4-gun turret on Belfast and Edinburgh, but the early trials showed that it became very tight. What does this mean? The turret was overcrowded, making the ammunition handling and firing too inconvenient. That's why they gave up on the idea very quickly.
As a result, engineers settled for triple turrets that had a distinctive feature. To prevent the powder gases from affecting the shell's trajectory when all barrels fired simultaneously, the middle gun was moved backwards a little. The Belfast's firepower was reinforced with 6 coaxial dual-purpose artillery mounts, with a caliber of 4 inches. In general, the cruiser was well armed, and her bountiful artillery made up a good part of her displacement. cruiser Belfast was commissioned on the eve of war on August 3, 1939. But 4 months later, she had to return to dock.
With the outbreak of World War II, Great Britain faced two parallel tasks. One of them was habitual, and the British were prepared for it. The second task was uncharacteristic and unusual. Let's start with the latter. It was the underwater war. The British weren't ready for it at all.
German U-boats were causing lots of trouble, but the British were able to sink them. However, the Royal Navy ships faced another enemy, mines. Belfast fell prey to the most dangerous of them, a new German bottom mine.
In 1939, when a mine exploded underneath this engine room, it pushed everything up to such an extent that they had to rebuild almost the entire ship.
When Belfast hit the mine, she not only received a hole in the hull, but she also had her keel broken, and that's a place that is almost impossible to repair. It's a miracle that she remained afloat, and it's a miracle that she could return to her base for repairs.
Over the course of the modernization, Belfast was equipped with modern radar systems, an upgraded gunfire control system, and became almost a meter wider to increase her stability. The specifications of cruiser Belfast after the modernization of 1942. Length, 613 feet 6 inches. Beam, 66 feet 3 inches. Draft, 23 feet 4 inches. Total displacement, 14,900 tons. The power plant included 4 turbo-gear Parsons turbines and 4 Admiralty boilers, and produced 80,000 horsepower. The cruiser's maximum speed reached 31 knots after the modernization. Armor. Main belt, 4.5 inches. Decks, from 2 to 3 inches. Athwartship bulkheads, 2.5 inches. Primary armament turrets were protected by armor from 2 to 4 inches thick. Armament. Primary armament. 12 6-inch Mark 23 guns in 4 turrets. Long-range anti-aircraft artillery. 12 Mark 16 cannons in coaxial mounts, caliber 4 inches. Small caliber anti-aircraft artillery. 2 Vickers Mark 6A 8-barrel pom-pom guns, caliber 1.6 inches. 4 single-barrel and 5 coaxial Oerlikon mounts. The cruiser carried 2 triple TR-4 torpedo launchers with a caliber of 21 inches. 3 Supermarine Walrus aircraft were on board to carry out reconnaissance and fire adjustment. Cruising range, 12,200 miles at 12 knots. During the repairs, the Belfast's damaged power plant was completely replaced. It was the same as on the other Town-class cruisers. The difference was in its location on the ship and the power produced. According to the project, the nominal output of the power plant was 82,500 horsepower, but the calculations showed that the Belfast's machine power should be decreased to 80,000 horsepower to work more efficiently.
These steam turbines are driven by the superheated steam that is generated in the boilers at 390 degrees centigrade and at 20 atmospheres. This produces enough power to drive the ship weighing 14,000 tons through the water at 32 knots, which is about 36 miles an hour or 58 kilometers an hour.
Understanding the threat posed by German U-boats, the British Navy was constantly hunting for them. To oppose enemy submarines, Belfast was equipped with a hydroacoustic system, a load of depth charges, and aircraft. 3 Walrus seaplanes were able to fight submarines, apart from reconnaissance and fire adjustment tasks. They could carry 2 normal or anti-submarine depth charges on each of their wing bomb racks.
And it was designed to be catapulted from between the funnels into the air and then go off and do its tasks. Its tasks were primarily reconnaissance and anti-submarine warfare, but it was discovered very early on that actually the aircraft was very useful as a search and rescue aircraft. Now, once the aircraft had actually finished its sortie, it had to be recovered back on board the ship. And one of the ways in which you could try and ensure that the water wasn't too rough for it to land on was for the ship to do an S manoeuvre, which left a sort of hemisphere of smooth water onto which the aircraft could land. Once it landed, the aircraft then had to taxi up alongside the ship and then be recovered. Clearly, the pilot could not stop the engine until the telegraph air gunner had actually hooked the jib from the crane, or the hook from the crane, onto the aircraft. So if you can imagine, he was sitting up on top of here with the crane hook coming down towards him in a very rough sea, waiting to hook it on with that propeller going round behind him. A very dangerous job. Once it was hooked on, the engine could be switched off and then the aircraft could be craned on board. They wanted to do it as quickly as possible before the slick that they had created had actually dissipated and the water began to get rough again.
A warship is a complex system, where the main function of its elements, even the tiniest one, is a successful accomplishment of the mission. The British, with their rich naval history, managed to find a balance for all these elements in this military vehicle. Every detail on a warship, from a gun to a sailor's mug, was designed for victory.
When the ship was commissioned in August of 1939, it had a peacetime crew of 761 officers and men. This was not enough to operate all 4 turrets, so when war started, the crew numbers went up to 950. They lived down here in what looked like a crowded accommodations, but this was a standard format throughout the whole of the Royal Navy, hammocks being hung up where they are above the tables. This was a tradition that goes back about 300 years, that they ate under where they slept. Obviously the sailors needed feeding, and this galley supplied over 2,000 meals a day. It's part of the original ship and would provide meals for the sailors: fish, chips, peas, macaroni cheese, jam roly-poly. All these things would be cooked. They sometimes, during World War II, if a mine went off, would cause a loud explosion underwater, which would stun the fish, and they would float to the surface. If they could, they would gather the fish up so that they would have fresh fish instead of the ones from the deep freezers.
Since Nelson's times, the food ration in the British Royal Navy had not been diverse. The food was substantial, but if it remained unchanged for weeks, even a small bar of chocolate or a jar of jam would be precious for any sailor. However, the real emporium of wonders on Belfast was a ship kiosk, where the sailors could purchase delicacies and everyday items.
We are in the NAFI canteen. The NAFI is an organisation that was invented or developed in 1921 by a team of volunteers who wanted to help the Navy, the Army and the Air Force get things that they couldn't get on ship normally. So things like beers, sweets, chocolates, medal ribbons, rulers, pencils, postcards, anything that they weren't issued with. And as a consequence, it developed into an institution and became known by all the members of the British Armed Forces as the NAFI, the Navy Army Air Force Institute, which over the years of service on the ship become a great boost to the morale of the sailors.
There is a saying that perfectly describes military life. An army marches on its stomach. This rule was implicitly adhered to in the Royal Navy as well.
At action stations, if they knew they were going to have a fight, some of the captains would have the cooks prepare sandwiches so that they could eat where they were at their action stations, whether it was by the guns or in the doctor's surgery. The sick bay we have here is from the late 1950s, early 1960s, and would have been similar to the one in 1930s during World War II. The conditions on the ship in the hospitals would be as modern as they could make it, and the sailors would be better off in here normally than they would be in their own hammocks. In times of war, other parts of the ship, especially the officers' mess, would be cleared of all the furniture, and temporary operating tables like the one you can see behind me would have been established around the ship.
Luckily, casualties among Belfast's crew were minimal during the war, even after a bottom mine exploded next to her, which could easily sink the ship with all her crew members. Only 21 people were injured, and only one of them died later in hospital. After repairs and modernisation, Belfast became the flagship of the 10th Cruiser Squadron based at Scapa Flow. The main service areas for the ship were the waters of the Norwegian and Barents Seas.
The two best light cruisers of the British Royal Navy have an interesting history. Belfast comes into commission, hits a mine, and becomes disabled for almost 3 years. Meanwhile, HMS Edinburgh comes into service and fulfills the duties of both cruisers. She escorts convoys, supports Allied ships, and fights against enemy submarines and aircraft. Unfortunately, Edinburgh was sunk with a valuable cargo of gold. However, Belfast returns from the repair docks and takes up the torch. What hadn't been accomplished by Edinburgh was completed by Belfast. They complemented each other. They were like twin sisters, worthy of each other.
When Belfast came into service, she was assigned the most important task in the Royal Navy, which, by the 20th century, had already been performed for 300 years. This task was to defend shipping routes and to manage potential threats for transport ships. As a true defender of commerce, Belfast escorted Arctic convoys in the USSR and supported vessels carrying priceless cargo.
I was born in 1940 during the war, yeah. And I always, ever since I was a young person, yeah, I always wanted to join the Navy. And I read stories, and when I was young I used to read the stories about the heroism of the Russian convoys and other things on ships. But I'm not sure what I was thinking about on the convoys. And about all they could say was, it was rather rough, it was rather cold, and we survived. But they never said much about it, yeah? I always thought, I want to be, I'm going to join the Navy and I'm going to be brave like they are, yeah? So I did.
The rich history of sea battles and high qualification of British sailors were key factors for the great performance of the Royal Navy. The British always acted in a reasonable way, following thorough and elaborate plans. The opportunity to display their courage and bravery was a great reward for British sailors.
The main task in the Army or Navy is fulfilling your mission. No matter how many enemies you destroy, sink, or knock out, you must fulfill your mission. If German ships go peacefully by, nobody will attack them. But if they threaten the convoy, the British, despite the tremendous superiority of the Germans, attacked their heavy warships. They did what they had to. The Germans were astonished and forced to retreat. And the British didn't think themselves heroes. They were just doing their duty. A classic example of warring parties carrying out a mission was the sea battle that took place at North Cape in December 1943. The German battleship Scharnhorst, accompanied by 5 destroyers, was tasked with destroying a convoy. That was her mission. The convoy support ships, including cruiser Belfast, were assigned a mission to defend the convoy at any cost. The British attacked the enemy. They didn't pause. They didn't think about how to show their courage or perform heroic acts. They fulfilled their duty. Of course, they knew that the German heavy ship would destroy them, but they had a mission: defend the convoy, and they attacked the enemy and fought.
For 8 hours, Belfast and 2 other cruisers were chasing and attacking Scharnhorst, which was superior in terms of armament and armor, until the main sea fleet, with HMS Duke of York, came to their aid. The battle at North Cape and the war for the entire Atlantic Ocean was won by the British. The confrontation between Great Britain and Germany during World War II was severe. However, the United Kingdom was the victor, despite the high price they had to pay. The memories of those sailors who endured the ordeal of the northern convoys are still honored on Belfast today.
The chapel on the ship was put here in the late 50s and 60s and is still in use. The icon of Admiral Yushakov behind me is the connection between Russia and this ship during World War II and the Arctic convoys. Families who have veterans from the Navy that are dying have their ashes scattered sometimes from the back of the ship, and they're allowed in the chapel so they can sit in peace and remember their loved ones.
I joined Belfast just after it came back off its world cruise. When it came back in '62 to this country, it wasn't going to be put into reserve, but they gave it a reprieve and made it brought it as a flagship for Home Fleet.
By the early 1970s, Belfast was the only remaining British cruiser that participated in World War II. She was going to be sent to the shipbreaking yard, like her fellow ships. However, thanks to the efforts of British veterans and those who were concerned about naval history, cruiser Belfast was saved and left as a memorial to the courage and bravery of British sailors. Today, she holds pride of place at Tower Bridge, in the heart of London.
And I've had a very enjoyable life, and I still am. I'm still serving this ship, as Secretary of the Association. And I don't think anybody can ask more than being able to do and achieve what a person wants to do. And that's what I'm still doing.
2024 brought plenty of memorable additions to the seas of World of Warships. Some of these new ships could be built through the dockyard, giving players the chance to add them to their own fleets. These steel giants quickly became fan favorites thanks to their unique gameplay qualities and distinctive characters.
Captains, we present you a true legend. One of the 4 Iowa-class battleships, mighty Wisconsin. In the middle of the 20th century, American Iowa-class battleships were considered to be the pinnacle of engineering when it came to their combination of protection and firepower. With the exception of some breaks, they served almost until the end of the millennium, and they were engaged in conflicts in Korea and the Persian Gulf. The first and most important thing you need to know about the battleship is the caliber of her guns. And what exactly do we need to know about the caliber? Right, size does matter. Wisconsin has 9 406mm guns and 3 triple-gun turrets, and 406mm is very serious. Only Yamato and Musashi had a larger barrel diameter at the time. The entire ship was built as a mighty armored platform to accommodate such a main caliber. The armor of her turrets was extremely durable, and firing a salvo of shells that each weighed more than a ton right into a target over the horizon over an incredible distance of 39 kilometers required a crew of almost 100 men per turret. A warning alarm sounded before each shot. Then the crew stood still for a couple of seconds, and the shockwaves shook this gigantic ship. Even when it became clear that aircraft carriers had taken center stage at sea, battleships like Iowa and Wisconsin in particular still found their place in the line. Not only did they suppress enemy coastal positions and support the landing of American troops on the Pacific Islands, but they often sailed out as part of an air group, providing air defense. Wisconsin simply closed the sky with counterfire. 129 AA guns of different calibers, plus 10 coaxial mounts for her dual-purpose battery. That's definitely a show of force. Good luck trying to fly through that wall of fire. Add to it a precise fire control system, and enemy aircraft were left with minimal chance to complete their missions. And of course, speed. Even fast destroyers weren't always able to compete with this monster over distance. All of this combined, power, strength, damage infliction, makes Battleship Wisconsin quite literally a showstopper for her opponents out on the seas of World of Warships. So captains, don't miss your chance to sail her.
The heat of battle is about to reach boiling point with our new ship raining fire down all over her enemies. Captains, let's welcome the latest jewel of the Spanish Armada, Tier 9 heavy cruiser Almirante Oquendo. This beauty is named after Antonio de Oquendo, a prominent Spanish naval commander from the 16th and 17th centuries. A 19th century warship was also launched with this name, and in her honor, we've taken elements of her design to create a special permanent camouflage. In World of Warships, Almirante Oquendo is the embodiment of the Super Washington cruiser design. With a 17,500-ton displacement, Proyecto 138, developed in Spain in 1938. The result is a fearsome ship that packs 12 main guns and 4 turrets. She fires 203mm shells, and her captains will enjoy solid damage per minute output. Pair this with her swiftness, and she's great at positioning herself in ideal spots to catch her opponents off guard, making her a beast at setting up deadly ambushes for unwitting destroyers and light cruisers. She also holds an ace up her sleeve in the form of her alternative fire mode, modified shells. Activating it reduces her shell dispersion by 20%. But the accuracy boost comes at the cost of making her main battery reload time longer. This Spanish firecracker has an Achilles heel, a vulnerable citadel, making her overall survivability on the lower side. Captains would be wise to make good use of her great speed to escape from hot water and generally avoid direct confrontation against battleships and heavy cruisers. When it comes to consumables, captains can choose between hydroacoustic search and defensive AA fire for one slot, and between spotting aircraft and fighter in another. Repair party is available in a separate slot. Can you handle the fiery Almirante Okendo? Find out in the naval arenas of World of Warships. Let's battle!
What would happen if you added a massive airstrike to a ship capable of dishing out powerful salvos from her main battery? Captains, please welcome Dutch Tier 10 cruiser, Prince Van Oranje. The first ruler of the independent Netherlands at the end of the 16th century was Prince William of Orange. With the transformation of the country into a kingdom at the beginning of the 19th century, the title of Prince of Orange was given to the heirs to the Dutch throne. In the 17th century, the first ship named Prince Van Oranje entered service in the Dutch Navy. During World War II, this name was borne by a mine layer that met her fate in January 1942 in a desperate battle with Japanese ships. The next Prince Van Oranje would be created in the virtual shipyards of World of Warships. This ship is a hypothetical version of what the Dutch Project 1047 battlecruiser might have looked like if she had been built in the late 1940s and armed with British main battery guns. Prince Van Oranje is armed with 12 234mm guns that can inflict high damage per salvo. In addition, the high-velocity projectiles make it easier to hit targets at long range. But keep in mind that the guns take significant time to reload. Another feature of Prince Van Oranje is her ability to call in airstrikes. Her HE bombs deal significant damage, allowing you to hit enemies at long range with a high chance of causing fire. However, the airstrike has a long cooldown, which is why Prince Van Oranje cannot rely on it as much as other Dutch cruisers. The bombs also take time to reach their targets, so it's most effective against slow-moving enemy ships. She has formidable armor and powerful AA defenses, but her maneuverability leaves much to be desired. Prince Van Oranje is best suited to medium and long-range combat, and an important factor for success is choosing advantageous positions to strike from. While taking cover behind an island, an experienced captain can maximize the power of her main battery by supporting her artillery salvos with an airstrike. And bingo! Prince Van Oranje sends enemy battleships and cruisers back to the port while staying relatively safe. Under the command of a savvy captain, other types of ships can be dealt with just as easily. But it's better not to get into close combat, as her poor maneuverability makes it difficult to escape from unfavorable situations. As for upgrades, we recommend the following. Slot 1, Main Armaments Modification 1. Slot 2, Engine Room Protection. Slot 3, Aiming Systems Modification 1. Slot 4, Propulsion Modification 1. Slot 5, Concealment System Modification 1. Slot 6, Main Battery Modification 3. Captains, Cruiser Prince Van Oranje is already in the game. Let's battle!
"2024 also expanded the national tech trees. New destroyers, carriers and submarines emerged from the in-game shipyards, ready to make their mark on the seas. These additions and their stories show how 2024 managed to balance fresh gameplay with the tradition of honoring great legends of the seas.
Constantly in danger from enemy surface and air patrols, seldom able to get to the surface for air and sunlight, the men of the submarine fleet hung up brilliant records of daring and achievement. Within a few months, while sustaining almost negligible losses, the pig boat sunk close to 1 million tons of Japanese shipping.
November 29, 1944 was the day on which a submarine sunk one of the largest ships ever, an event that has found its place in the Guinness Book of Records. An event worth remembering as the naval battlefield story of David and Goliath. Neither the hunter nor the hunted knew who was on the other side of that determined chase. The pursuit lasted over 6 hours on that fated Wednesday night, just before the moon was full. The truth about the event only came to light after the Second World War, but it didn't stop heads shaking in disbelief. How was this even possible? Shinano was constructed in utmost secrecy. The site of her conversion was guarded by a steel fence, and more than 1,000 builders were confined to the area and sworn to secrecy. She was the only major 20th century warship that was never officially photographed in an incomplete state. She was also the last and most mysterious of the three giant sisters in the Yamato class, the other two being Yamato and Musashi. After the painful loss of 4 fleet carriers at the Battle of Midway in 1942, the Imperial Japanese Navy High Command decided to convert Shinano from a battleship into a carrier. The increased importance of aircraft carriers in the Pacific War necessitated Shinano's conversion, and she was formally commissioned in November 1944. She was to assume the role of a heavily armoured support carrier, displacing a jaw-dropping 65,800 tons and carrying a crew of more than 2,500. Just prior to being launched, Shinano suffered damage to her bow when water suddenly gushed into the dry dock. This incident led many to believe she was ill-fated, even before she departed on her tragic maiden voyage across the ocean passage. Nevertheless, due to her domineering form, most regarded Shinano unsinkable. Escorted by the 3 experienced destroyers, Izokaze, Yukikaze, and Hamakaze, Shinano set out on her rushed first voyage in the bright night of November 28th, when the moon was at an almost 97% of its maximum brightness. USS Archerfish, SS-311, was the first submarine named after a small tropical predator. These fish are notable for their exceptional accuracy in firing water jets from their mouths to knock insect prey into the water. At 20:48 hours, the lone Archerfish's radar detected a target 12 miles to the northeast, bearing north 30 degrees. Based upon the detection range, the target was assumed to be large. Shinano was immediately aware of the enemy radar, with the frequency and pulse rate indicating that it originated from an American submarine. Izokaze left the formation to close in on the intruder. Shinano's captain, Toshio Abe, certain that they had encountered an enemy wolf pack, firmly decided not to act on the provocation. He even ordered Izokaze to return to her assigned screen position in close proximity to Shinano. After all, his mission was to reach Kure safely, and he didn't plan to allow any distractions. The Japanese squadron was faster than the submarine, but Archerfish got lucky. Shinano was forced to slow down as a result of malfunctions that materialized due to her incomplete state. She then made an anti-submarine maneuver and turned south of the entrance to Kiel's Swedo Strait, exposing her broadside to an attack. Archerfish submerged at 3:05 hours, and the submarine's active radar revealed her close proximity to those listening on Shinano. The carrier sent out a radio transmission alerting the fleet. Archerfish fired 6 torpedoes from the forward tubes. 4 of them hit Shinano's hull, and a large explosion tore through the water. Even after the attack, Shinano limped on, continuing to move forward at a speed of 18 knots. But this invited disaster, causing seawater to rush more vigorously into her broken hull. 17 hours into her inaugural voyage, Shinano succumbed. While 1,000 of her crew survived, more than 1,000 were lost, and Captain Abe intentionally slipped under the waves with his ship. Having lived up to the reputation of the predator that inspired her name, Archerfish was awarded the Presidential Unit Citation. Her commander, Joseph Enright, was awarded the Navy Cross for extraordinary heroism during what was only the 5th patrol of the submarine in the Japanese-controlled waters of the Pacific Theater of War. Shinano's remains have never been found, but she's somewhere down there, resting quietly on the ocean floor between 4,000 meters of water.
And finally, 2025, a year of Dutch cruisers, Soyuz submarines and American destroyers. We've taken part in an activity inspired by the Dunkirk evacuation and joined a large-scale in-game event called In the Name of Tomorrow, honoring the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II.
What do you do when the world's gone to hell? You trust your shipmates. Trust your ship. Trust your fleet. And you fight.
The week I became a Navy officer, the world went to war. For 2 years, America watched from the sidelines. I'd get letters from my older brother Reggie, a senior officer in the Navy. They were helping Allied convoys. The sightings of German submarines increased. The tensions were rising. Damn it. Then, war crashed right into our yard. I was assigned to a newly built ship, San Diego. My life was in her hands, and I swore I'd take good care of her. Reggie was sent to the Atlantic, so I kept wondering, where will San Diego take me? Reggie and the Allies had their hands full in the Atlantic. Our mess was brewing in the Pacific. We were ordered to support aircraft carrier Hornet and join the invasion of Solomons. My first battle. I was scared stiff. Move. But I mustered courage. For Reggie, for my men, for San Diego. We stopped moving. We were sitting ducks. I remember screaming orders. The explosions. The acrid smell. The longest hour of my life. Our gal moved. She saved us. But not everyone was so lucky. Hornet was lost at that battle. A lot of good men died. Are we next? The battles came one after another. The Gilberts, the Marshalls. We left only destruction in our wake. Throughout it all, our San Diego kept us afloat. Reggie was sent to support the Allied landings on D-Day. He was so proud. He sank with USS Corey. Rest in peace, brother. In the Battle of the Philippine Sea, I watched countless enemy planes drowned. The Great Mariana's Turkey shoot. They were all manned by fathers, sons, and brothers. Just like Reggie. San Diego was the only one who saw me cry. We claimed a crushing victory in the Battle of Okinawa. The war was almost over. Me and San Diego survived it all. My crew cheered when we entered Tokyo Bay. We won, but at what cost? I didn't feel like celebrating. I would trade my commander's rank, every medal, and all the Mount Fujis, just to hug Reggie one more time. San Diego, like thousands of other ships, went through hell and back. Her final mission, bring American sailors home. Joy and tears filled hearts of many men. But many men filled graves and ocean beds. They reclaimed peace. Now, it's time to return home and heal.
Welcome to 2025, the year of experiments in World of Warships. New mechanics and limited time ships have arrived, giving players fresh challenges and new tactics to master. The second wave of updates pushed these mechanics even further, making every battle truly unique, risky, unpredictable, and full of excitement.
Captain, prepare to encounter something special on the vast virtual seas of World of Warships. Experimental ships. You may think you've experienced everything in our game. You've gone into battle playing ships of all types, walked the thin line between victory and defeat, overwhelmed your opponents with your martial prowess, and rightfully collected an impressive fleet spanning all tiers. Do you count yourself among the most adept fighters and seasoned sailors? Then you're ready to shake things up and experiment. In Update 14.2, 3 new ships await you. French Tier 8 Cruiser Metz, a historical design of a heavy cruiser that was never produced. One of the forerunners of the Dunkir-class battleships. Soviet Tier 9 cruiser Vyazma, an experimental design classified by the Soviet Navy as a small battleship. US Tier 10 battleship Oregon, a fast battleship design preceding the Iowa class. These ships have 2 unique features that define their gameplay. They enter combat with a partially depleted health pool, but they also have increased accuracy and a reduced main battery reload time based on how little HP they have, up to a minimum effective threshold. As you start each battle with partially depleted HP, you'll have a choice to make. You can take a chance and engage the enemy while in a weakened state, and have more firepower at your disposal and a high-stakes combat experience. Or you can play it safe and repair your ship at the beginning of the battle, but you'll have less effective bonuses. One more thing, all modifiers that depend on HP percentage, such as Adrenaline Rush, will function as usual and make these ships even more formidable. While fighting at the helms of these ships, you'll have a limited reserve of improved AP shells when using burst fire. These shells have better ballistics, ricochet angles, and fuse times. Double salvo, double damage, double the fun. However, remember that in the burst fire mode, your ship has a reduced firing range. You'll always start each battle with the same number of improved AP shells. They are automatically restocked after each battle and cannot be purchased with any currency, only as part of the standard servicing costs. Using them in the correct moment is crucial, so choose wisely. When they run out, you'll still have access to the standard armor-piercing shells with regular characteristics. Experimental ships will enter the game with the start of Update 14.2. You can't keep them forever. These ships will be available until the end of Update 14.6. Let's make it clear. Only experienced captains will be able to add these ships to their ports. To do so, you'll first need to complete a special combat mission playing Tier 9 and higher ships, or part with a hefty sum of free XP. To unlock experimental ships, you'll need to research their components in exchange for credits together with action reports. They'll be available in daily combat missions, where you'll need to earn XP. The ships can be unlocked only sequentially, from Tier 8 to Tier 10. Alternatively, the ships can be unlocked using doubloons. But that won't stop you, Captain, can it? You're a mighty fighter. You've got speed and adrenaline rush. What more could an old battle-hardened sea dog want?
This year, the first Soviet submarines set sail, adding a new edge to underwater combat. But the game is evolving in many ways. Captains have gained new tools to secure an advantage in operations, and a brand new battle type introduced a respawn mechanic, making battles more dynamic and intense than ever before.
Vimanie! Soviet submarines are ready to join the hunt. The time has come to unleash the powerful Tier 6 S1, Tier 8 L20, and Tier 10 K1 upon our enemies. Comrade Konovalov, the enemy is approaching.
Lead them into our trap. I am counting on you, Comrade, to give our imperialist friend a proper Soviet welcome.
You can count on it, Comrade Konovalov. We will serve them a very nice portion of hot-boiled torpedoes, fresh from our new submarines.
Poor fools. We will teach them to respect the motherland again.
Commander Montgomery Cavendish Wellington, over. Operation Polar Bear, requesting intel on USSR subs, over.
Trying to colonize our new secret base, Monty? You should know that you are wasting your time, as our new submarines are designed to repel capitalism.
Our new submarines are fast and dangerous hunters, capable of causing significant damage to imperialist invaders. Their excellent submarine surveillance will detect submerged threats from afar, and their powerful unguided torpedoes are devastating to surface threats during medium and long-range engagements. Our superior engineers have wisely overcome new submarines' low dive capacity and submerged speed by improving their acceleration, so they can keep a safe distance from enemy ships and adding fast damage control team for quick repairs.
I've been thinking, my dear Konovalov, why don't we settle this in a civilized manner? Perhaps discuss this entire matter over a cup of tea.
Monty, you came such a long way, only to realize defeat is inevitable at the hands of our new silent hunters. Such a shame.
Comrade Konovalov, the sneaky imperialists have moved into position behind us and caused damage to L-20. They were sailed only by our superior fast damage control team.
Activate submarine surveillance. Find them, Comrade, and make sure they can cause no more damage.
It worked, Comrade Konovalov. But it appears they are racing toward our secret base.
Then we must be faster, sneakier, and more deadly, Comrade. A head full, rig for ultra-quiet, and armed torpedoes in tubes 1 and 2. We will resist the imperialist intruders with our last breath, for the glory of the motherland, comrades!
Forward, lads! They may have superior numbers, but we have the home fleet. We must spoil their totalitarian goals by finding their secret base at all cost, for king and country.
Captains, the time has come for fallen heroes to rise anew. Step up to the challenge where sunken ships re-emerge from the depths of the sea to fight anew. World of Warships presents a new temporary battle type, Unbreakable Line. Captains commanding Tier 8 and 9 cruisers, battleships, and destroyers with divisions of up to 4 players can now enter battles featuring a game-changing mechanic, respawning. Return after every fall and dominate the seas like never before. There's no limit on the number of times ships can respawn, keeping you in the fight until the final moment. Battles will be fought on smaller maps and will last shorter than random battles. Sinking all enemy ships doesn't guarantee victory. You must reach 1,000 points or have more points than the enemy when time runs out. Destroying enemy ships earns points as usual, but your team won't lose points if your or allied ship is sunk. Going down? No worries. After a short time, sunken ships will respawn just outside the map, ensuring you're never out of the fight for long. Respawning grants temporary bonuses to speed, acceleration, maneuverability, concealment, so you can dive right back into the action with renewed ferocity. All armaments instantly reload upon respawning, except for torpedoes, which only reload if all tubes were loaded at the time you were sunk, and your combat instruction progress stays intact. However, consumable charges aren't refreshed, so use them wisely. Unique commander talents aren't active in Unbreakable Line battles, and the economy functions in a similar way to random battles. The Unbreakable Line is not made of ships, it is made of those who refuse to fall. Captains, do you have the determination to take on the challenge of Unbreakable Line and carve your name into Naval Legend? The battle awaits.
Catch you on the high seas.
Good day, Captains. I'm Major Parr, and I've been sailing the high seas off World of Warships since the beta in 2015. It's been an incredible journey full of epic battles, unforgettable moments, and a truly passionate community. I'm honoured to have joined the ranks as a community contributor. Last year, we have celebrated 1 year as a CC for World of Warships, and it's been an absolute privilege to give back to a game that's given me so much. One of the standout moments for me this past year was the D-Day event, a powerful and immersive experience that truly showcased the spirit and depth of this game. To the entire World of Warships community, thank you for your amazing support and being part of this amazing voyage. And to the Warships team, a very happy 10th anniversary. Here's to many more exciting and thrilling years ahead and naval warfare. And to the community, welcome to the game.
In 2025, World of Warships strengthened its bond with history even further. We paid tribute to all those who served at sea during the Second World War, keeping their stories alive for new generations. By revisiting the great naval battles of the past, we gave two of our ships unique new exteriors marked with the scars of combat, a reminder that naval history continues to beat at the very heart of the game.
On April 9, 1940, German forces launched Operation Weser-Umbau, which included, among its objectives, the invasion of Norway. In the early morning, German landing troops headed to 5 Norwegian cities simultaneously: Oslo, Kristiansand, Bergen, Trondheim, and Narvik. The Germans expected a swift victory, but things didn't work out the way they had planned. The Allied forces were not willing to cede Norway to the enemy. On the eve of the invasion, the Royal Navy was at sea. British ships were providing cover for a mining operation in Norwegian waters. On April 8th, destroyer Glowworm heroically fell in battle against a superior German squadron. The next morning, battlecruiser Renown engaged battleships Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, forcing them to retreat. The Norwegians themselves didn't want to give up without a fight either. A coastal fortress at the approach to Oslo unleashed its artillery and torpedo batteries to send the flagship of the invasion forces, new heavy cruiser Blücher, to the bottom. But it's here, off the coast of Oferfjord, also known as the Narvik Fjord, where the Kriegsmarine suffered the most painful losses in 2 battles, on April 10th and 13th. Invading this town came with considerable risks from the outset. German aviation couldn't reach these territories, meaning there was no possibility to cover the landing troops from above. Why would Germany want to take this small town, with a population of about 18,000, situated in the northern part of the Norwegian Sea, almost in the Arctic Ocean? Germany badly needed strategic raw materials for its war industry. Iron ore was provided by Sweden, but in winter, all Swedish ports in the Baltic were blocked by ice, and Narvik was the only year-round port that had a direct railway connection with Swedish deposits in the city of Kiruna. This is why a small town in the Arctic Circle became such an important strategic point. On April 9, 1940, the British 2nd Destroyer Flotilla, 5 ships in total, was ordered to head to Narvik's harbor. They were oblivious to the fact that they would be met by a force twice their size. In the early morning of April 10th, the flotilla stormed the harbor, having taken advantage of a thick fog. They fired torpedo salvos at the enemy, who had no idea an attack was coming. Then the artillery followed. 2 German destroyers burst into flames and sank right away. 3 others were badly damaged. One of the ships was flagship destroyer Wilhelm Heidkamp, carrying the German flotilla commander Friedrich Bonte. He was killed with his entire command staff. 8 cargo ships were also sunk by the British forces. On the way back, the British ships were intercepted by the surviving German destroyers, which had been hiding in the neighboring fjords. A fierce battle followed, in which 2 British ships were sunk, including the flagship. The surviving ships barely managed to break away from the fjords. The whole battle lasted 2 hours. The losses on each side were similar, and both sides lost their commanders. But the Germans were running out of fuel and ammunition, and most of their ships needed repairs, while the British were rallying more forces toward Narvik and had already blocked the exits from the fjords. All the Kriegsmarine destroyers could do was wait for the end. 3 days later, the Royal Navy came to finish the job. On April 13, 1940, the Germans were confronted with an unusual sight. British battleship HMS Warspite, accompanied by 9 destroyers entering the fjord. The flag of Vice Admiral Whitworth was flying over the battleship, which was commanded by a recipient of the Victoria Cross, Captain Victor Crutchley. A shipboard aircraft took off from Warspite and detected a German ship hiding in a nearby bay. 3 British destroyers approached the location and spat artillery fire with hurricane-like ferocity at the enemy. The Germans tried to resist, but battleship Warspite, firing from a distance of 3 kilometers, literally tore the enemy destroyer to shreds. At the same time, a biplane launched from Warspite sank a U-boat detected in one of the fjords. The British moved further along the Ofot Fjord, engaging 5 enemy destroyers. The Germans actively maneuvered in desperation, hiding in a blizzard while delivering artillery fire and launching torpedoes. They were running out of ammunition. Eric Bay, who was in command of the destroyer flotilla, gave the order to retreat to Rombaksfjord. One of his ships, Hermann Kuna, didn't receive the signal and headed to Herjolfsfjord, pursued by British destroyer Eskimo. A blast soon erupted. Kuna broke in 2, either hit by a torpedo or scuttled by her crew. During that time, German destroyer Erich Giese, hastily repaired after the previous battle, left Narvik's harbor and was headed straight for the British. She immediately came under concentrated fire. The ship only had enough ammunition to return fire for 10 minutes. After that, the crew abandoned her as she burned. Destroyer Cossack entered the harbor and was met by precise artillery fire from Dieter von Reuter, which remained stationary at the pier because of damage received in battle 3 days prior. But her shell fire was so accurate that Cossack slowed down and ran aground. Warspite joined the fight, but shooting at such a small target resulted in destroying the pier and port rather than the ship. Other British ships approached the motionless Dieter von Reuter, and the crew abandoned the doomed destroyer, having mined it first. 4 remaining German destroyers, shrouded in the cover of smoke, retreated to Rombaksfjord. The crew of 2 of them were making preparations to scuttle their ships. The other 2 had a few remaining torpedoes, and they were preparing to confront the British, having hunkered down in the narrowest part of the fjord. As soon as the British ships appeared in the strait, the Germans unleashed a torpedo salvo. One of the British destroyers, HMS Eskimo, was seriously damaged, losing her bow to a torpedo hit. Yet she survived and continued the fight. 2 of the German destroyers were blown up by their crew. Another one, seriously damaged, ended up at the mercy of the British, who finished it off with torpedoes. Another German ship ran aground and broke in 2. Germany lost 10 destroyers at Narvik, exactly half of the Kriegsmarine's destroyer strength. These naval battles were followed by 2 months of battles on land, and the town was recaptured from the Germans. But not for long. The Allies faced a series of severe defeats along the entire Western Front, and the Germans occupied Narvik again on June 9, 1940. This time, the occupation would last 5 long years.
Hey everybody, it's SoneMG, and here we are at the 10th anniversary of World of Warships. Unlike a lot of you, I didn't start playing this game until 2019. I became an NACC in 2020, and the rest is history. We've been through ups and downs together, and I would just like to thank World of Warships for everything that they've done for me personally and for my channel. But the biggest thing I want to thank them for is introducing me to the World of Warships community. This community is the most amazing thing I've ever experienced. Through my ups and downs personally, they've been by my side, and it's all because of who gravitates towards this game. And I am so excited to see what Warships comes out with in the next 10 years, so we can all be on that journey together. So, happy 10th anniversary, World of Warships.
Through the misty pre-dawn hours, a German naval squadron proceeds into the Drobak Sound of the Oslo Fjord. At the vanguard sails heavy cruiser Blücher, bearing the flag of Rear Admiral Oskar Kumetz, with Lützow and other warships in formation astern. The ships carry 2,000 soldiers, tasked with the swift capture of Oslo, the king, and the Norwegian government. The German High Command has left nothing to chance. Failure is not an option, and unforeseen complications are considered unlikely. The launch of Operation Weserübung was set for April 9, 1940, aiming to achieve the rapid occupation of Norway and Denmark. Taking Norway would give the Germans strategic control over the North Sea and control of a critical route for Swedish iron ore, while Denmark would provide the airfields of Jutland to support German troops landing in Norway and the ability to protect shipping through the Danish Straits. In the night of April 9th, German naval and landing forces struck several Norwegian ports simultaneously. However, as the squadron entered Oslo Fjord and proceeded toward Drobak, it encountered resistance from the coastal fortress Oscarsborg. A piercing searchlight from Drobak cut through the darkness, its beam sweeping across Blücher, illuminating her from bow to stern and blinding the crew on deck. Moments later, the coastal fortress opened fire, its artillery joined by torpedoes from the shore battery. Disoriented by the intense glare, the German gunners failed to acquire clear targets and withheld fire from their main guns, instead resorting to erratic bursts from secondary armaments and AA batteries, firing blindly toward the flashes on shore. In just 3 to 4 minutes, Blücher broke free from the coastal fire and anchored south of Askholmen Island. Flames raged across the crippled cruiser, her engines dead and her list growing. As the list reached 45 degrees, the ship lurched forward, sinking bow first. The order to abandon ship echoed across the decks, and by 7:30, Blücher had vanished beneath the waves. As Blücher slipped beyond the gun's reach, Norwegian fire shifted to the trailing ships. Lützow took several hits before the German squadron was compelled to fall back. This unexpected setback stalled the capture of Oslo, giving the Norwegian king and government the crucial time needed to flee the capital and carry on the struggle for their country's freedom. The Battle of Samar was unfolding. The USS Johnston, helmed by Commander Ernest E. Evans, stood as one of the smallest ships in a fleet facing an overwhelming Japanese force. Against all odds, Evans and his crew prepared for a fight they knew could be their last. Despite being outgunned and outnumbered, Evans ordered a bold attack. Johnston surged forward, weaving through enemy fire, launching a torpedo strike that would make history. But the torpedoes weren't Johnston's only weapon. Evans ordered smokescreens to conceal the escort carriers, shielding them with his own ship as a barrier between them and enemy guns. She took several hits from the Yamato, which overpenetrated her armor, causing serious damage. But Johnston kept firing. The Johnston struck a Japanese heavy cruiser several times and caused serious damage, which forced it to disengage. But the fight came at a cost. The Johnston was heavily damaged, and the crew fought on as long as they could. Evans and his men proved that courage wasn't about numbers, but about heart. With combined sacrifices, Task Force Taffy 3's relentless efforts from the sea and sky had already left some of the enemy heavy cruisers sinking or damaged. The Japanese command, caught off guard by the fierce American defense, became disorganized. Fearing a larger force, they ordered a retreat, sparing Taffy 3 and the invasions of Leyte.
This is going to be a fighting ship. I intend to go in harm's way, and anyone who doesn't want to go along had better get off right now.
Now Commander Ernest E. Evans is being added to World of Warships, and the USS Johnston is returning in her new battle-damaged form, GQ Johnny, showing the battle damage she sustained, recreated with historical accuracy. Evans' legacy lives on in the annals of naval history. The heroism of the Johnston and her crew, led by Commander Evans, stands as a testament to their courage in the face of impossible odds.
Would I say I'm ready to be executed? Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be that big deal.
We were dedicated to killing Nazis, and that's what we volunteered for.
We are compelled to enter into a deadly war.
This aircraft carrier is a runway sitting on top of 2 nuclear reactors and several hundred tons of weapons.
Captains, thank you for sticking with us in the past 10 hours and in the past 10 years. Check the screen for something special. Everyone who activates this code and plays 20 battles will be rewarded. The first 30 players who complete the criteria will get 1 year subscription for Magellan TV, and everyone else will get resource containers. There's more. Answer correctly the following historical question in the comments. What was the date the American aircraft carrier USS Essex was commissioned? Don't forget to leave your in-game username and the server you play on in your response. We will randomly select 1 lucky individual and they will receive a lifetime subscription to Magellan TV. The journey doesn't end here. The seas ahead are full of new stories and adventures. See you on the waves!